Welcome everybody to Sepang and race 2 of the Asian Le Mans series. We have 4 hours of drama in prospect and it promises to be quite a race. Yesterday's was an absolute thriller. It kept us guessing right the way to the very end. The winning car had a 5-second penalty to serve on the last pit stop. The LMP3 winner hadn't even got a qualifying lap in because of an off, and then it was in the gravel in the race and still battled through to victory. And in GT, it didn't even finish on the last corner or at the checkered flag. That ended in the steward's room. Contact between Porsche and Mercedes, ultimately reversing the result. So the get-speed Mercedes came out on top. The other element to yesterday's race was the weather. We had some rain and that threw people's strategies up into the air. Depending on who you talk to, there might be some rain in the offing today as well. But either way, with 3 drivers per car, with mandatory pit stops, with refueling, with tyre changes, and inevitably 1 or 2 yellow flag interruptions, there's an awful lot for the brains trusts in the pit garages to have to think about, and some really good racing in prospect across the 3 classes. To talk you through it, up in the commentary box, Ollie Gavin and Graham Goodwin.
Thanks very much, David. Great to be back. Second day on a run here, Ollie,
yep.
with us at Sepang. Yesterday lacked nothing in terms of drama, and as David quite rightly said, at the flag, beyond the flag. We've got much more to come today. Looking like the weather looks a little more promising across the day.
I think it depends on who you talk to. If you're talking to some people here in the series, then they're like, oh, I think there's some weather coming. Some of the teams are like, no, we're way more optimistic today. But it is sunny at the moment, and I think really you just have to, that's one thing here at Sepang, you just got to take it in the moment because stuff just pops up like we saw yesterday. It really was rather inconsistent and unreliable weather forecasts.
Yep, it's going to be 46 cars, by the way, to take the start today. Tajiko-san in the Bonus Racing car unwell overnight, so that car will be, I'm afraid, withdrawn for today. They will be back, though, in the UAE in February. That's not going to take too much away from the action. We saw action in LMP2, Ollie, throughout the race, throughout the field, whether or not they were racing for the lead or for 13th and 14th, it was all action.
Oh, absolutely, yep. And I think we're now going to go to the hot lap, which I voiced just a little while ago. Riding on board the number 64 Nielsen racing car at the Sepang International Circuit here. 5.5 kilometres, 15 turns, down to turn 1, hard on the brakes, all the way down to about 70 k's an hour here. Long right-hander here, turn 1, and then flicking it back as it just plunges downhill here at turn 2. Important to get hard on the power, using all of that exit curb up through the gears, plunging downhill here now. Before you start then elevating back up into turn 4, 255 k's an hour before hard on the brakes. And then trying to just spot that apex here at turn 4, 90 k's an hour, traction a little bit limited there. And then back to the left-hander downhill here at turn 5, passing the Kessel 296 before flicking back right. Careful of that apex curve there at 6. Track limits here on the exit of 6. And before coming into turn 7, tricky right-hander, double right-hander. A little bit of understeer there, just trying to get the power down and off of turn 8. Running down here into turn 9. We've got the P3 car in front. Hard on the brakes through 70 k's an hour again here at turn 9. Traction's a bit limited there as you're coming off, and then trying to work our way through and past the P3 car. I think it's the Virage car in front. Turn 11 there, a little bit of apex curve, and then looking to go up the inside into turn 12. It's a bit of a breathe here, tight line, and then we're going to be running out and just a little bit of exit curve there, and then spotting this very tricky break point for turn 14. Super important, can't quite get back to the apex there at 14. Then it's up through the box, going all the way up to 275 k's an hour here, 6th gear, coming all the way down into turn 15. We've got one of the Corvette Z06 GT3s in front, just spotting that break point, and the Corvette goes in the pit lane. I think that confuses Alex a little bit there, and then using all of that exit curve as you're coming through off of turn 15 to complete another lap here at the Sepang International Circuit.
Well, yesterday's race began in the dry. It then became a little on the damp side once the rain started, and it meant that we had not only a number of unscheduled pit stops, but also the teams having to really think on their feet in terms of the drive time that's allowed for the drivers. Drivers categorised as to bronze, silver, gold or platinum, and the regulations very careful into how long somebody is able to drive in the course of the race, and indeed a minimum stint time to make sure that the bronze driver really does quite a lot of the heavy lifting. So there was pit strategy to factor in, there was the rain to factor in, there was lappery, there were lots of incidents. We had full course yellows, we had virtual safety cars and real safety cars, and a really fantastic finish. Let's take a look back at the best bits of race 1.
The opening race for the 2025 Asia Le Mans Series underway at Sepang on Saturday afternoon. It was Giorgio Roda continuing his streak of pole position results, but this time with United Autosports. Behind him, it was a pack of 6 cars squabbling for second place. That went the way of Georgios Kolovos. The real action was in LMP3, and not of the good sorts. 23 events off the track and then rejoining caused a bit of a furore at turn 2 that would account for 4 cars at that stage of the race, putting a big dent, literally and figuratively, in the LMP3 battles. And of course also caused some carnage at GT, but the majority of those cars got through without real problems. Take some time to get that all sorted out. Terence Woodward, one of the luckless drivers in LMP3. Get back to green flag running though. Be trouble too for Bernardo Souza, debutant in Proton Competition's LMP2 efforts. He struggled to get the car back into pointing the right way, but would eventually get there. The 1 and the 29 LMP3s, the victims of that issue. Back to green, and a great move, pressurising Giorgio Roda into a mistaken turn 1, put Kolovos to the lead. And meantime, after starting 15th on the grid, the Origine Porsche overhauling the number 37 QMMF by GetSpeed AMG. Battles up and down the field. Algarve Pro Racing and United Autosports, 2 previous championship winning teams battling there. Further woes for the Duquesne from RHGP. A serious lot of damage there for that car as it spun out. And, Bernardo Souza would make his way back up through the field here, getting in touch with the, at that point, race leading, but losing the race lead in that moment, CLX Motorsport car. Another switch of position for the lead later in the race, with Origine going back up the order. The Ferrari in front here was a back marker at this point. Weather though was and likely will be an issue. Number 8 Virage car in real trouble, but not as much trouble as the 21 Ferrari. A misunderstanding as the cars went back to green left Alessio Rivera's car out of the race. And the QMF GetSpeed AMG of Lucas Auer heavily damaged and will later pick up a big penalty. Came down with a tiny splash of fuel for the number 9 car at the end of the race. Number 47 car and the 25 in contention in LMP2. They are our 2 race leaders. What happens with both of those cars at the end here? This was the final corner. Up the inside for Loic Hartog. That double kiss would be seen to be unfair. That result be switched later. The 47 car taking the win, and their first win on their debut here in LMP2 and overall. Joy unlimited for Central Racing, and a nose-to-tail finish after all that, with the 13 Interpol car taking LMP3.
And so to race 2, for which on pole position is going to be Jens Reno Müller. First of all, I'm loving the cool suit. Just explain how this works, and are you allowed to wear it in the car?
No, no, I don't think so. It's helping you a lot to cool down your body. It's very, very hot here right now. Actually, last year it was pretty much hot. It was warmer last year. And fortunately, we have air conditioning in the LMP2 car comparing to the LMP3, so that's quite good.
You also have a different plan, I think, from other teams, in that one of your co-drivers brings the car to the grid and you can have a little bit longer in the air conditioning.
Yeah. I need to be relaxed as much as possible. Yeah. I'm in a field with one of the best bronze drivers in the world, so I need really to have focus and try to do my best. I had only a few days in the LMP2 car, but so far it's It's going pretty good.
Oh, just talk me through that qualifying lap of yesterday, because to get pole position in a field like this is quite something. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was. I don't know if I was surprised. I knew I had good speed, but we just tried to take it on the last lap. We knew that the last lap should be the best. So actually, on the second last lap, I was up with 3/10 to Giorgio, but I got traffic in turn 14, so I backed off, and I luckily got a lap more, so I could have pole for today. So that was really, really great.
Excellent. Keep cool. Have a good race.
Yeah, Jens Moller has been part of this sports car racing scene for some time. He made his Le Mans debut over 20 years ago in the Lister Storm LMP, would you believe, back in those days. That's when you were a lad. With these gel packs certainly doing
It was in colour back then,
yes,
wasn't
it was in
colour.
colour.
Yeah.
It's a black and white car, but it was in colour.
Yeah, right.
But that's cool, so helping the core temperature, I guess, Ollie. And that's,
there are a lot of
part.
those. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of those out there with a lot of drivers right now. And it is very humid, very warm here again today. Going to be well up in the 30s in ambient. And that track temperature will be climbing all this time that the sun is out and no cloud cover. And I think once it's got over like 40, 45 degrees C, that's when we really see the grip plummet on this racetrack. This surface now is pretty old, and it's one of the things that a number of the teams have been remarking on over this week that we've been here.
That is Jens Moller's car, the 49 high-class racing car, shared with Theo Jansen and Gustavo Menezes, and they were in the thick of it for a while yesterday. Pole position, he's celebrating there. And by the way, the first time we've mentioned he is indeed pole position. Second fastest time of the 15-minute session.
Yeah, that's. They did have a good run yesterday, but it just sort of faded away as the race went on. These guys had a really up and down day yesterday.
Dominant at the start of the race. It was the other interior car, the 13 car, that took the win. This is our third place car in LMP2. Car that again looked in pretty good order, and it looked like they made the first correct strategy call, and then it went just to pieces.
Yeah, it did.
As the rain came and ebbed and then came again.
And I think it's the story of the race for many, many teams, that they just had to make a decision, stick in their lane, and that was the wrong lane. And others chose a different way and a different option, and then theirs was the strategy to take.
Phil Fayer, and it was, I think, a team error that caused the issues to the number 6 car. He needed to get back in the car for one lap.
Yeah.
And what looked like it could have been a win for the number 6 car ended up being anything but. So there's the other United Autosports car, the number 5 car. They start third.
And they were strong again yesterday with Giorgio, and then Gregoire Saucy was again sort of going pretty well, but he started to fade. It seems like the front tyres are the tyres that really get a lot of deg here on the P2 cars. Orica 07 chassis is working those front tyres pretty hard with this layout and tarmac here that we've got here at the Sepang International Circuit.
Yeah, it's good to see the RSGP Duquesne in good order after their travails yesterday.
Well, they had a tough day yesterday, didn't they?
They really did. Alexander Matchell will start fourth on the grid in Nemo, the number 3 DCAR engineering car. Griffin Peoples put in a good show in his first starts in LMP2 yesterday.
Yeah, I spoke to one of the engineers on this car earlier just after lunch, and he said Peebles was absolutely knockout fantastic in this car yesterday.
Yeah, they want to watch. It's going to be interesting to see what happens from the start. It's a different start order from yesterday. And Giorgio Roda starts from the second row of the grid. He can't be quite as conservative. There is Michael Jensen, our reigning champion in the Asian Le Mans Series. And here are the race winners from yesterday: Roberto Lacorte, Charles Milesi, Antonio Fuoco. Spoke to Antonio, by the way, just at lunch a little earlier. 25 hours it took him to get to and from Tashkent. Brutal. And then comes back and gets into a car and takes the win. Well, let's go back down to the grid. We've seen LMP2. David has walked all the way back to GT. It's quite a distance. He's with the pole sitter.
Yes, Shaheen, pole position in GT. That was quite a lap yesterday.
Yeah, by the skin of our teeth, really, with just a few seconds to go. The heavens opened up and we had the right tyre strategy and it came together. The car was fantastic in the wet, but unfortunately the race start was pretty crowded at turn 2 and we got a puncture that it was all downhill from there. So hopefully today will be cleaner.
What did your weather forecast say? Hot, humid, any rain?
I would be very happy for some rain.
Good luck.
Yeah, Yasser doing great stuff this weekend in that car, but he was the driver of the Corvette that clipped the rear of the stationary LMP3, and that took out a tyre which put them back to the
Great
back
to
of
see the
grid.
Corvette Z06 GT3 on the grid here. First time ever in the Asia Le Mans Series. 4 of them being fielded here. 2 by JMR and 2 by TF Sport.
And they look great, don't they? 6th on the grid for the number 20 Algarve Pro racing car. John Falb had this one right in the mix at the start of the race. Matthias Kaiser will be the silver driver that carries on aboard the number 20. It's a deep field. It's the biggest LMP2 field we've ever had.
And actually, I think that the level as well,
It's got another
quality, real quality in the P2 field, actually in all the classes this season. Bernardo Sosa there, 22 car, Proton. He had a really, apart from that little indiscretion with the spin.
That said, Felipe, is he wearing some spare overalls from Felipe Larza? Or is Felipe Larza starting this race? Was that definitely Bernardo? I think that might have been Felipe.
Okay.
But
So I didn't get a complete look at him,
It wouldn't
sorry.
be a complete surprise if he was wearing someone else's overalls. The deal was only done midweek. This, by the way, our pole setting car in LMP3. Paul Langer, Kevin Rabin, Alex Jacobi, looks set for a dominant win, and then a problem, I think, for Kevin Rabin over the curbs broke the rear diffuser on the car, and
What do you think Richard's asking?
he's going. Well, he's saying, right, we will be back. Yeah, we're coming back with the McLaren. No, that's 27. That'll be fine. And we'd like all 3 of the entries for the European Le Mans Series we're asking for. News about Europe, by the way, next week, we believe. This car, what a topsy-turvy race it had. Involved in that issue at turn 2, fought their way back all the way up to the lead of the race, and then finally the damage at the rear of the car overwhelmed it and dropped right back again. But they'll be looking for better and more. There's clearly pace in this outfit. This is the second Team Virage car, by the way. Sister car to the number 1 car, we see, I'm sure, in just a moment or two. And the number 1 car is one of the reasons why we've got just so many people in one particular grandstand here. Roberto Lacorte suiting up. This car will be started by Ajit Kumar, absolute megastar in Tamil cinema. And if we look to the stands opposite there, that's not where the pit garage is, but there's a lot of his fans already there. He'll be looking for much better. Caught up in that incident, and it pretty much wrecked the car. We did see it back out for a couple of other laps, but no real competitive
shakedown
lap.
laps, weren't they?
John Falb here for the number 20 car from Algarve Pro Racing, one of 3 LMP2 cars that they're fielding here, 2 under the APR banner and 1 under the CrowdStrike Racing by APR banner. All 3 of them ran competitively yesterday. That's quite something.
They did a great job.
The Solo Duquesne in the order. Fabio Michel it will be in the 85 car.
Good to see this car back together because it had a really rough race yesterday.
It really
Oh.
did. I doubt they've got very many spares left at the end of this weekend. But it would be good to see just what we can get in terms of good running from the Michelin Le Mans Cup winning squad this year in Europe. We've got champions galore, whether or not it's teams or drivers up and down this order. And it does my heart good as a sports car fanatic to see that grid stretching all the way down there. Giorgio Roda suiting up.
He's not on pole position, which is unusual for a P2
he's probably
grid.
wondering why someone's parked in front of him.
Yeah. Does he know what to do when he's not leading? Got to follow someone around.
But I think it's going to be an interesting first turn in LMP2 here. We saw Jens Reiner Moller and Georgios Kolovos with pretty aggressive starts yesterday. Here's another team that will be looking for a better day. Nick Adcock caught up in that issue as well at turn 1, and that was as far as that car went. They got the car back to the garage, and that's where it stayed. But for STA Racing by VPS, have produced great-looking cars all season. They're debuting here in Asia. They finished 2nd and 3rd overall in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and I've got every reason to believe they'll be competitive. What dramas are going to be coming from the 37 car? What a cracking stint we had from Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi in that car. He was an absolute star.
Yeah, he was. He drove brilliantly, and he was in the car for a very long time, almost 2 hours, I believe, yesterday.
Yep.
And then they just had a little bit of an indiscretion with some contact with the 21 car, I think it was, in one of the forming of the safety car periods.
dominant pole position from Yasser Shaheen for the second race here. His fastest is the 2 fastest laps of the session. So Yasser's consistency in that session paid off here in the second race. And he'll be looking again to just stay out of trouble. Absolutely blameless in that incident yesterday. Just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And we'll see what the 66 car has got to offer with a hopefully delay-free run. Superb looking car, this. And this was a very impressive run in the first part of the race until the incident as we went back to green on the back straight that caught out Lugiawa and Alessio Rivera and led to the elimination of the Ferrari and serious damage and later a big penalty for this car. But on pace, with the bronze in the car, expect that one to be in the mix, as should we with this one. Banksy Racing, Proton competition entered car, the pink and black car, the Japanese Porsche specialist. High flyer in the Porsche Carrera Cup Japan, which passes over in the new year to be run by Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. And he'll be joined by Fujinami-san and Harry King. Potential to be quite spectacularly competitive, I think, that car.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is again with DKR, this brand new chassis this weekend. And in the foreground here, Ollie, the 69, there we go,
Yep.
from WRT. A few problems yesterday for Tony McIntosh. He was looking fighty, but didn't quite appear to have all the tools in the box.
No, they lost power after about 15 laps, and they trying to diagnose it last night, and I think even the guys back in Munich were looking at it and then made the call to change the motor in this car. So it's a brand new motor in it for today's race. So fingers crossed for Tony and a stronger run. They had a clean run.
Yep.
It was just a little bit handcuffed by a down on power motor.
Let's hope all of our drivers and teams have a clean run and we get some great green flag running. Get Speed's number 9 car, the winner eventually yesterday, Waki Saka-san, joined by Tony Bantone and Fabian Schiller.
They were strong, weren't they, all the way through. In fact, the Mercedes were very strong all the way through the race yesterday in every condition. And it looked like, well, it was bumping and banging in that last corner. And they ended up being the winners.
Yeah, there
was a little bit of a review.
All sorts of shenanigans late in that race. A splash of fuel required, a bit of argy-bargy on the restart, and then a lot of argy-bargy at the final turn. And here's the point, doesn't matter which way you see it, the steward saw it in one particular way, and we reset, and away we go with
again.
a 25-point lead on the number 9 car, and Monza are going to have to chase. But it did show, didn't it, in terms of the way that Monza got themselves back to the front of that race. Can't count them out.
Yeah, and I think it shows in every single class that today is just going to be, you can't take your eyes off it, because there's all kinds of strategies that are going to be developing and evolving, particularly if we get some more weather. It's a really tough one to call, and it's open all the way to that last lap.
Well, we're about to get moving. It will be, remember, 2 formation laps as it is in this post-tyre warmer era. 3 classes, effectively 3 races. If you're joining us for the first time to watch the Asian Le Mans series, you're very welcome, and we'll try and take you through this, how it all works. It is a complex form of racing. My suggestion is pick a car you like, pick a driver you know there's going to be 3 in each car, and follow each of the 3 races. It does help to make this kind of spaghetti of a motor race a little bit more easy for a newcomer. What you are going to be treated to is action for the next 4 hours, because what sports car racing brings you that pretty much no one else does is traffic. And with traffic comes opportunity and jeopardy.
Yeah, multi-class racing. Everybody has to exist out there on the same piece of tarmac, and there's 3 races all in one. And sometimes guys do forget about that. The driver behind the wheel sometimes just needs to be reminded by that team manager or an engineer that yes, we are racing that Ferrari in front or that Porsche behind, but there's also all these other races that are happening at the same time. You need to look after your machinery. You can't win it at turn 1, you can only lose it. And so all of these things, and I'm just hoping, fingers crossed, that we can get through turn 1. Turn 2 seems to be the bogey corner, particularly with the LMP3 class. If they can all get through this corner that the GTs are going through now, that left-hander, with no incident, I think everybody will be cheering in the pit lane.
We'll certainly be enjoying it. It's always good to call on-track action rather than off-track drama. I say 46 cars it is to start the race. Bonus Racing will be back in the UAE. This is the grid. Third on the grid, Giorgio Roda. Alexander Matchell starts the number 3 Dakar Engineering car from row 2. Row 3, Chetlar Racing, Roberto Lacorte. John Falben is 20 from Algar Pro Racing. Proton Competitions, Bernardo Souza 7th and 8th. Phil Thayer from Canada in the United Autosports number 6. Proton Competition and the 88 Horsch Felbermar Jr. George Kurtz in the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by EPR car. RD Limited's Fred Pordad, Nielsen Racing's Crichton and Tudis. 11th and 12th on the grid, and then 13th, 14th, Dan Schneider in the 17th Vector Sport RLR. Mirikonopka returns in the RSC Bratislava car. Michael Jensen is 15th and the final car in LMP2. In LMP3, CLX Motorsports 17, Paul Onshare, the 8th from Team Garage with Roman Wozniak. And behind them, Ajit Kumar in 18th, and the RSGP 2K number 85 with Fabian Michal 19th. Forestia Racing by VPS, Nick Adcock in the 29 car. High Class Racing's Tim Well, yesterday's second place car. And 23 Events Racing's Louis Stern, Zelonka in the then 23 Events in the 71 car, Terence Woodward, and Jimmy Chu in the Inter-Europol car. Yasser Sheen starts from pole, and Abdelatif Khalifa in the QMF by Getspeed car. Banksy in the Proton 77, Tony McIntosh in the 69 BMW. Getspeed's number 9, Aki Sakatsan and JMR with Prince Jeffrey and the Corvette 99. A Kurikos platform, third yesterday with Giacomo Petrobelli in the 56 car, and then it's the EBM Aston Martin with Martin Berry. Mehmet Gidley for Kessel Racing, Tom van Rompuy for Racing Team Turkey, Fabian Defure in the UNX Racing by Team WRT, and Blake McDonald for TF Sports. Charlie Samani looking for what happens this time with Origin Motorsports Wambo in the 87 car. Dustin Blattner for Kessel Racing Ferrari, and another Ferrari for Darren Young, the 21 car. And Terrace Au, second place yesterday in the 10 Monsai Porsche Vista courses, Thomas Floor. Mark Rosser in United Autosports 59 McLaren. Francois Herriot in the 92 Monsai car, and Greg Bennett in the Amerisian Fragrance by AF Racing 50 car. Another AF Corsa entered Ferrari complete this 46 car field.
I think it's worth reminding everybody just that these grid positions were all set in the session yesterday,
yes,
which was drying. It was wet but drying, and it was the second fastest lap. And always in those conditions, it's that almost that final lap that you do as you come to the checkered flag. And so, yes, this is quite a topsy-turvy grid here in terms of form and the pace that people have been going here in the dry, in practice and testing. So I expect there to be quite a shuffle in the order here in the first couple of laps, and it's how everybody deals with that and how patient people are. These are all pretty much all bronze drivers starting this race today. So the least experienced and the guys that really are trying to sort of understand their machinery. These are new teams.
Yeah, there is a Pronos Racing car, unfortunately not with us today. It says Shijiko-san unwell overnight.
Please close the gaps. The line is way too long. Please close the gaps.
Back at the UAE, and they'd be very welcome to. Sad to see them parked up for the day. I agree, we saw a massive reshuffle, in part because of the chaos at turn 2, but we saw some quicker drivers not able to show that in what was a tricky qualifying session.
Front row cars may start assuming grid position, no more weaving.
Bob Yarn was the one to watch there, 15th on the grid. There he is in the green and white Porsche. What progress can he make?
Yeah, I think he was helped with the incident at turn 2.
GT cars, close the gaps. We have gaps at the back, please close them. And it's a 5 cars length maximum between the different categories at the start. Okay, by now all cars 2 by 2, all cars 2 by 2. GTs, the line is too long. GTs, the line is too long. Last reminder from my side, 2 clear parallel lines through the grid boxes painting, 5 cars lengths maximum between the categories. GT, the gap is too big. GT,
the lights are about to go out.
Big.
It's going to be Jens Reiner Muller to try to defend his pole position, but already up the inside, Giorgio Roda. They're now 4, 5 wide as we get into the braking zone for turn 1. Roda makes it from row 2 up into the lead. Side by side though, up the inside goes Jens Reiner Muller. He's going to be back into the lead, or is he? Can he get to the apex? He grabs it from Giorgio Roda, forces him wide though, and we've got the number 3 car having turned around off the apex there. Let's hope everybody can avoid that. But Muller played that very well. The 3 car crosses the line, crosses the road to get out of the way, and will rejoin but delayed. I think we got the rest of those cars through without incident.
Yeah, I think it was a United car that just had a little bit of bump with the DKR car, and the DKR car got turned around. But that was the only damage, I think, there at turn 2. So that's great to see all the other runners get through.
Great little battle in GT for the overall lead. Yasser Shaheen, wheel to wheel with Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, and it's the Corvette man that has actually made it through to this point ahead. Tony McIntosh right with him. That new engine seems pretty good.
He certainly does. Yeah, it was great to see the Corvette GT3R up there at the front, leading in GT.
Here we go. High-class racing, Jens Reiner Muller it was, after losing the lead, then regaining it. Lost it to turn 1, regained it into turn 2. In LMP3, CLX Racing have had a clean start, right on the heels of the last car in LMP2 in these early stages. I can tell you that the DKR engineering car of Alexander Matchell has made its way back onto track and is underway. So all 46 cars underway. We have yellows in turns 7 and 8. I think there might have been some dramas for Greg Bennett.
Yeah, it was quite the start there for Giorgio Roda, but Jens Reiner Muller managed to make it stick through turn 1 into turn 2. And I think that Giorgio just backing up a little bit to give him the room, I think that's what caught everybody out in the concertina effect. But everybody's just trying to get themselves up to racing speed here, getting those Michelins going, everything up to pressure and temperature, and it looks like the Mercedes has made the move on the Corvette coming down into turn 15, hard on the brakes. Is Shaheen going to give it to him? Yes, he has.
So gives up the position for the moment. Now we'll tuck in. A little too far back, if anything, under more pressure from Tony McIntosh this time around, Yasser Shaheen, and Tony's had a good first lap here. He goes to the inside in the GT battle, thinks better of it. He's not got the ponies quite there to do that. We'll try to have a look under braking. There's nothing there for him either. So it's where do you leave your exit line from turn 1? Look for there's a bit of a kiss there.
Just giving him a little bit of I'm still here, and that was just a little bit rude, but you know, it's just racing.
There you go. Muller, Roda, Kolovos, 1.2 seconds between the 3 of them, with Bernardo Souza putting in a great start to this race this time around. Slightly distant 4th, but 4th nonetheless. But Giorgio Roda looking for a way by Jens Reiner Muller here.
He is. He's very, very racy. And I'm not sure what it is with the starts, but Jens Reiner Muller just can't seem to really get them going in this Oracle 07 chassis. But once he's going, he does go.
Yeah.
And he's certainly giving Giorgio a good run for his money. I think Giorgio is slightly quicker, but it's all about this tyre management, thinking about the long game here. How many laps we're going to be doing here on these tyres? How much do we really need to look after that front axle, because that's the one that seems to be the most stressed in these P2 cars. Going a bit deep there. Oh, Tony McIntosh going to the inside, I think, there on the Corvette. Didn't quite make it stick. They're all caught up behind the P3 action. Yeah. And this was something that a number of the drivers were talking to me about earlier on, is that the P3s aren't really quick enough to get out of the way of the GT cars, with there being bronze in the P3s and the bronzes in the GT cars, and the bronzes in the GT cars seem to be a little bit more on their machinery than the bronzes in the P3s.
ABS braking, of course, on the GT3 cars, which the P cars most certainly do not have.
No.
And that did look like who was going to get to the apex first. I think Tony thought for a moment he could get there, realised he couldn't, backed out of it.
Thinking about the longer game here.
So Jens Reiner Muller
I think it's only a matter of time here before Giorgio gets by him. I think he is in the quicker car right now and package, and he's just picking his point. It's nice and safe, nice and clean, thinking about handing it over to their teammates in about an hour and 25 minutes time.
Yeah, Bernardo Souza, by the way, has caught this trio and is now gapped side by side here between the QMF AMG that has gapped the Corvette, who's under pressure still from Tony McIntosh, side by side with the Breton Racing Ligier. Just be a bit careful there.
P3 in GT is now the Bartone car, so that's made a nice start, nice and clean, and they were the winners from yesterday.
So he's got ahead of Tony McIntosh. I think that might have been in the recovery from that little moment at the back end of the circuit last time around. Jens René Müller still leads. Giorgio Roda, Georgios Kolovos. There is Bernardo Souza.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Bernardo's really taken to this P2 category extremely well, enjoying his driving here this weekend. I saw him a little bit earlier on. He had a nice smile on his face, looking forward to today. So that's nice to see.
Yeah, here is the number 9 car on the back end of that. And now Tony McIntosh under pressure from the Aston Martin, the Kyrgios Blackthorn car that finished third yesterday.
Yeah, I think he was just thrown a little bit off there. We've got the number 3 DKR car coming back through the pack, and I think that's just created a little bit of a wave here in the GT battle with the bronze drivers, thinking that there's no P2 cars around for this first few laps of the race, and all of a sudden the DKR car appears. So that's going to throw them a little bit. Yasser Shaheen's there got caught up by the DKR car, just checking up across the apex of turn 9. Maybe just giving the Bartone car just the opportunity.
Under investigation, some kind of incident we have not seen between Tom van Rompuy, the Racing Team Turkey by TF Corvette, and Bob Yuan in the 87 Origin car. Still, Giorgio Roda looking for a line that works to get onto terms with the race leader here, Jens René Müller.
Yeah.
Just Kolovos is sort of in a waiting pattern here. Bernardo Souza beginning to be dropped again by this trio.
Jens René Müller was taking a tighter line there into turn 2, and it looked like Roda was going to be able to get the run through and off better and cleaner, but he didn't quite make it. Is this a switch of position here?
This is the 25 of Michael Jensen and the 64, and that is Georgios Kolovos.
Nicely done, Georgios.
Kolovos. It's quite Lentulis, it's my fault. Mixing up my Greeks.
Crichton doing a nice job just trying to keep the car clean, no damage, no contact. Side
by side in the middle pack there between the Proton Competition car and the AF car. No, that's the 15 car, isn't it, from Kessel Racing? That's Memo Gidley's car.
Petrobelli there was really trying to squeeze it in on Tony McIntosh. Tony in the mirrors could see him, gave him some room, but they are going to be battling over this. I think it's at 4th, 5th place now. Yeah, I think it's 4th place they're battling over as they're coming up into turn 4.
Side by side with 2 Corvettes at the back, with the TF Sport car, the number 13 car, alongside one of the other JMR car. It's a battle for position.
Yeah, as I thought, this is a bit of a shuffling of the pack here, as we've gone this damp, wet qualifying, and now we're completely dry running, and there's a very different feel to the performance. Giorgio's got through here into the lead, makes it stick into turn 15. I think he'll now drive away.
Well, incident, by the way, involving Alexander Maxwell we saw turn around, and it's Phil Fair. He said it was on the United cars, you believed, turn 2. That's under review. Here's how it happened. Went early to the inside. I think Jens René Müller just gave best there, didn't he? That was done.
Yeah, I think that he knows that Giorgio's just that little bit quicker, nipping away at his gearbox, and just, okay, right, just let it go. I'll settle into my rhythm, work our plan here, look after the tyres, let Giorgio go, see what he does.
This quartet has moved away, and once again, as it was yesterday, in sort of splendid isolation, back in 5th is Roberto Lacorte, race winner yesterday overall with the Jetalar Racing car. These are our race leaders, not a race leader, so this is the battle for 2nd place.
Yeah, QMF has just disappeared up the road, isn't it?
5 seconds away, 6 seconds up the road.
This is side by side Porsche and the Corvette.
That's the Origin car, I think.
Just tapping a little bit there, just trying to get the draft. So coming down here into turn 1, into 6th gear around about now, at 250 k's an hour. Oh, and he's gone round the outside of the Corvette on the brakes.
Wow.
Yeah, really chopped him the nose there as he came through into the apex. Blake most probably really had to sort of get out of his way to make sure that to look after the nose of the Corvette
Massive confidence
CO6.
he had there, didn't he?
Yeah, huge.
That was quite something. Side by side for second place now. Jens Reiner Müller under pressure now from Georgios Kolovas. I think he's going to try and do exactly the same thing, and he is going to try and do exactly the same thing. Big lockup, by the way, by the race leader ahead of them, going very wide, but that's not stopped him from jetting off away into the distance. 2.8
Bernardo
seconds.
Sosa there right on the gearbox now, and he's sort of slowly chipping away at it, learning from what he experienced yesterday. He's not had the spin like he did yesterday, and so he's like, it seems like he can just let the car run. Nicely done here, jinking to the inside. Nicely executed move. I think Renaud Müller was looking at coming back up the inside, but no opportunity.
Now, Bob Bjorn is beginning to make progress again. Remember, 15th to the lead inside, what was it, half an hour yesterday. He's so far up to 8th place.
He's got 2 cars in half a lap. There's significant performance in that Porsche, and Bob is flying. I did speak to Lauren Heinrich earlier on, and he said Bob actually it puts a lot of pressure on the pros. He's that quick. So he really is a find. He really is.
And you know, he's had the full season in this car with it, done it again. That's how he took that place.
He's got massive confidence on the brakes. He just throws it up the inside.
Remember, when they had the first change of tyres, the amount of brake dust that was coming off that car. You remember that one?
Yeah.
And that's how he's doing it. He's doing it by absolutely hammering this car in the braking zones.
Yeah.
But it's working.
It is working. It's surprising though, because I would have thought it would be really working that front axle, and certainly the Michelin's extremely hard, getting the ABS completely engaged.
But now he's under the rear wing of Banksy in the 77 car, as meanwhile for second place, trying up the inside, number 9 car, Sakasan.
Yeah, just the two of them just giving each other room there. Whether Sakasan can just get the drive off here with Shaheen.
The Origin car is ahead. Saw that as they came through turn 2, so he's moved up another place. There's another switch, 20 on 30. That is John Falb going by Fred Pordad.
And I think that the 9 car will be looking to size up there, the 66.
Needs to do it because the sister car, the 37, is gone. That is, what, 7.5 seconds clear now.
Yeah, it is.
United Autosports, Giorgio Roda, already 3 seconds to the good after going by Jens Reiner Müller. This is Phil Fayer under investigation for the incident at turn 2. It's the second car of this pair behind George Kurtz in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR effort. Has that car got some front damage?
It has, yes. It's just the nose has got a bit of damage. I'm not entirely sure what it is.
Oh, trouble. Trouble for Member Gidley.
Yeah. 15 car going extremely slow. Looks like it's in limp mode.
Well, that seemed to happen quite suddenly. So what happened here?
It was just pulled over. There's something that's just happened there. And he's gearbox, electrical. Well, maybe we'll get a message from the team here shortly.
Our roving reporter David Anderson will be on that well, like a tiger on a deer.
Okay.
But meantime, Kyrgios Blackthorn up the inside of Tony McIntosh, and look who's behind this pair. It's Bob Yuan. This is the battle of the 4th. And it's a carbon copy of yesterday from Origin.
Yeah, it was a little bit slow on the traction off of turn 15 there. Didn't quite get it hooked up, but this thing is spectacular on the brakes. Absolutely spectacular. It seems like it can brake a good 20 metres later than everybody else.
Does it again? He's gone from kind of what?
I thought it was going to arrive up the inside of Tony just then.
Yeah, three car lengths back. He's right there.
Yeah, extraordinary. Hello. I expect to, if we stay on board here with Tony, as he's going up through the box, around about 230 k's an hour, I'm sure that we're going to see Bob Wan just pop out.
Just like, look at the gap to the cars behind.
Yeah, Mimo on pit lane now. Kessel Racing, the expert crew down there, know this car inside out. They'll be all over that issue that he's got.
Still this battle here between the number 6 car. Phil Fayer, John Falb looking to get on terms with the Canadian driver. Truly international field these days in the Asian Le Mans Series. Yes, European drivers and teams, lots of interest in North America. Into the garage, I'm afraid, for the 15. So we'll keep an eye on what
technical issue of some
that's all
sort.
about.
Yeah.
But increasingly, Ollie, through the board.
Gone deep there, George Kurtz. Just hearing that there's some damage on the 15 car that they're just investigating that might be part of the issue.
Yeah, left rear corner and signs of contact. You may have seen that.
Yeah.
Battle for third, meanwhile, Nick Adcock is having a much better race. Could have been worse yesterday, I'm afraid, for Nick. He was effectively out a bit on lap 1.
Well, it's nice just to see both of these cars running around.
Yes, it is.
The car completely intact. I mean, the 85 car was in bits a number of times yesterday, but nice and clean today, which is great to see.
Yeah, Ajit Kumar, by the way, is lapping and lapping steadily. He's behind the GT race leader at the moment.
Steering issue here on the 15 car, possibly.
Yeah.
No, this wasn't. This was when he had pulled over.
Yeah,
the incident was further back.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Just watch it.
Oh no, he's got something that's gone wrong there. There's some left rear issue.
Oh, look
the
at
left
that.
rear sat right down, and yeah, he had to take a lot of steering there to get the car through the corner. So that's usually when that left rear's gone right down. It might maybe some sort of issue or possible steering problem, but it did look a bit odd while they're working on the front of the car there.
Never a good sign, is it? See
Number
if it's doing
9 looking
that.
to go
It's
outside.
for the second place here, and in a hurry, I think, here, because you can see the 37 car getting away. Still in contention, by the way, behind this pair is that Ikariakos Blackthorn Aston Martin, looking to build on their third place finish yesterday. United Autosports, by the way, still lead the race with Georgios Kolovos. This is the battle for second. Pole sitter Yasser Shaheen fending off.
Yeah, Yasser Shaheen's doing a nice job here. Yeah, because I think the Mercedes is clearly quicker, and it can't quite get by. Power steering pump on car 15, so it is a steering issue. It looked manifesting itself in it. It all looked like it was a left rear puncher, the way that it just was appearing inside the car, but no, that's the reason why they're working away on the front.
Let's talk about power steering in race cars, Ollie. I mean, pretty much essential nowadays with the performance that's going through these vehicles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's no way that you could compete and drive consistently out there for hour after hour if there was no power steering. And we've got the 2 Corvettes here, two TF Sport cars, Team Turkey and the TF Sport car, all just fighting their way through turns 14.
As we've got the LMP2, the lead traffic now coming through the pack of GTs, and this is where we could get some of the big shake-ups. Giorgio Roda leads, but through the traffic, look at Georgios Kolovos. He's in a position now to challenge the leader, so it's not gone smoothly through traffic for Giorgio Roda. Georgios Kolovos has had a better run. He's now up behind the United car. Looked for a moment maybe to have been able to get a run. He's still there in the slipstream of the United car. Is there going to be an opportunity into or through turn 1 and into turn 2? Don't think he's quite close enough. Takes his favoured inside line. Now goes to the outside, but I think just enough space there for Roda to keep it clean and retain his lead. But a lot more GT traffic still to deal with, and this time he's got an LMP2 contender right up along the rear end of the car. They go either side of this pair, and still Roda just about in the lead, but under real pressure now from the number 43 car from Inter-Europol competition. So the first elements of traffic produce what they so often do, a minor delay. That's all it needed with a cleaner run through that traffic from the chasing car. This is why multi-class racing so often produces. High-class racing's Jens Werner Müller, by the way, has fallen back behind Bernardo Sousa, but those two 6 seconds back from this lead battle now. Finally, Giorgio Roda gets a bit of traffic going his way, puts a car between him and Kolovos, and is now in a hurry to do the same with the second car, and does so. Bob Yuan, I think, thought he'd left the door open to the inside, but Kolovos had been looking to try to get to the outside. nothing you could do about that. That was one driver trying not to obstruct the other.
Yeah, Giorgio's just taking some chances here in traffic. He's doing some pretty low percentage moves here, and you just got to be really, really careful here, because you can't just keep doing those moves and thinking the guy's going to see you and keep out the way.
Some car hopping here, under serious braking there from the number 4 car, and that's going to leave him a little bit vulnerable. Again, up the inside here, all three classes on the same apex, by the way.
That was close.
But he's been the winner then the loser in traffic there, Georgios Kolovos.
Kolovos was just wise enough just to breathe it and keep it out the way of the Corvette.
Well, the other thing that's happened in that exchange, by the way, look at the gap now between the Corvette and the AMG, but then loses that again, and I think that's with Ajit Kumar now just ahead of this pair, and the Corvette trying to get by the Ligier, unable to do it through the turns. 74 and 77. This is Dustin Blattner and Banksy.
Battling away, and Blake McDonald just behind there.
With the UNX by WRT car now between the two TF Corvettes, so that has cost a position for the 34 car.
Yeah, there's a lot of shuffling around here.
So Roda, Kolovos, Souza, Moller, Lacorte, United Autosports into Europol, Proton, High Class and Chetlar, your top 5. No change in the major running order for LMP3. It's still CLX Motorsport for Team Mirage and Forestier Racing by VPS. Then the RAce GP Duquesne. And in GT, QMMF by GetSpeed. Again, lead here. They are 15 seconds on the road. And where did that happen?
I think that was at turn 9.
Right, so into Europol competition, Georgios Kolovos has managed to finally get by Giorgio Roda.
Yeah, carbon copy, well not carbon copy, but it's very similar to yesterday's race, isn't it? And when Kolovos managed to get himself back past Roda, and Roda's just trying to manage the resource and the tyres on the car.
Well, this pair now catching our GT leader. Look at the lead. So this is it.
It went
Ran
deep.
wide. Yeah.
Yeah, it went deep. And Kolovos was like, "Thank you very much."
Yeah.
And it kind of sticks with the kind of the way things have gone over this last sort of couple of days. And Giorgio's got a lot of pace in the car, but he just doesn't seem to be able to make it stretch out over a longer run. And the 43 into Europol, yes, lots of nodding heads there, and certainly happier than in the United box.
Yeah.
Long way to go though. Only got 3 hours and 35 minutes or so to go, so there's plenty of racing yet.
Bob Graham, by the way, now up into, what is that, 4th place? 5th place. What a run from him. By Tony McIntosh now. I'm trying to
He's going to be out breaking the Settler car around the outside. No, not quite.
Now trying to close down Giacomo Petrobelli. Car 70, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for start procedure infringement. That's Daniel Schneider in the Vector Sport RLR car. He's running 12th at the moment in the overall.
I can see that the Origin car is going to be pretty close to P2 in maybe about 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, its pace has been fantastic. The confidence on the brakes is pro-like.
It is spectacular.
He clearly is incredibly comfortable in this car.
He is extremely comfortable.
This is, you know, with the Chinese motorsport market recovering from what was not so much a pause but a chasm during and after COVID. Now with the continuance and the strength of programs like GT World Challenge Asia, yeah, again.
Turn 9. I mean, he is committed, wildly committed. And they've even had a little bit of an adjustment on the BOP, haven't they? The Porsche's got another 20 kilos.
Dramas here for the leader. Georgios Kolovos is going to get a drive-through penalty for a start procedure infringement. Well, well, well. So he moves to the lead after 25 minutes of running, and almost immediately is dealt a penalty. So the 43 car leading this race will lose that lead with a drive-through penalty that must be taken very shortly indeed. This is the battle, meanwhile, for the lead in LMP3. It's in the hands of CLX Motorsport, Paul Lancher, but Roman Wozniak pushing hard to try to close that gap. Nick Adcock not that much further behind in 3rd place. as we watch all the battles up and down the pit straight. Let's go down to the pit lane with David Addison, find out who he's got to talk to.
Porsche team yesterday didn't really work out as you planned. It was a great last move. The stewards didn't like it.
Yeah, it was a great race. First of all, I think we can be very, very proud of the race we drove. In the end, it was unexpected. In the last hour, we went from P6 to first, but then until stewards office decision changed that. But regardless, we can be very proud of the race we drove yesterday.
Now, what about today? How's Antares getting on?
Yeah, he's doing very well, actually. Compared to yesterday, at least there's a lot less rain expected. So we're looking to at least drive a solid race, no mistakes, and he's managing quite well. Quite some track limits already out there, and he's keeping it between the right lines, so we're happy.
And just like yesterday, GT is a mega fight, isn't it?
It is. The field is hyper competitive, absolutely, and it's great. It's great for us drivers, very competitive. This championship is just all in all great. Strategy plays a big role in that, so no, we're happy to be here, and hopefully we're again competitive today.
See you on the podium. Thanks, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, GT racing worldwide is so massively strong, and you know, friends and colleagues at SRO have a huge part to play in that around the world, with just a myriad of opportunities of bringing in teams and drivers at every level. But there's something about when these teams and drivers discover mixed class racing, you heard it there from Luke Hartog, that just lights it up.
Yeah, it does, and it makes it really challenging, and I think we saw that a lot yesterday, and you know, we'll see it throughout today. You know, there's a number of drivers, whether they're bronze, silver, gold or platinum, who are dealing with this multi-class racing for the first time here at Sepang, and that really does present plenty of challenges, and we're going to see race altering events throughout today's race, which are, you know, going to certainly impact a number of teams.
Well, one of those is going to go the way of the race leader at the moment. Here's the 37 car. Is everything okay with that? That is the race leader, first in GT. How far ahead are they now? Nearly 20 seconds to the good. A remarkable early race performance from them. I'm wondering whether, when we see a replay of the start of the race, whether we'll see a side-by-side here with, is that the second?
It's Tony McIntosh.
It's the second JMR car.
Yeah.
Under pressure as well for the 74 Dustin Blattner.
Yeah.
Whether or not he pulled out from the line where you run through the grid hatchings too early.
Yeah, I think that could be what happened here. Side by side here, Dustin Blattner, Tony McIntosh, two of the best bronzes in the world right now. And Tony's just giving him just about enough room as they come up into the break point in turn 4. And Dustin's gone around the outside of Tony there just to get that spot and that position. But Tony will be just taking a bit of a breath, going, okay, all right, let's stick to our plan, stick to our rhythm. Let's not get thrown off by this. This car's had a new motor in it for today's race. And they know that this track is most probably the least competitive for the BMW M4. So it's just really all about just collecting as many points, keeping it clean, learning and understanding. Then when they get to Dubai for the next round, they should be stronger. And then at Abu Dhabi, I think that's likely to be the strongest race for the M4.
Something you've not done much of until your post-driving career, Ollie, is working with the bronze drivers. You were pretty much always in a full pro car. Tell us what you found about their approach, their motivations.
Well, it's pretty extraordinary to see the bronze drivers and their approach. You know, it is so thorough and so detailed now. You know, these guys are coming into the sport and wanting to fully immerse themselves into it. And, you know, whether that's Blake McDonald or Tony McIntosh, those two guys are, you know, really approaching this with a professional mindset. You know, whether that's with their fitness or whether that's with the working on the sim, or whether that's working with driver coaching or with the team. That whole approach is really the amount of testing they're looking to do. They want that time in the car and looking at all the opportunities they can possibly find to make themselves better, wanting to learn.
Phil Fair, by the way, that clash with Alex Maxwell in turn 2 is going to be getting a drive-through penalty as well. That drive-through for the 43 has already been served.
Bernardo Sosa going up the inside. Oh, he looped it around there, just got in a bit too deep with the P3 car.
A little bit overconfidence, the ability of his Orica there.
Yeah.
He's still learning.
He is. George, this damage on the front of the 4 CrowdStrike car, I think it's really starting to hurt him. I've seen him lock tyres coming into a number of slow-speed corners. There's going to be big vibration now off of those front tyres. He's going to be dealing with that, and every time you lock, it usually locks again back on that same spot, and it makes that vibration even worse.
John Falb in the APR car giving him a flash of the headlights pretty regularly here, saying, look, if you're struggling like that, please let me by. Oh, trouble here. This is trouble for the 89 EBM car and the 34 Racing Team Turkey, the Aston Martin from the locally based team, and TF Sports 34
EBM
Corvette.
just up the inside, and Sally just not really seeing him there, and turned in across. Is that Sally?
Tom Van Rompuy.
Tom Van Rompuy, excuse me. Just turning across him there, and the EBM car wasn't quite there, and it just was one of those incidents.
Track is declared wet. There will be some rain, either imminent or visible now. What does that mean? It means they can put on rain tyres from this point forward should they choose to do so.
Rain's coming big here.
And it's coming big.
Yeah. Oh, this is classic.
They're right
Sepang.
on the button with that call, weren't they?
Yeah. Whoa. And we haven't seen a radar shot, not just yet, but that looked pretty big, pretty nasty there at turn 4.
I do wonder whether or not that had a bit of a part to play.
It's possible. It is possible. But the weather usually comes from this part of the racetrack we're just coming to now, this sort of 7-8 section. That's usually where it comes from. But it's not wet there at the moment. But turn 4, I think, is about the highest point on the racetrack. The wet weather tyres here, and it's in the Origin pit.
Yep, every team will be ready with a set of Michelin wet weather tyres. Remember, it is one choice of slick and one choice of wet tyres, intermediate, something of a thing of the past nowadays in
They were great intermediates, loved those.
Loved them.
Yeah, brilliant. That would have been perfect for yesterday.
But we heard a couple of the guys telling us that intermediate right now would be fine. But the problem...
You can see the rain on the windscreen. Look at that. Oh, the big correction. Petrobelli backing up there, but the Origin car is on it. Absolutely on it. The way it generates the temperature in the tyre. Oh,
look at the
big
braking.
commitment.
Unbelievable.
Massive commitment. And he's got it stopped.
It was just about... It's almost like one of those shots you see for parachutists that looks like he's shooting up into the sky.
Well, Petrobelli's not
just
giving it up.
down.
No, he's not giving it up. He's trying to go around the outside. What a move. Oh, brilliant racing. Oh, the Origin Bob went round the outside. So, well, you can do round the outside, so can I.
Yeah. Well, we were talking just moments ago, Ollie, about the level of commitment from these, let's remember, bronze-rated non-pro drivers.
This was unbelievable coming up here. The amount of rain on the windscreen and just bouncing off the tarmac. But Bob's full commitment right over the apex curve there at turn 4. But Petrobelli's like, I'm not giving this up. I'm going to go round the outside of you at turn 5. But Bob was then round the outside at 6.
So Bob Yuan up to 4th place now. What a run.
He's absolutely on a tear.
Great to watch.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
It's truly entertaining stuff.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic to see.
Through all of that, by the way.
There's Lauren in the background, Lauren Heinrich. Go on, what a move.
And again, confidence there to pick his line on the inside of the LMP3 car. 3 cars here, almost 3 wide, with the McLaren fending off.
And now, huge weather.
Now, the problem is it's bone dry on part of the circuit.
Yeah, it's really caught everybody by surprise here, and that turn 3 section up to 4, everybody's it's really up to the teams now to be informing their drivers of that spot on the racetrack. Super important.
Worth mentioning, by the way, they will be looking to tough it out if they can, because no one yet is in a comfortable fuel position.
Yeah, we're getting more reports that there's other parts of the track here into turn 1, which is soaking wet down there, but Bob's deep on the brakes, and Petrobelli is not giving it up. He's giving as good as he's been given. And they've just understeered wide there.
Oh, the barrier.
Huge,
there's 2 cars involved there.
Yeah.
There's a car behind the number 70 car, and I wonder if we got
aquaplaning
water
there at turn 3.
I think there was that was not one incident, that was
turn
2.
Car 9, 66
is off. 6, 70 and 66
This is all
off.
there at turn 3. There's the Blake McDonald car. There's Bob in the Origin car who's trying to get his way through.
He's just taken 3rd place. He's about to take 2nd.
Yeah, but under yellow though, so he's going to have to give those back.
Car in the gravel exiting T3, exiting T2 on the left-hand side.
This is the Manti car. No! Oh, wow.
I think we're going to be getting a safety car very round. Here's further
United
trouble.
car. Okay, everybody's got to be absolutely dead slow through this turn 3 section.
Well, the 66 is absolutely out of it there.
No.
At 13:35:30, we'll be deploying virtual safety car.
Oh, no. Here comes the other Corvette. Oh, no.
We'll deploy virtual in
Unbelievable.
10,
That
9,
was Racing
8,
Team Turkey.
7, 6,
Just
5,
got to go so
4,
slow here. So
3,
slow.
2, 1. Virtual safety car. Virtual safety car.
So, huge drama out of absolutely nothing.
Oh,
We
wow.
saw wet race declared, no rain that we could see at that point. Seconds later, we're into that kind of scenario.
And it's just 1 or 2 kilometres too much, and all of a sudden the car is just on top of the water. You're a passenger, and it's just the finest of margins. And you are, as a driver in those conditions, an absolute passenger. And that's the real shame for all 3 of those teams. There are 4 of those teams that were involved in that.
And Yasser Shaheen, from a brilliant start to this race from him.
Oh boy, look at that.
Big damage to him. He's there in the car.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's at risk of injury, but it's just the amount of damage that it's done to those cars.
But, also in the gravel there was Tom van Rompuy. It certainly clipped. So this was accident by himself for Dan Schneider, first to find that standing water. And then immediately afterwards, in comes Phil Fayer. Did they make contact between each other?
Nose. Just the nose. I think they're going to be in trouble. And then here is the 66 car already.
And the 10.
And the 10. And that's the big impact to the front of that car. The JMR car will be done. We're on board here. This is with Banksy, I believe.
Not sure. I think.
No, sorry, that is the 10. That is the 10. Excuse me.
They've both got pink mirrors.
Yeah, they
annoyingly.
have. Oh wow. Oh, and here's the United car just spinning as well, but didn't hit anything.
And
but then it's
this.
Team Turkey. Oh boy, this is just in slow motion. It feels like it anyway.
The hit wasn't huge. It's a matter of what did it hit.
Yeah, the Team Turkey car. That's going to be the
That's
left
the
rear.
one. Yeah. The problem is that shock that's transmitted through the drivetrain.
Yeah, it's likely to have done at least the left corner and possibly even the drive shaft.
Yeah.
And then they've got to investigate into the gearbox.
Well, unsurprisingly, gaggle of cars on pit lane. So
yeah, we're just getting reports
the
here that
inevitability
the
is going to
stopped.
Yeah, absolutely going to wet. But as we've seen so
Look at
often
the line.
here,
Look at the line in the pit lane there. Wet, dry.
Attention to the pit wall. T2 all the way to T4. T2 all the way to T4. You bear totally right and take extra caution. We have marshals and equipment exposed. T2, T3 totally on the right hand side. Bear right
What's
at
really
T2,
important,
T3.
what's super important at those points where you get that much rain on the racetrack is the team have to be screaming at the driver what they need to be doing.
Yeah.
And how important it is for them to go as slow as they possibly can.
Yeah.
Because the driver is fully in race mode, and then all of a sudden they come to this point where it's totally soaked.
Here's
We
the 10 with damage
instructed
to the rear.
drivers to bear right at T2 all the way to T4. Right.
So both Manthey cars in the pit lane.
So Graham Boursier attempted to keep the cars safe, but more particularly to keep the intervention effort safe as well. Was trying to see whether or not Tom van Rompuy got out of that 34 car. But they're looking to lift it. That's the damage to the rear of the 10 car. The part that's ripped the diffuser clean out of the car.
Yeah.
The other part that you need to look at is where did the impact, we might get a chance to see it now on this left rear corner. Well,
That
you
looks
know what?
okay. It's just diffuser. I mean, I'm no expert on Porsches, but
What it's not done is hit it in the wheel, is
No.
what I was looking for. It's
Yeah.
hit rear of that. Now that's where the potential real dramas come from mechanical issues.
yeah, I think it's far deeper into the car.
Yeah, but it's clearly ripped that diffuser out off its mounting points. They're going to be taking a good close look
It's
at
going
that
to take
car.
some time to fix that, I believe.
Here's the one of the other spinning cars. This is the McLaren.
I don't think that car had any contact
It
with
didn't.
any other.
It didn't. Just delayed. And behind two is the number 20 car. Virtual safety car is deployed. Let's explain again what that means. There is no safety car at the moment on track. We'll see that shortly. That brings the cars down. It's effectively, at this point, a full course yellow. Okay?
Yep.
Let's see again. Dan Schneider helpless in that regard. Then Phil Fair comes in. He too
Joins
hits
him,
the
yeah.
barrier, doesn't hit the other car.
He doesn't, but he might have done damage to the drivetrain as well. And
Yeah.
this is the 66 already in the gravel, and the 10 then is making huge impact to the front of that car, the 66. The McLaren United car spins in avoidance, but manages to stop and miss everything. All the others. This is on board with the 10 car, and look at the windscreen. Can't see anything. Your passenger, complete passenger. Oh God, that is just the worst feeling when it all goes quiet.
Almost a glancing blow, but it was the angle it hit it.
T3
The
pair
damage
right.
is huge on the
T2,
Corvette.
T3
Yes, it
pair
is. And then here
totally
comes the
right.
Team Turkey car, just a little bit too much speed, and then he just cannons into cue ball like into the JMR car, which is tough. And we're back inside the 10 Manthey garage, just looking at the damage here on the rear. Mechanics looking at it. Yes, they are sort of urgency is sort of there, but I think
Backler
that
looking rueful.
yeah.
But he knows competitively the race is over. I mean, you know, they I'm sure will try to fix that car. This is our race leader.
And in this championship, for as competitive as it is, if you have a non-point scoring round, that really hurts your chance of taking the championship.
Right, now, just looking at this, CLX Motorsport led that race. Led this race, didn't they?
Yes.
They are on pit lane for a second time. They are burning both of their long stops under this virtual safety car.
Wow.
That's their strategy. They're not leading now. It's into Europol, go to the lead. But they've stopped. They've been in and out in 1 minute 44 seconds. That's more than 100 seconds. But they're back in now. I'm sure that's what they're doing. And my guess is, was that the number 1 car on pit lane? It is.
I think we were just seeing the Kessel car, slicks ready.
Well, let's go back down to pit lane. David Addison with Monza Racing.
Klaus Bachler, this wasn't in the game plan, was it?
Yeah, it's really bad situation. Car is a bit damaged. Of course, it's always difficult here. Suddenly rain is coming. But anyway, I mean, it was an unlucky situation also that the car was standing there, but I hope we could avoid it. Now the guys are trying to do everything to bring us out on track, but for sure it will be tough today. And I think we are already a lap down or 2 laps now. So it will be difficult to make some points, but we have seen this last year. You should never give up, and it's still some races to go. We try everything to do well for the rest of the season.
You have to feel sorry for Antares because the track surface is not the same, so that rain almost comes out of nowhere. Dry at one corner, soaking wet at the next.
Yeah, it's very difficult conditions. I mean, in the end, half of the track is fully dry, and then you have some corners fully wet. And yeah, from outside, it looks why he hit the car, but in the end, it was so much water there. You just need to cruise around because you get easily aquaplaning, and this is what happened. He was just aquaplaning with the slicks, and then once you have the aquaplaning, you can do nothing, and you're just passenger. And then, unlucky, there was a car standing there. Otherwise, we would maybe end up into the gravel, but yeah, now we are in the box.
Klaus, thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, you can sort of see, to start with, Klaus was really searching for the words there, and it's super tough. It's such a tough situation where you can sort of see it all unfolding, and as experienced pro, you're knowing that this is really the point where you've got to be all over the driver that's on track and telling him, informing him of the conditions and the situation, and it just, yeah, really unfortunate.
Moves to safety car now, as it always would. There is the Racing Team Turkey car back on track.
Wow.
I think what we've just seen, by the way, is the 92 Monza car taking the wet weather tyres off and putting slicks on.
Yeah.
Now, problem for Racing Team Turkey here is not just the damage, but also that the pits are closed. So whatever happens now, they're going to have to come back in.
Yeah, they are. And it looks like, oh, it's towing out.
Leader, slow down. Leader, slow down. Please, leader, to slow down.
Trying to get the safety car here.
Safety car right in this lap.
No, surely not.
Car 5, please wait for a safety car.
I think that they're just trying to get everybody in line here. And I think that left rear is not quite right on the Team Turkey car.
Thank you, car 5. Thank you, car 5. All cars to make the best to reach the queue behind the safety car.
Going to go straight in the box.
I think we've got a false message on the screen. The safety car is clearly not coming in this lap. 66 car is done. The 34 car is on the dollies.
Yeah, just taking it straight in the box.
Well, the good news in terms of massive damage is he was able to drive it back. Whether it's raceable is a different matter.
Surely the safety car is not coming in this lap.
No, they're not.
Because not everybody is going to be up behind it. Yeah, lights are on.
Has picked up the leader, which is Giorgio Roda.
Yeah, Giorgio then had to manage it, so they just had to talk to the team, and the team just then told Giorgio slow down, and then the safety car went by.
Let's take a breath for a moment.
Information to all teams, safety car in this lap is wrong information. I confirm safety car in this lap is wrong information, ignore.
Okay, so thank you very much, Gwen Boursier. Giorgio Roda leads the race for United Autosports in the 5 car from the 49 high-class racing car against Renault Muller. Georgios Kolovos into Europol, and Roberto Lacorte, top 4. John Falb now up into 5th place. With LMP3, Forestier Racing by VPS lead the race. Now they...
Okay, I know the conditions are tricky. All cars to make the best to pick up and reach the queue behind safety car.
Team Virage are second with Roman Wozniak. Fabien Michel up to 3rd with the RSGP 23 events, number 71 on Terence Woodward is 4th. But CLX Motorsports, Paul Loncher, who led the race coming into this virtual safety car, now safety car period, is down to 5th. But I'm as sure as I can be, they have burned both their long stops in that virtual safety car, which means they are now, well, handful of seconds behind on the road.
But in terms of...
I've gained massively.
Massive sort of amount of time regarding their pit stops.
Absolutely right. GT is in the hands of QMMF by GetSpeed. Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, not only was he quick, but he was got through that safely as well. Well done, sir. 18th position overall, middle of the LMP3 pack for the number 37 car. So he's 18th. Second place car in now troubled GT class is Kessel Racing 74 with Dustin Blattner. Lauren Heinrich is now aboard the Origin Motorsport car.
We have all cars together. The quicker we can go to the next step.
And my guess is that's going to be weather related.
Yeah, it could well be. It's early.
Well, dramas for Racing Team Turkey and the 34 Corvette. David Addison has hot-footed it down there, and he's got Charlie Eastwood to tell us just exactly what they know at the moment.
Charlie, I know we'd rather be talking on the podium. What's happened? How bad's the damage?
They're just assessing it at the minute. Obviously, it was just an unfortunate one. The aquaplaning for quite a few cars just caught Tom out slightly, so frustrating. We made some good ground yesterday, better than we thought, and wanted a clean one today to keep the championship sort of going forward. So let's see, we can still learn loads. You know, this is a new tyre for us. With TF, we're always on the Goodyear in WEC and ALMS, so it's good to get mileage if we can get the car back out.
There was also a coming together with the EBM Aston as well. It was quite a busy stint.
Yeah, I mean, the rain was, I think, already coming down at that point, and yeah, they both just looped round, and obviously he was trying his best to try and make up ground, and we could have maybe boxed for wets, but I think we would have went a lap down, so that's why we had to stay out, even though the weather was definitely wet at that point. So it's one of those ones. It's super tricky, but an unfortunate situation to be in.
And it's still teasing us now, the weather. People are on wet, so yet it feels like it stopped raining.
I mean, just with the humidity, you know very well in that race suit, it can dry so fast. But we seen there from T1 to T5 was torrential aquaplaning, and then from 7 onwards was like a qualifying sim. So yeah, it's always tricky when you come to this place at this time of year.
Fair point. Charlie, thanks very much.
Do you think Charlie Eastwood was implying that David Addison doesn't look at his best in that race suit?
I think he might be saying he looks a tad warm. Moist.
Well, let's take a quick look back while we get a bit of chance to breathe behind this safety car at the racing of the dramas we've had so far in this first hour of the 4 hours of Sepang. Start the race, it was Jens Greno Müller on pole position, and indeed Just looking to see what the problem there was for the interior pole car. Georgios Kolovos, Giorgio Roda grabbing the lead at the start of the race. Georgios Kolovos going side by side, trying to find a way through, finding his way blocked by Roda, but it was Jens-Reiner Moller that toughed it out through the inside, managed to get the car stopped through turn 3. Contact between United Autosport's Phil Thayer and the number 3 D-Car Engineering car that turned that car around was the sole drama we got in turn 2 on this occasion. It would be the number 3 getting back on track with Alexander Matchell after getting the car turned around. The GT field managed to get through this time, and he would rejoin at the back of the pack. Lots of action in GT, battling for position. Yasser Shaheen battling away with the 37Q MMF by Getspeed car. Giorgio Roda would neatly, tidily and very professionally get by for the lead. This was Bob Yuan in the Origin Motorsport car, employing a dive-bombing tactic very effectively to move up the field. Kolovos in the 43 was next to take an opportunity to get by Jens-Reiner Moller. Battle between the 66 of Yasser Shaheen and the number 9 Getspeed car. 15 car in trouble with Memo Gidley, or a steering failure. That car, by the way, is back on track. Watch the extent of the problem here for Memo. Yeah, that bad. 5 and the 43 battling for the lead, and Kolovos would go through but would very soon be dealt a penalty for a start infringement. And this was Bernardo Souza in trouble. His little overconfidence in traffic catching him out. There's a further look at Memo Gidley's issues before the stop. Tag between the EBM Aston Martin and the Racing Team Turkey Corvette, and then out of seemingly nowhere, Sepang's speciality rainstorm didn't stop Bob Yuan taking another position, this time from the Ecuriacos Blackthorn Aston Martin. But it would be dramas galore as it started to pour. First to hit trouble and the barrier, Daniel Schneider in the 70 car, then Phil Thayer. Both those cars, by the way, are back out and running, but it was further drama here initially for Yasser Shaheen. It caught him out, tagged by and Sarasau in the number 10 car. That car is in the pits, the 66 unsurprisingly out the race. There's no contact for Mark Rossner in the United Autosports car. This is the in-car view from Sarasau, helpless. Yeah. So shocked, I think, by the lack of grip, and then of course gets his windscreen filled by the approaching McLaren. No contact for McLaren, but there was contact for Tom Van Rompuy. Rear-to-rear contact between the two Corvettes. Racing Team Turkey back in the pits, but with damage, and we're under a safety car. This is where we are. United Autosports number 5 car in the hands of Giorgio Roda leads the race. High-class racing, and then a 49 car into Europol, Chatelard Racing, Algar Pro Racing and Proton Competition, the top 6. After dramas up and down the field. But to reiterate, the 2 cars that were in trouble and off track are back on track. For SDA Racing by VPS, the number 29 car leads LMP3 from Team Varage's number 8 and the R-Ace GP number 85. The 2 first cars, Ligiers of course, then the Duqueine. It is the QMMF by Getspeed AMG that leads in GT from Kessel Racing 74 Ferrari and the Origin Motorsports Porsche. But there's already been strategy in play here. 3 cars at the moment in trouble. JMR 66 Corvette in terminal trouble. Yet to be seen just how bad the damage is either for Montai's number 10 or the 34 Racing Team Turkey car, the Corvette. But 2 cars, Ollie, in LMP3 have taken, I think, their 2 long stops. I'll explain that. Every car in LMP3 needs to do 2 stops at any point in this race of 100 seconds each.
Yeah, tactically that is the smart move, isn't it?
After that, you can turn the car around as quickly as you like.
Yep.
Okay, let's try to keep the gaps to a maximum of 5 cars lengths. All cars to close the gaps.
As Gremboursier deals with that, I'll explain to you the advantage that this may play for CLX Motorsports. Valuable enough, Ollie, for them to give up the lead, emerge in this train in 5th position, but they've had an extra pit stop and it's a long one. Which means
they know that's going to pay them back later in the race.
Well, it means that they know they're going to have exactly the same number of pit stops as everybody else, but the next one, they'll be 20 to 25 seconds quicker, and behind the safety car, and remember, therefore the gaps are bigger, smaller, depends on the way you want to measure it, they're less than that behind the leader.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The other car, by the way, I believe has taken 2 is Ajit Kumar in the Team Viraj car. And that car is at the back of the field in LMP3, but again will draw that advantage. So let's, quite often, it's a different sort of race in LMP3.
Look at that radar.
Safety car in this lap.
It's like an alien invasion, isn't it?
No, if you're doing the strategy here, I absolutely have full sympathy with you.
Yes, absolutely.
Because that's just going to be impossible to call.
We are in lap 3 of safety car. Pit entry is still closed.
You could have shown that map there as a still from Independence Day, the movie, and people would have believed it.
Well, good luck, lads. Good luck, everybody.
Safety car in this lap, and the rain's gone.
Yes.
And Rain's seen just how dry it is at the point of problem earlier. Well, they're about to find out.
A couple of cars still got their wipers on, but I think that's maybe just drivers who just left them on and forgotten that they're there.
Well, 43 runners back out on track at the
No
moment.
overtake before the line.
And big advantage here to
Green flag, green
Giorgio
flag.
Roda, although
Jens Renault Müller has just backed everybody up.
well, he's backed it up, and that may not be the world's silliest idea here. Clear run to the line at least.
Yeah. So we can't get past. We can then attack the P3 car that's in front as they come down into turn 1. And how wet is it here now? Still a little bit of spray, and everybody's going to be tippy-toeing their way through this.
The other point is, what tyres are these cars on?
Yeah, there's plenty of different options out there, I believe.
Well, did see the 92 car come in for a second time. They switched to wets for 1 lap and back onto dries. And I think you saw another car doing the same.
Yeah, I think Kessel, maybe it was the 74 car doing the same. So everybody's going to be if you're on slicks, got to be super careful through this section of the racetrack where the big incidents were, 3 and 4. Just got to tiptoe your way through. And then once you're from here onwards, it's dry.
Yeah.
It's full dry. So I'm pretty sure most of these cars are going to be on dry tyres right now.
We're about to see, because if you're on wets, it's going to be about 2 laps and they're going to be destroyed.
Well, I'd say about turn 9 they'll be done.
But still, over 3 hours to go. I'm going to reiterate, by the way, remember Gidley back on track after that steering pump failure.
Yeah, that's helped them. This safety car period really helped them. I think Giorgio's just gone deep there again into turn 1. He might have just given up the lead. Yes, he has. And are these? Is this a mix here in tyres? In tyres, yeah.
Well, have they played a conservative game here, and is he going to catch them out?
Yeah, 5 we're hearing is on wets.
So that's not going to last. It's just not going to last. It's almost survival until he gets back round to
very deep there. So is the into Europol car. Super deep there into turn 14.
Georgios
Yeah, car just not stopping.
Yellow's at turn 9 at the moment, by the way, so there's dramas there for somebody. But this is, again, he's got no grip there.
No,
up the inside goes Jens Renault Müller. If he's on dry weather tyres, he needs to get by right now and then survive the next 3 corners.
Yeah, just got to stick with him as he comes down into turn 1. And with no further rain at the moment, this is a change for position here.
This is for
side
third.
by side coming down into turn 1.
That's John Falb on Georgios Kolovos.
I think Falb was just like, yeah, okay, I'll let you have it. But then looking to come back up the inside at turn 1. And again, what is the combination here on tyres for these two? Who's got what on? And is the Inter Europol car on the wet tyre and John on the slick?
Well, I think he is, because look at the gap.
Exactly.
It's fascinating. It's almost comedic. But I bet it's not funny from John Falm's point of view at that moment.
No, I'm sure it's not.
But now that it gets back to the dry weather section of the tyres, it can eat him up again, side by side. Which position? This is now for 9th and 8th position. So far back, that number 9 car fell back in the the melee.
Yeah, I think it had a bit of a run, didn't it, with an issue when it first got wet. They got a bit caught out. And then, yeah, there's his sole remaining JMR car that it's battling with.
So now Muller all the way back up to the rear of the United Autosports car.
Drive off of here, and he'd be around the outside here.
If he's
Can he
on,
make it stick? No, but Giorgio's just hanging him out there and just pushing him back.
but here's the thing, are they on different tyres, or is one of them just working it harder?
George just trying to get past it. Was that the 88 Felbermeyer car?
The 88 from by and the number 4 CrowdStrike car, dealing with the race leader, by the way, the 29 car in LMP3 at the moment. Nick Adcock having a much better day today. This is the battle for 7th, and being caught, by the way, here, this pair, by Michael Jensen, who's on a good run at the moment.
Deep again there at turn 14.
And this is Georgios Kolovos having dropped way back.
Yeah, and is that Bernardo Sosa?
It is Bernardo Sosa, and here comes Roberto Lacorte as well. So it's been a side-by-side.
Yeah, just giving each other just enough room. There's Faub, and he's gone to the lead. Faub has gone to the lead. And is he the only car that's on the slick?
I think he is. I think that's exactly what's going on here. Only car in the lead, 4 or 5 at this point. There's Jens Muller. I think they're both on wets. I think Faub is on the slick.
Yeah.
There goes Sousa. He looks to be on the slick as well.
He'll be loving this with all of his rally experience.
Absolutely. There, Georgios Kolovos is really struggling now, but now finally finds the tyre he needs underneath him for about the next 300 metres.
Cool.
It does give me an idea for a brand new form of motorsport.
God, this is treacherous stuff, and these guys doing a great job here, just trying to keep it on the racetrack. And these cars are not easy to drive in these tricky conditions. Leclerc just looking to come by there. Yeah, so we just hear further reports of other teams getting ready with their dry tyres. Blake McDonald there in the Corvette Z06 just having a big wiggle. I think he's on the dry tyre, and maybe that BMW that's battling with him now is on the wet.
Well, to give you an idea of where we are in terms of pace here, John Faub last lap around a 2:05, 7.62. Georgios Kolovos a 2:12.5. That's the difference there. And I suspect we've got similar things going on up and down GT as well.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
so much going on here in LMP2. It's difficult to keep track of those individual lap times. Algar Pro Racing lead the race for the number 20 car. And if John Falb can carry on at this rate, there could be a mighty advantage for them here.
43 running wide there at 7 and 8, and that's let the Settler car through, and that's the reason for that change. I think the Settler car is on slicks.
I think you're right.
Okay, I'll just note that down again. You said on
2-1.
right, it's 2.
Into the second hour of this race, still side by side, the 9 and the 11 car. This time the advantage to the AMG though, and now the 11 car under pressure from the Aston Martin, the Courier Cos car. Bernardo Sousa
Round the outside, going very deep, but he's got past Jens Muller.
But now, if Muller is on the wets, and we think he is, yeah, Kolovos has decided that's enough. And the Chedlar car was in as well.
Yeah.
So was they on the wet? Were they on the wet?
Looks like it.
Drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for United Autosports car number 6, Phil Fayer.
Oh, wow. It was the 23 events car, I think, yep. And he just locked up the rears and so nearly took out Blake McDonald. Blake was eyes everywhere, avoiding that. Great work.
Bernardo Sousa now on Giorgio Roda. I'll repeat that, by the way. Phil Fayer, a drive-through penalty for a safety car infringement. Wet's coming off that car, and it will be dry weather tyres going on that car. We can see them sitting there to the left-hand side.
Yeah, I think Sousa could easily catch John Falb here. And I think this is going to hand a decent advantage to the 20 and the 22 here.
Well, you say that. John Falb has just gone around the 2:02. Giorgio Roda, a 2:09 behind him.
Yeah.
They need to get this sorted in terms of strategy rapidly, or we're going to be having some big gaps here.
Yeah, Sousa's past
straight
Roda.
off the Jens Muller, straight off the track there.
There we go, Sousa going past Roda, and I think you've just spotted that, Graham. Yeah, Jens René Müller through the gravel trap. This is down at turn 11.
Yeah, he gets back safely.
Oh, he's got a lot of gravel there. Whoa, I'm not sure many of the other runners are going to appreciate that. Certainly at turn 12 there, you're high load. And turn 12, turn 13.
This has put a massive shake-up into this field.
Yeah, he just got on the curb there, just could not get the car slowed up, just got sucked into the gravel trap.
Real shame. He's had a really good run to this point, and it's the weather that's been the...
Like yesterday.
Yeah, the trump card, hasn't it? Exactly. The difference here is the remarkable thing, though, is that damage to the rear of that 13 car? Am I just an optical illusion?
No, it is damage. It is damage.
Damage to the right rear.
Yeah. The EBM car looking to go around the outside there. So one of the
89 car, and that is the...
Virage. It's a Virage car.
I think you're right.
Oh, that was the Felbermeyer Jr. going round the outside there of the United McLaren. I don't know how he made that stick. It was an absolute balancing act all the way around the outside on the brakes into turn 11.
The vast majority of the LMP2 field opts to pit now. Right, so trouble, I gather. We hear from David Addison coming into pit lane. We'll watch this again.
He just was tight. Look at this. He's just absolutely right on the edge, on the limit of the racetrack there. A real tightrope walk.
Yeah, Jens René Müller coming into pit lane and not able to drive straight to his pit box. Did be pulled back. That's going to cost them some time. Some pit lane congestion with the CrowdStrike car. Lots of P2 cars on pit lane now. Now, is this routine fuel for some of these cars, do we think? Or is it? I don't believe this is all those cars switching tyres. We've had one car, that's the number 6 of Phil Fayer, has served his drive-through. Still third, by the way. Still patches of wet, but it's not enough to warrant those wet weather tyres anymore. That's blindingly obvious from the lap times.
Yeah, and we've had a number of teams come in and switch from their bronze driver, certainly the P2 ranks, and get their pros in the car. And that's where Bernardo Sosa has gone. He's pitted. Yeah. Felipe Lasser's now on board the 22.
Well, to give you an idea, I mean, Giorgio Roda, the 5 car, we think is still out there on wet weather tyres?
Yeah, you've got to wonder how much longer.
Well, to give you an idea, his last lap time was slower than Bob Yuan in the Origin Porsche.
But Bob's been mighty in that Porsche.
Roda now heading towards David Addison on pit lane.
Four wide into 11. That's never going to work, but somehow it did.
And you're the expert.
I know. It's like they were fanned out 4 wide, and all of a sudden they managed to sort themselves out.
Well, remarkably through all of this, there's been remarkably little incident beyond the incident that brought out the virtual safety car. Here comes
Apart
Giorgio
from the
Roda.
massive crash with the 2 Corvettes.
John Falb on pit lane has left his race. Not John Falb, it's Giorgio Roda. John Falb leads the race, and he's going to have a 45-second gap to Sean Milacey. That's what this has done with, as it turned out, the correct tyre choice.
Yeah, but Falb owes them a pit stop, yeah?
He'll have stopped at a virtual safety car for fuel.
Yeah,
but we're not a million miles away from him needing tyres, but his gap to Chetelaar Racing, I'm sorry, it's not 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
It is, yes. But they are going to need to get in to switch to their pro in the 20 car.
Under investigation for unsafe releases, the number 1 Team Virage car. Ajith Kumar is out of that car. Narain Karthikeyan is aboard that car. First ever Indian driver in Formula 1, of course.
It's the first time we're going to see Karthikeyan actually on board, isn't it?
I think
in
that's
the race.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. But good to see him back in sports car racing.
Yeah. Larsa there, looking like he was trying to get the car in and through turn 7, just trying to get things going and warmed up. And, we're just seeing a replay here of something here at turn 2, and what's happened here. Who's got the 70?
Is that Banksy still aboard the car?
Yeah, the 77 car just looping around there, kind of on its own.
Yeah.
Just getting the rear tyres just up to temperature on that wet weather, on the wet surface, just looping it around.
And with thanks to all my professional friends, my messaging apps have just lit up. No, I'm not having a stroke. I was just slightly confused for a moment.
No incidents.
Let's go down to pit lane, where we've got, well, not a newcomer, but a welcome returnee to sports car racing with David Allison.
Gustavo Menezes, it's good to have you back in sports cars, but it's been a challenging weekend. Hasn't it been? A bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, after a 2-year hiatus, it's always a little bit difficult coming back, but couldn't ask for a better environment. Fantastic team, good group of guys, and it's an interesting one to come back to. As you can see, need a little bit of luck, a bit of gambling, and keep the car safe, and looking forward to the next few hours.
A situation like we've just had with rain at certain parts of the track, dry elsewhere. How much of that strategy call on tyres is from the garage? How much is Jens in the car?
Both. Honestly, it's a team effort. But I feel like we made a good shout on our pit stop. Unfortunately, just a small off now. But it's a long race, and to be honest, if you took that thing 5 times, I think you'd have 5 different answers. So.
The other drama in the pit stop, of course, there was traffic in front, and Jens had to overshoot a little bit, and just losing crucial seconds. It all adds up.
Yeah, as you saw yesterday, the VSC brought the whole group back together, so we've got a few hours to see what happens. I'm sure there's some more drama to happen still.
Best of luck, thanks.
Yeah, good to have Gus Menezes back. Previously a hypercar racer with both Glickenhaus, bless her memory, and Peugeot. Happy to say that 34 Racing Team Turkey Corvette is back out and running.
That's great.
But it's now going to drive through penalty for track limits. I'm hoping one of the track limits wasn't it crashing through the 66 car. Yes, that would be unfortunate.
Just a long shot there from up at T4, and the clouds still look very moody and dark, and looks like they're pretty laden with another storm, so I think we are going to get some more wet weather here before too long. So all of the strategists and the guys behind the laptops will be working super hard to understand when that's going to arrive.
Yep, strategists is going to be the word of the day.
Yes,
now. Would be worth us just bringing viewers up to date with what's going on in GT in a moment or two. This is the battle for third between Proton and APR. It's now Felipe Laza at the wheel of the 22 car. What a great start to the race from Bernardo Souza. Fal leads. Charles Lacey is closing the gap, but he's got aboard the car as the Platinum driver, as he is. He's closing in on John Fowle. John's an absolute cracker. Felipe Laza up to third. From Enzo Trulli now, Nick Cassidy with the 43 car in a very good position indeed in GT. And the GTs, by the way, are ahead of the LMP3s. It is still the QMMF by Get Speed car of Abdullah Al-Ghlafi ahead of Bob Yuan. Are we surprised? And Dustin Blattner, but the gaps are way down. It is just a 3-second gap now to the Origin car and a 4-second gap to Dustin Blattner. AMG from Porsche, from Ferrari, and in LMP3, Team Voyage's number 8, Roman Wozniak, leads from RSGP now. Duquesne and Fabien Michel, 23 events, Terence Woodward.
Yeah, Enzo Trulli here, just battling away here with Felipe Laza. Enzo was impressive yesterday in this Algarve Pro Racing number 25 car, and yeah, I think that he's got a bright future. I know that he's been with the team through most of this season, hasn't he?
He has,
just sort of shadowing them and seeing what's going on. We're actually, when we were having dinner last night, Enzo came in and he was sitting at the table across from us with his father.
He was.
Jarno was there, and yeah, it's great to see Jarno here and supporting his son, and just being a watchful advisor.
Yeah, and being the opposite of a karting dad as well. He's there and watching over, as he should, the kind of commercial sides of things, and being sure that he's happy with the performance side of things, but he's taking a step back and allowing the professionals at APR to do what the Algarve pros do at Algarve Pro Racing. And to be blunt, that has been consistently to produce crews together that are capable of winning races and championships, and they've never shown it better than here in the Asian Le Mans Series. Car number 1 is going to get 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That is the Carthaginian pedalled at the moment Team Virage car. That CLX Motorsport car, by the way, that we thought had pulled an absolute blinder, has been in again for another minute. Now that's a bit odd, and that has, I think, dropped it off the lead lap of the class. So is it not just strategic genius? Is there a problem for that car?
UNX just going through on the 21 car there, and is that the Aston Martin just up behind with its... So no, it's Giacomo Petrocelli still on board. Yeah, as he should be, because he still hasn't done his drive time. But yes, the order has got sort of shaken up in GT.
It has.
Through all of those incidents, and those incidents that we actually had, Graham, remember those?
Yes.
We did have a couple of incidents, didn't we? Yeah, big, rather large ones. Yeah.
Yes.
Just thought I'd bring that up, see if you
It's not
remember.
been clean running, no. Drive-through penalty, I'm afraid, for Tom Van Rompuy, spinning in the pit lane. Sorry, car 1 spinning in the pit lane. So further woes for them. Well, we're talking about Algarve Pro Racing. Let's talk about Nielsen Racing now. David Addison's hot foot down there and is speaking to Asia Le Mans Series race winner Crichton Lentudis.
Crichton, how horrible was that stint in that weather?
Well, we have survived with the slicks in the very wet corners. 1, 2, 3 was really very wet. So that was an important thing, and we took a good call not to put the wets, so I think we have saved some time.
Was there any warning that the rain was coming, or suddenly it was just wet?
No, suddenly it was pissing down.
But you survived?
Yeah, I survived. Yeah.
And you're still in the fight?
Sorry?
Still in the fight for the win?
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, quite
technical term there.
I'll just reach to my International Broadcasting Standards book and apologise for the slightly colourful language from Crichton, but expressive. That was the 26 car, wasn't it? 20.
Yeah, turn 2.
Turn 2.
Yeah.
Breton Racing. Let's hope they can actually get back on track. It's going to be wet there, though. So is he going to get enough traction? And he just about is.
Engaging the 4-wheel drive.
Indeed. That car doesn't have. Jacek Delonka, the Polish driver aboard that car. 3 wide, one of which is in a ditch there, coming out of turn 15, and loses out badly as a
Traction
result.
will be limited.
Yeah.
Definitely at that point.
4 cars in a row with variety still. That is the 15 car coming back, by the way. This is what happened to Zelonka.
Yeah, just looped on its own. As he drop away there, the front axle gets really loaded and the rear just goes light. And
it's
just
still damp
unhooked.
there.
Yeah.
I think that's the point. This corner and the following corner still with damp patches, without doubt.
Yeah, you can see everybody's quite sort of careful and ginger there, just trying to make sure that the car's not going to fly all the way down the grass.
It's the same car.
Yeah, it's got this sort of like attachment to the running on the grass.
54 car. Who's aboard that car? It is Thomas Floor flooring it.
Indeed. Yes, it's got the off-road setup on that 296.
Absolutely. So
it's a fast car. It's fast on every sort of surface.
Well, you know, this is a full WC setup for them. It's not an GT3 spec car, but Thomas with Francesco Castellacci joined here.
At this point, when you're going down the grass like that, it is one of those things you don't want to pull the car off that surface quickly. You want to just ease it back on to the racing surface, but all the time you're out there on the grass, you just don't know what's coming. There could be a big hole in the grass that you could just drop into, and all of a sudden the car's just turning sharp left straight in the guardrail.
What we needed there was a camera in the AF Corsa garage and a picture of Alessandro Pierguidi as he saw that.
Just losing.
The reigning world champion. As I say, he and Antonio Huoco have been to Tashkent and back since...
how many hours?
25 hours travel. I think they did kind of several sectors just for the points, though. Yeah. And we have George Kurtz on the left there.
Molt Jacobsen
on the right.
Very fresh-faced.
So, man on the left, part of the Mercedes-AMG Formula One ownership team. Man on the right, Peugeot factory driver.
Louis Delatraz now on board the number 4 car. Looks like they've fixed the damage there that was on the nose of that car. Must have done that at the stop.
That car, 7th place and just over a minute down right now. In fact, that was the pass for 6th place. That will show up the next order. Felipe Larza, by the way, has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:56.650.
That 22 Proton car is very quick.
It's looking good, isn't it?
It is.
Charles Malaysia, by the way, of course we'd expect this, has now taken 30 seconds out of John Falb since we went back to green flag running. It takes nothing away from John Falb's efforts here. What a stint from him.
It is. Spectacular.
But he's still aboard the car, and just looking, he's the only bronze driver still at the wheel of those cars.
Yep. So this is Mimo Gidley managed to get the car fixed and back out. Kessel Racing doing a fine job there, but they are a couple of laps down now to the leader.
It's sort of question why John Falb's still at the wheel of that car.
Well, they're just waiting. They are waiting for the next stop, most probably, the next fuel tank.
Just the way that they've gone with virtual safety car didn't quite work.
Yeah. So I think that's the key thing here. They've got a little bit of wiggle room here. They know that they've got some time to play with, and so they're just sort of running the clock down here and just getting further into the race before they bring John in. And they've got that 43 seconds. And I know that they are losing a lot of time to Charles Malaysia, but they've got that time to sort of play with right now.
Well, here's the point. I think they're amongst the only team that have actually kept to a standard fuel strategy with that one stop. They've got great mileage here. There's only so much fuel you can put in the car at a given time, and since Charles Malaysia has been out in this race, they're running down their fuel clock as well. So the longer John can stay out here, the better it is if he's in the lead.
Yeah, Tony McIntosh here in 4th place. He's had a strong race. He's been always in and around the top 4, top 5. That new motor they've put in certainly has turned their fortunes around from yesterday, where they were really a little bit, well, it was down on power. He's battling away here with the Get Speed number 9, Wakison Son, and he's putting the pressure on. This Get Speed Mercedes has been extremely quick throughout the weekend.
Let me give you
the car in GT.
Give you an update. I know that a few people have been waiting for. Yasser Shaheen is back at JMR's pit. He's been to the medical centre for checks and he's okay.
Yeah.
That's pleased to hear that, because that was a couple of big hits for him.
Truly looking to put the move on Lazar, and he's done it round the outside. He used that traffic, great pick there, and he's got through on Lazar as they go up to turn 4. Lazar's not going to give it up, and he's looking to go around the outside, but I think Truly's got the pace here to drive away.
And actually closing in on Lazar as well is Nick Cassidy. He's having a fine run here as well. New fastest lap of the race goes to James Allen, 10th place for the RD Limited car.
Wacky Sakasan, I think, come up the inside here of Tony McIntosh. Tony,
great battle.
Good battle, but Tony sort of gave it to him, recognised, okay, he's got a slightly quicker car, off you go, and I'll just want to keep the car clean for my teammates.
Great stuff from Enzo Trulli there.
Yeah, really good move, really logical and intelligent thinking in racing there, using that slower GT traffic to get through.
So Enzo chatting away last night with Alex Gibaut, who's the head of Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. He is their selected driver for this coming season, and will be doing a lot more racing in this region, not in an Oreca but in a Porsche. But what a pick he's going to prove to be.
Yeah.
Replaces now Porsche factory driver Dorian Boccolacci. Should have been with us in this race, Dorian, but with the withdrawal before competition started at the Phantom Global Porsche, we won't be seeing him for the full season at least. But Enzo's got that done and is driving away here. John Falb still fending off. 33 seconds now, beginning to wane his pace though.
Nick Cassidy there is right on top of Felipe Lazar. And maybe this Proton car and Lazar had that 1 lap pace, but Nick Cassidy is now sizing him up down the inside as we come into turn 1, and he's got the job done there. And maybe Lazar won't want to give it up quite so easily. But as you go through this turn one, Cassidy telegraphed that pretty obvious there, that I'm not going to allow you to come around the outside of me there. I'm taking this corner and this position.
And there's Latour, by the way.
He's part owner now, isn't he?
Is he really? Of APR?
Yeah,
Well,
I believe
that's good
so.
stuff. Long-time racer.
It was a good move here by Nick Cassidy. Laza was going to try and make it difficult for him by going around the outside, but then just right around about here, you see Nick Cassidy really sort of flex his muscles a little bit and sort of knew that he just had to push him out a little bit, and then he would have been, Laza would have been out on that wet tarmac, and it would not have been good.
Yeah, it was almost a message of, yes, I have got this much grip. But look at how quickly he's on the rear of Enzo Trulli.
Yeah, that into Europol car is very quick.
Two very talented drivers at two different stages of their career. Enzo Trulli making that move to sports cars. Nick Cassidy coming back into sports car racing alongside his Formula E efforts. We've seen him in the Asia Le Mans Series back in 2020 in an LMP2 Ligier, if I remember rightly.
You saw the difference in lines there where Nick Cassidy tried to go a little bit tighter. We've got the EBM car coming up the inside of Blake McDonald in the TF Sport Corvette.
So that is for 9th. That's Martin Berry and Blake McDonald having a bit of a tussle.
And I think that Martin had maybe had a little bit of contact with somebody because he was missing that right side wing mirror. It was hanging off and flapping around.
Yeah, we had the side-by-side contact, didn't we, with, was it the 34?
Team Turkey.
Yes. So that's bumped into Martin's son. It's in the paddock earlier this weekend, here to watch Dad. I know Martin has got ambitions of driving at some point internationally with his lad. Good to have you here, Sunshine. Dad is lighting up the sports car racing scene as a bronze. It's great to see it. He'll be back in the WEC for another crack with AMG. Yeah, that mirror is flapping alarmingly. Now we've got the Trulli Cassidy combo. Car hopping, and in fact
just
falls off.
Yeah.
I think it might actually have been hit by the 25 car.
It's unfortunate.
Watching here for the gap between Charles Lacey and this pair. 10.5 seconds it is. Louis Delatraz, by the way, closing it on Felipe Laza now. There he is there. So he's not that far away from this battle. From a point where Cassidy looked like he might be looking to have a go at Trulli, Trulli's actually made good his escape for a moment.
Yeah, he has, and it just ebbs and flows a bit here with traffic. It's just depending on where the traffic is caught and the sort of corner it's at, you know, really does depend on where that advantage goes. And there's a difference in line at this corner in particular, where Enzo goes through it and the way that Nick Cassidy's been going through it. And you know, Nick Cassidy there got really caught up with that traffic and just really pinched the exit off for him, so he couldn't flow the speed. So that's going to advantage again Enzo. He's going to just stretch that lead out a little bit more, and Nick's going to have to rebuild here to try and catch back up to the gearbox of that 25 car.
John Falb still 30 seconds plus ahead, and still
when the stop is for them.
He's only pitted once. We've been running now for an hour and 28 minutes.
Yes, 19 laps he's done in this stint.
What was his first stint?
18. So it's going to be pretty close. They could be pitting this lap or the next one.
Of course, remember, we have had virtual safety car time amongst this lot, but shown good pace.
Yeah, I would say it's going to be lap 20,
we say
maybe
it
21.
We say it often, if you're looking for a spark of inspiration on the strategic front, often look no further than Argyle Pro Racing. They are capable of pure genius on that front, and sometimes that pure genius pays off and sometimes it doesn't. About to see which way that's going to go with the 20 and 25.
Yeah, they certainly do think outside the box a lot of the time.
They most certainly do, and you know, you've been with me in the Asia Le Mans series with some absolute blinding stuff. I remember one in particular, a run down pit lane at Yas Marina under a safety car that sent one of their cars from last to first,
yeah, it was
and a win. It was quite Lentudis.
Yeah.
his first win in sports car racing.
So prepare for full course yellow.
That may well be that mirror.
Yeah, it could be 15 seconds, I believe.
We saw the mirror coming off the EBM car. I wonder whether or not there's concern. It's quite a chunk of carbon fibre.
The wind's really picked up now, as we're seeing there from the pictures. There are full course yellow.
So, turn the volume down for a moment or two. You may well hear from Graham Boursier what this is about. He'll be dealing with the incident, or the issue rather, first. We've got 2.5 hours to go, so 90 minutes run here. Look at this, is the lead pair, by the way, in GT.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pit, aren't they, directly after this?
They have to pit afterwards.
Yes.
But, yeah, but
because it's going to be their hour and a half is up, the 90 minutes is up for the bronze drivers, minimum drive time.
It's, yes, if they've got a silver gold, yeah, yes, you're right. It's the easy way of saying it, that's right, 3. So, but there it is that mirror. And that would be me being right at 3-2. QMMF by GetSpeed leading Origin Motorsport, Bob Yuan, and then Dustin Blattner, actually closer to the Origin Porsche than the Porsche is to the AMG. That's the 1, 2, 3. GetSpeed's number 9 AMG. Then Tony McIntosh in the 69 Team WRT BMW. Then Giacomo Petrobelli in the Acuricos Blackthorn Aston Martin. I'll go on the garage wall. Decent bit of Aston Martin there. Ron Leica, by the way, who looks after Aston Martin parts supply here in Southeast Asia, alongside his other job, which remarkably is the GT manager for AF Corse in the LMS and WC. Yes, looks after Aston Martin as an agent here in Asia, and looks after the global teams for AF Corse and Ferrari, International Motorsport, everywhere other than here. So
he's busy.
So
lots of travelling.
He'll be down there at the moment presenting EBM with the pricing options for a new mirror.
Back to green.
Bluish skies up there, but still heavy thunderclouds. And we have had thunderstorms most days here. You can see there's rain somewhere in the distance.
This is not going to end. I'm sure we're going to have some more rain before the end of this race.
Back up to full green flag running.
So the number 3 car was completely hidden behind that United McLaren. I thought we were sort of seeing this enlarging,
like a transformer.
Yeah, it was very strange.
Charles Malaysi 30 seconds back from John Farber, the lead of this race. And Farber, we think, must be pretty much on fumes at this point. Enzo Trulli 5 seconds back, with Nick Cassidy back underneath the rear wing of the Algar Pro Racing number 25. Felipe Larza is now under pressure from Louis Delatraz. That's your top 6. AMG, QMMF by GetSpeed number 37 leads GT. Look at here, this is RD Limited and DKR, and it's a massive run up the inside there. Is that James Allen still? It is.
Yep.
On Griffin Peoples. So the more experienced of the 2 racers there. Double yellows at turn 12 right now.
That's a quick corner, that. They don't usually have a small spin there.
And they're gone, so someone's been off and back on again.
Yeah. Track looks pretty dry there now at turn 2 and 3. I think it is completely dry. And this is Enzo Trulli and Nick Cassidy resuming their battle. And Nick Cassidy's going to be able to put one over on Enzo Trulli. Nick just walking the car in a little bit there into turn 4.
Great test of the youngster, though, isn't it?
It is.
You know, Nick is a very accomplished racer indeed. Huge success in Japan. Highly rated. Delighted to see him coming to the WEC this coming season with Peugeot. And if Enzo Trulli can soak up this level of pressure, that bodes well for his future with Algar Pro, doesn't it?
Yeah. Enzo looks like he's nice and smooth. He's driving very cleanly. Doesn't look like he's using the car that much, whereas Nick, the car's just a little bit more lively, and you see it walking off the corner there. I feel that he's using Michelin's just a little bit more. Well, Enzo just had a bit of a walk off the corner as well, so
he's tuning in. He's getting some tips from you.
No, but it's here that they do drive quite different lines. Nick's a lot tighter than Enzo is.
Quick question: you got this strategy laps up in front of you.
Yes.
How many laps for Charles Malaysia?
14.
So it's not that big a spread, is there?
No. 14 laps out for Charles Malaysia and Enzo,
Hello.
Truly, and Nick Cassidy.
This is the IndyCar car back in Kentucky. That's Griffin Peoples and James Allen having another crack. Well, that shows spice from the youngster Griffin Peoples.
Yeah, he's not taking it, is he? Just dishing it out as well.
Well, you'll be learning with every lap on this. And I know you were talking to Kenny and the boys at DKR, and they're very impressed indeed with this young man, as we were last year with his efforts in LMP3. It's not a surprise to see him picked up at this level, but it's not been dropped by James Allen. And with a little bit of traffic here, there might be an opportunity for a little bit of spicy battling.
Yeah. Around the outside here, the GT traffic is just getting swallowed up.
Watch Peoples though, he's there.
He is right there. He's waiting for James Allen to make a little bit of a mistake. And is Peoples going to get a run on him now as we come through turns 3? I think he is around the outside.
Come on.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And who's going to be the last of the late breakers as they go up into turn 4? Peoples is just giving him a bit of pressure. James Allen is not having any of it though. It's not his first rodeo.
Yeah, that's a bit of experience from James Allen. He then just chops the front off the DKR car, but this is a cracking little battle.
It is. It's great stuff, and yeah, great to see Griffin Peoples got his elbows out.
We've got a bit of a drama potential at turn 14. Brief off by the look of it for the 51 Ferrari. I think that's back up.
Traffic again there, and it's left and right, and this is now James Allen on the United car coming down into turn 9.
This is Gregor Saucy.
Yeah,
he's got that done.
Saucy just got a bit mugged there with not just really being on it, and that's the thing with dealing with others in your class. Sometimes you present an opportunity and you've got to be ruthless, just got to go for it, and that's exactly what James Allen did.
Yeah, indeed. Charlie Somali is there having a bit of a moment at turn 14.
Lost it on the brakes into 14, and those Michelins are going to be getting quite tired by this point, and they're going to be really starting to degrade. It's a slightly different GT Michelin we've got here on the GT runners, and we know that they've still seeing quite big degradation, even though it's a harder compound here for this weekend.
Rain lights may be turned off, say race control, so they're not expecting rain anytime immediately at least.
Fingers hovering over the button, just in case.
I do have this impression of the race control here in Sepang that there's a massive red button in the middle of the room. That's probably the only thing they've got, okay? Through and around the inside of the number 11 TF Sport Corvette.
Blake McDonald there, just being smart, just keeping out the way of all the traffic.
James Rowe now.
Is it James Rowe?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, they've pitted. Let's see when that was.
So
just
and now
a lap ago.
It's the WRT and the Curiacos cars coming through in their battle. It is a battle for 5th place. Gets speed to number 9 as gone away a little, 4.7 seconds up the road now. The 23 events car just dips a wheel off track, falls behind at the moment the GT cars. I have to say, the LMP3 cars are being swamped today by the GT3s.
Yeah, they are.
In part, that's because of strategy and burning some of those
longer stops.
The longer stops,
yeah.
But
still, in performance-wise, it seems that the GT cars really have a little bit of a performance edge at times over the P3s.
Well, there you go. Here's James Allen after, I wouldn't say a stumble, but it almost seemed to take a breather. Now he's on full attack, and now attacking the number 88 car. This is for 7th place now.
It's Horst Felbermeyer.
This is Horst Felix Felbermeyer. This is the son of the father.
He's going up the inside. There we go. He just had a bit of a look, but nicely done. I mean, that's a mark of an absolute pro, isn't it? When James Allen can just execute that pass like that. He's now got Horst Felix is not giving it up, and I think there's a little bit of squeezing going on here from
James
Allen. He is going back at him, and James has really got to work for this as he tries to go around the outside of him at turn 1. That's the long way round. James is switching strategy here. He's going to do the undercut, and he's not quite. He's then just had to check up there, and he's Felix has just managed to really defend well and keep James Allen back, because James is absolute pro in this P2 car, one of the best guys in the world at the moment. And
cracking stuff there.
Just a little bit too deep there from the 88. And is James going to be able to go around the outside? I think this is going to be brave stuff here by James, but oh wow, great move. He's absolutely at one with the car at the moment, James Allen is. Brilliant move around the outside there to take the spot.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's closed up the cars behind. Griffin Peebles now up the inside. He's trying to get the United Autosports car. He's done it. Griffin Peebles has got one of those spots. Now he's going to be the next time a crack with Horst Felix Felbermayr. Goes side by side, either side of the GT car. Doesn't quite make it there. James Allen, meanwhile, is trying to make good his escape.
I'll tell you what, James Allen was lucky there. Dustin Blattner was fully in the mirrors, understanding exactly where he was going to go. Griffin Peebles made a mistake there as he was coming into turn 11 and has allowed Gregoire Saucy back through. And but yeah, Dustin Blattner played his part there in giving the room there to James Allen, because James wasn't quite there, but Dustin kind of like let him have the room. And that's the whole thing about existing there, multi-class racing, making sure that you are being smart, looking after your machinery. Dustin is in 3rd place right now with Kessel Racing 74, recognising that he needed to be smart.
Absolutely right, and that's exactly the point I was about to make, as we've got still this battle underway between the BMW and the Aston Martin. It's 3 races, but they're all racing, and you've got to respect the race that's underway of perhaps the slower car, but it doesn't stop that being physical within your own battles. And we had 4 LMP2 cars there involved with both LMP3s and GT cars, both of which were in good positions. Now John Falb has come to the pit lane. Châtelet Racing's Charles Mallacy moves to the lead. Enzo Trulli, by the way, is catching Charles Mallacy at the moment.
25 laps that was, John Falb. Tony McIntosh and Giacomo Petrobelli having a great battle there. I think that is for 4th and 5th in, 5th and 6th in GT. And those two have been going backwards and forwards for about the last hour or so, I think.
So cracking stuff. I mean,
they're still at it.
Absolutely. There's been some brilliant racing down in the packs for all 3 of these classes, right up the rear end of the BMW. Tony hugging the apex, looking to get to be as quick as he can through the next one, because do get a bit of a launch down this hill.
Yeah.
And you've called a couple of times here, Ollie, beautifully, what didn't look like the optimal line, but it gives them the better run through. And here's another example of something pretty similar. Gregoire Saucy up the inside of Horst Felix Felbermayr. That's going to leave Felbermayr exposed as Griffin Peebles has a crack. Is he going to retain that position? Peebles can't quite make it get through there. But boy, oh boy, we've got a couple of young talents here to look forward to, haven't we?
Yeah, Horst Felix Felbermayr. I really like the way he's racing. He just pushes Peebles a little bit wide there at turn 14, but I think Peebles will gather it all back up again and have another crack. But Horst Felix Felbermayr, he's impressed me. He's had his elbows out here, and he's not afraid to take anybody on in this 88 car.
No, it's, you know what, you watch these guys approaching and you thought, okay, that's going to be quick and easy done with. He's new to this car. He's not got a great deal of prototype experience, but he's had a year this year in an LMP3 car with some real talent around him. Actually, that was impressive.
It was. It really was. And he's trying to work the traffic positions. He's no mug. He's not giving it away the positions. He is just like, okay, you want to get by me? You've got to work at it.
Yeah. And then learn. Yeah. And then hang on in there and learn and watch. And it's part of the fascination of seeing this generational changes. And in this case, it's one of those 2 father-son combos we've got in this race.
Yeah.
He's there with his dad in this car. It's Bennett, father and son, in the number 50 Ferrari. 3 sets of brothers in this race as well. None of them in the same cars.
Tony, again, it looks like those Michelins are getting pretty tired on that 69 car. And Giacomo Petrobelli, I think, has got a little bit more pace in that Aston Martin, but he can't quite make the move stick. Looks like he's been trying to line him up for about 20 laps. He still can't quite pick it and make the move stick.
Well, we're getting reasonably close, what, 3-4 laps away from the end of the fuel run for most of the remaining lead runners. Charles Malaysia, Enzo Trulli, Nick Cassidy, I think, are on broadly similar strategies.
Yeah, it's about 6 laps, I think, that they've got.
And top 4, which is Malaysia, Trulli, Cassidy, Delatraz, separated by 8.5 seconds. Drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for car number 56. That is track limits.
Griffin Peebles lining up the 88. Tenths in it here, and is going to take a lunge up the inside.
Yeah, that, by the way, is going to be some blessed relief for Tony McIntosh, because that's Giacomo Petrobelli.
Yeah, he's just running a little bit wide here, and I think Griffin Peebles is going to have a decent run down into turn 1.
But we saw how quick a car Jos Felix Felbermair's got on the straight when he went head-to-head with James Allen.
Yeah.
Or side-by-side, rather. Is somebody going to be brave on the brakes here?
Yeah, but I think Peebles has got a bit of a line here through turn 1 into turn 2. Wouldn't surprise me if he manages to get a great run off of here and up the hill into turn 4. He's going to try and put the move on him like he was trying with James Allen.
And a bit of a wiggle the front end did.
Here we go. He's lining him up, and he's got up the inside. Oh, but no, but he's not. 88's not giving it up, but there we go. I think Griffin Peebles is now going to be able to drive around the outside of him. We've got the 296 there in the way.
That was the final dagger in the heart, wasn't it?
It was there for the 88. Just couldn't quite hang on in there and had to breathe it with the 296 on the apex.
Lead 3 in GT are all on pit lane at the moment. QMF by Get Speed. It is Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi. Another stunning run from him. I've been super impressed with the Qatari driver here this weekend. Dustin Blattner pits from second and 6 seconds back from the Qatari driver. Bob Grant today finishes his run in 3rd place. Although actually, didn't we have Lauren Heinrich in that car?
We did, very briefly have Lauren Heinrich in there. But was that just a glitch in the...
Don't know.
Let's see.
The whole first group, top 7 now. I'm sure there'll be more to follow. There's the mark of the excellence of that stint. Kessel Racing, by the way, turned that 74 car around very quickly indeed.
No, we haven't had Lauren Heinrich in there, in the 87.
That must have been a glitch.
Yeah.
So that was 6 seconds coming in. It's far less than that coming out. So the 87 car, 37 car rather, now in the hands of Ahmadid, the silver rank driver. Chris Lullen it is aboard the Kessel Racing car, and I think that was about 4 seconds picked up on pit lane. It was that, 4 seconds picked up on pit lane with an excellent turnaround from Kessel Racing. Cars 44, that is the ARC Bratislava car, and 50, which is the American Fragrance by F Racing car. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for virtual safety car infringements. And here, James Allen.
Right on Felipe Laza. And that's been about 8 seconds that he's got in about 8 laps.
James, by the way, is under 30 seconds from the lead here. RD Limited, hungry for results. By the way, they did finish the race yesterday across the line in 6th place, but ran out of fuel on the way to...
Was it fuel, or was there an electrical
whatever it
or
was,
something?
They didn't get the car to park firmly.
James is round the outside here. He's trying to make it work with Laza. On average, James is about a second a lap quicker than the 22 car. He just needs to breathe it here. Don't stick it up the inside there. Just give yourself the right spot with the traffic up in front. James has seen it, and he's now looking to get the run through and off. Yeah, look, he's got great drive there. He is right in the wheel tracks.
It was absolutely on the ragged edge.
It was. But this is part of what makes James very special in this car, is that he can read it.
Yeah.
He can feel it and understand it. He's got a very, very good driving style for this Oreca 07 chassis, and execute that brilliantly.
So, Oliver Gavin, you're the team principal of the Gav Motive hypercar effort. Do you give James Allen a spin in a test?
Definitely.
For a hypercar effort?
Yeah, absolutely. I would. Yeah, he's
good racecraft, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's smart. He's intelligent in the car, and he can really, look after a car, guide it through, and get the car. He always seems to be making progress. That's the thing with James. And he just needs an opportunity.
Nick Cassidy on pit lane, as is Horst Felix Felbermeyer from that group, from 8th and 9th place respectively. So well alike this race. Chetlar Racing's also LMP3 cars on pit lane right now. That is the Frestier racing car that led this race. 23 events at the moment, a 1-2. CLX Motorsport third. 26 Breton racing car also on pit lane. And having got by that car, he's dropped him immediately.
Yeah, I mean, just to sort of highlight it, fastest car on average in this stint is Enzo Trulli. Louis Delatraz is right there as well. And James Allen's not far behind. Charles Malacy is very similar on average. But they're kind of like the four there that sort of like out on their own, really.
9th place battle here for GT. The Manthey, Porsche and the TF Corvette. Meantime, let's get back down to pit lane where our roving reporter David Addison is down with Algar Pro Racing.
John Falb, that was a long stint and it was a hard stint.
Yeah, it's warm out there. They told me I did an hour 40. The rain was a wake-up call, but my pants are still clean, and I still woke up this morning pissing excellence. So it's all good.
Tell me about, first of all, what it's like in the car in these conditions. Really hot, really humid, and I guess worse when you're behind a safety car.
Yeah, so if you ever go to the gym and have a workout, and they have the steam room, right? And you go in the steam room and you pour water on the device so it just pumps steam as much as possible. That's what it feels like.
Great. I wonder what the smell was as well. Now, that rain, that appeared from nowhere. You in the car, you had no warning.
Yeah, no, just drops on the windscreen. The radar, there's radar, but the radar is basically useless.
And then it wasn't consistent all the way around the lap either.
No, it's always spotty. So when it rained in 1, 2, 3, there were literally rivers. On slicks, you had zero grip. And yeah, that's why guys were going off. And then the rest of the lap was okay. Turn 12 had some water, but yeah, you just had to like explore.
So how does the conversation go? You're in the car saying it's pouring with rain, and Stuart Cox is saying no, it's bone dry.
Yeah, Stuart and I known each other for 7, 8 years, and he just said, "Suck it up, Buttercup."
The pep talk worked then.
Yeah, well, I knew the routine. I got a job to do.
True enough, John. Great stint. Well done. Thank you.
We know which movie he's been watching, don't we?
Love the Talladega Nights references there. Channeling his...
Hang on a minute, I'm just going to tick the box.
Ricky
we
Bobby.
apologise for that. Yeah, right, okay, let's move on.
Ricky Bobby.
30 degrees in the air, 38 degrees track temperature, 74% humidity.
And there is more rain coming.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we're hearing from
what was that?
never complaining David Addison that he can confirm it's humid. I was going to pass a comment about gusset there, but I'm not going to.
Please don't. That's enough. And, in pit lane, CrowdStrike, number 4 car, APR, fueling, tear off. There we go.
You love a tear off.
Absolutely brilliant.
I've arranged a treat for you at some point in the future. You are going to be going to the Racing Optics workshop to build your own windscreen. Chris and the boys and girls.
I saw him earlier on in the weekend.
He's great.
He's brilliant.
I will share a moment with the audience later on my friend and colleague's addiction to tear-offs.
It's a fine addiction.
He did fit the stickers to his road car. Out comes Chetlar Racing had been from the lead. Grégoire Saucy cycles round for the moment lead in the number 5 United Autosports car. Matteo Jensen, by the way, now aboard the high-class racing car. They sit second, but will need to pit Chetala Racing rejoin this race, by the look of it, in third place, but on pit lane, work from Algarve Pro has put, there you go, Enzo Trulli right on his tail.
Yeah.
So that's a great bit of pit work from the Algarve Pro Racing boys and girls, and it is boys and girls, to put Enzo Trulli in with a shot of having a crack here. That's Alpine hypercar driver Charles Malasey. It goes wide in his pursuit of it, so he's pushing very hard. Nick Cassidy, by the way, is just 2 seconds back from this pair, but with a bit of traffic between them.
Yeah, we were just talking earlier on before these last round of pit stops that there was like 4 cars or 4 drivers that were really right up there in terms of their averages, and the other one to sort of loop into that, well, Ben Hanley was extremely quick, but then also Nick Cassidy was a 57.9 on his average, which is right up there in terms of the fastest.
Yeah, and by the way, all 3 of these are catching second place car Theo Jensen in the high class racing car that needs to pit. Gregoire Saucy from the lead is on pit lane now, so I would guess that Jensen is not going to be far behind him, is he?
No, I don't think so. He's got maybe 1 more lap.
Maybe
one.
There's second, third, fourth, and depending how quickly United Autosports turn this car around, there it is. It's going to be the lead battle.
Tear off. Beautiful. Charles Malasey, I think it's going to come through and take the lead here.
It is
Unless
because high class racing's on pit lane.
Right.
Yes, he is. So this is now the lead battle. There's your first place car. There's second, and just at the right-hand side of the screen, watch for the yellow
Charles
and green.
Malasey got his nose chopped off there at turn 2. Is they going to open the door there for Enzo Trulli to have a crack at him up into turn 4? No, not quite, because I think the Kessel, Dustin Blattner, who's on board the 74 now.
Just as we watch the pit stop underway for high-class racing, out goes the United Autosports car. So it's got quite a big advantage over this car. There he goes. It remains Gregoire Saucy at the wheel of the car. Malasey from Trulli is half a second. 2.3 seconds back is Nick Cassidy. Then 11 seconds to Louis Delatraz. Matt Kaiser in the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car, a further 5 seconds back. Then Hanley a further second astray.
There's Chris Lullen's on board the 74, and they're leading now in the Kessel Racing number 74296.
Well, we said that was they'd put him in a good position with that pit stop. He picked up 4 seconds there.
It's 5.8 now.
Yes.
So he's stretched away. He's doing fine work in the 74 car.
59, and it's the McLaren. 5 seconds added for a virtual safety car infringement. It is the 59. They obviously had their issue earlier on. Now down in 17th place. That's not good news for Wayne Boyd, who's now aboard that car. Delayed with that spin, the aquaplaning spin, but luckily no contact for the Macca. Chetala Racing, Charles Malasey, Pro Racing, Enzo Trulli.
It's going to be a good battle here, because that 25 car was extremely quick at the end of the race yesterday.
There they come. And there is Nick Cassidy, by the way. I think he's closing.
Yeah. There really is not much in it in terms of averages. Maybe today, actually, the Chetala car is not quite as quick as it was yesterday. And I'd say that the 25 and the 43 are just a couple of tenths quicker over the stint.
Yep.
That's over 26, 27, or 23, 24 laps.
Don't know if Roco's still to come in this Chetala car. That's Chetala efforts.
Just taking a gel on board there, just keeping the energy levels topped up. I'm surprised after flying for 25 hours. Good grief.
What class of seat you're in.
That's
brutal.
It's a long time.
He was telling me about the way that it had been done through Istanbul. And anybody who thinks about the glamorous jet set lifestyle, dream of.
It's going to give the opportunity there. I've just seen that bit of traffic in front of Charles Malasey. Going to give the opportunity to Trulli to get by.
This is 6th car. Ben Hanley aboard the car. Brilliant run from Ben yesterday.
Yeah, he was class yesterday. Did a great job.
This has been rather spoiled by what I think was a miscalculation by United on drive time.
Yeah, 1 lap short, wasn't it, Fayer?
To put Phil Fayer back in for literally a single lap before Paul Di Resta could climb aboard.
It cost him about a minute 15, didn't it?
Yeah. They could have made the difference at the end of that race. They could have been in contention, all the winners. And yet again, it's a Corvette being harassed by the 89 EBM Aston Martin. It's almost like this Aston Martin has got something against Corvettes. It seems to be in a wheel-to-wheel, nose-to-tail battle with a Corvette every time you look at it.
Nicely done, though, by the Aston Martin. The undercut there just got through and off nicely. Is he going to be able to drag race it round, through and off all the way up into turn 4? They're side by side. James Rowe,
Mathis Lismore
in the number 11 car. James is not taken to the Corvette fully yet. He's still adapting. And
through goes the United car. Lismore should know this Corvette well in a somewhat controversial run with Stella Motorsports in the early part of the GT World Challenge Europe.
He's got up the inside there, Lismore, on James Rowe. He's going to get the spot coming into turn 7, turn 8. Is that some rain we're seeing there?
I think it is, you know.
Yeah, it looks like it is some moisture.
It's tipping it again.
Oh, boy.
Oh, someone's turned the tap on.
Wow. And, yeah, wipers going full blast.
Again from
see
absolutely nowhere.
Yeah. The wipers going there on the Corvette Z06 GT3R.
Just as we hit the...
There's a bit of thunder. Just hearing a bit of thunder there. This is deep. This is coming down really heavy now. You've got to be smart. You've got to just be really cautious. Any more than this with the standing water, and cars are going to be flying off again off the road. You've got to be super careful on those curbs as well. Any of the painted surfaces. I'm seeing James Allen going deep there on one of the GT cars, and he's making his moves.
Yeah, now it's survival time again, isn't it? This is a matter of getting around and getting around safely, because this is very heavy rain, but again, not everywhere.
Yeah, just in those spots, and that's that 7, 8 spot where we do see the weather come from. Turn 7, turn 8. James Allen really on it, trying to keep the energy in those rear tyres.
Ben Hanley is back in pit lane. I wonder if this is immediately for
rain tyres, possibly.
Well, my guess is they're not in a winning position at the moment. Might as well take the gamble.
Yeah, see if they can do something else. Is that Lars is still on board in the 22.
Yeah,
it's dry here.
Yeah, minute and a half back from the leader. If this sticks around, and he can get a couple of laps advantage on others that choose not to be. But the yellows. That is the Breton racing car has got some problems there again.
Turn 15.
They've had some problems. He's on wet weather tyres, so that I'm sure is a strategic gamble from the currently out of position number 6 car. That, by the way, remember, thanks to Phil Thayer's aquaplaning incident during the first thing. There's the 26. That's going to need an intervention.
Yeah,
virtual safety car is coming.
Yeah. Do we see where that was at turn 15? Yeah.
Yeah, turn 15 to the gravel. So he's lost it on the braking by the look of things. So that is coming in about 10 seconds time.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. Virtual safety car.
So back to VSC, and also off the number 9 car, that car from 4th in GT, so it clearly is already very tricky there. So, as I say, recovery will be required for the Breton racing car. Let's hope everybody else manages to keep it on the island. Car that was in trouble last time, 34 car. They've done a remarkable job to get that car back out. That was a significant hit, wasn't it? And Tom Ferrier and the TF Sports team.
Yeah, I think they just
top quality.
Yeah, and putting the reins on. So it looks like a bit of damage there on that rear bodywork. Not that clean.
It was the hit on the other side, wasn't it?
No, it was on that left rear.
Was it on the left rear?
Yeah. It wasn't much of a hit though. There wasn't much contact.
I suspect the JMR guys are looking at rather more damage.
Whoa, that was brutal.
T15 bear left, T15 bear left. We will have marshals and telehandler exposed on the right-hand side of T15.
A lot of gesticulating in there inside the cockpit.
He wants recovery to the track, is what it is. It's for, I mean, again, like you experience this in pretty much every race of your career, stuck in the gravel. How frustrating was it week after week?
Oh boy, you just can't help yourself. Yeah, it is frustrating when you're in that position and you're just waiting for recovery to come. And yeah, you know that there's a process and procedure, but you know you can see the laps just disappear. You know the position on the track. Yeah, it's like sand through your fingers at this point.
Yeah.
And, yeah, not much you can do. Just got to wait for the process to be run and for them to turn up with the right lifting equipment and remove you from that spot.
I mean, joking aside, I sort of apologise, but it was funny.
No, you don't. You're not sorry.
That's all. No, really not. It is one of those moments, though, isn't it, where time plays tricks on you. It seems to sort of go from slow motion to fast forward.
Yes,
and it seems a lot worse than it actually is.
Yeah, and you know, it's at that point you really recognise and realise when you're sat still how quickly things just pass you by. You know, they're at racing speed, or even at this sort of speed that you are you're stranded, and you really are regretting any mistake that you've made. It does make you reflect rather quickly.
Chetanlar Racing have stayed out. Algarve Pro have gone for the wet weather tyres.
This is all of them just gambling, and honestly it really is right now a bit of a gamble, because we've seen how quickly it comes down, but then we've also seen how quickly it dries up. And so if you can exist out there on the dry tyres and it stops raining very quickly, you're in a great spot.
Let's go down to David Addison. He's popped along to Origine and is with Lorraine Heinrich.
As you can imagine, the pit lane is a hive of activity at the moment. Wet tyres have appeared. Lauren Heinrich, we were saying early on, Bob Yuan was doing another mega job in your Porsche. Well, that remains true, but now we've got the weather to think about as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bob, as we saw yesterday, he repeated it again. I mean, he's just masterclass driving, I have to say. And now, I think the race will get really interesting again. We had a short shower before. Now it seems with a little bit more intensity. We have a virtual safety car now, so the pits are open for 2 laps for everyone to hopefully make the right decision with the tires. As we know here, the rain usually doesn't last so long and it dries up really quick, but now it seems really intense. So let's see, we have the wets ready here, but I'm not even sure what we decide to.
I was going to really ask, what is the right decision? I mean, do you know from listening on the radio whether it's wet all the way around or just selected parts?
I mean, the only thing which is consistent in this race is that the rain always comes from turn 6. But the rest is so hard to predict. Honestly, it's like gambling. It's let's see. I mean, the wets are ready. I think we're gonna put them on because it doesn't stop. So therefore, we just have to prioritize safety.
Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, great to get the update from Lauren. You know, he's an absolute pro, but they are, like everybody that's in that pit lane, they are all trying to understand what's the right move here. And it is really a bit of a gamble and just looking to try and keep the car safe. And it really does depend on who you've got in the car and how much that team manager or engineer trusts that driver to deal with the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing in my left ear from David Addison, he's reporting we can see it. It's a different kind of batch of rain here, isn't it? Remember, we had the heavy rain that really affected it from turn 3 through to about, 5? But now it's heavy rain on pit lane, the pit straight. We've seen the trickiness at turn 15, so it's a significantly more even challenge, if you like. It's not the same. Makes it interesting. But, you know, David Addison also reporting, I'm not going to report what he said about the bliss to the gusset in any way, shape or form. So can we say less chafing?
I'm not going to make any comment about David's underwear.
Oh, we're going to just leave that for a moment for reflection. Charles Malaysia leads the race at the moment under the virtual safety car. No safety car called as yet, so they're still opting for the opportunity for teams to pit, and he hasn't pitted. So Malaysia is out there on slick tyres at the moment. And where is the race leader? Coming to complete this lap now, and is not pitting this time either, so they're going to stay out, I'm sure of it. No, they're not. He's on pit lane, so I was wrong. Put that one down.
Don't worry, I have.
Yeah, so they have finally decided to come down pit lane. How long is this going to cost them? Need to be quick here.
Oko making the change.
They're making the change. This could cost them the lead, you know.
They do.
We haven't seen CrowdStrike Racing or APR back down the pit lane either, have we? He's not pitted, Louis Delatraz, I don't think.
Haven't seen. No, he pitted about 5 laps ago.
Okay, so before the rain.
Yeah. So no, he's not. But I saw Nielsen Racing were getting ready. They had Quinn ready to go in.
He's now just pitted, Louis Delatraz, because he'd still be out on the dry weather tyres as well. Now, Tom Dillman has just, I think he may well have gone through to the lead. Dillman is
right.
Where it's going to be very tight. We see pit
There's
exit
Louis.
now. There's Louis pitting, but it's pit exit we need to see because that
Driver
is between.
change.
He is 25 is ahead of 47.
Maltbiakis from getting in. This is early for getting that driver in the car. The last driver, hour and 50 to go.
So again, pitting the car earlier in this virtual safety car period. 59 seconds on pit lane for Algarve Pro Racing, 1 minute and 3 for Chetilar Racing, and that has given Algarve Pro Racing the lead. There may be a fuel disparity here, but either way, on track position, they've got it.
20 cars not stopped. Still got Kaiser on board.
Now on pit lane.
Right.
As is RD Limited, James Allen pitting
Yeah, I was about to say they're the next ones.
Yeah, plus Gregoire Soucy and Griffin Peoples. Here is the 87 car.
Right, so all of the ones that didn't.
They're ready with tyres.
I think everybody's going for tyres, aren't they?
Yeah. Safety car not yet called, so the pit entry is still open. That is the critical difference here. As soon as we are told the safety car has been scrambled, it doesn't have to be on track, but as soon as it comes on the screens, pits are closed.
Sure.
Pit entry is closed. Did they do tyres? They did do tyres. Surely they did tyres.
I think they did. I didn't see though. But all of the P2 runners, they took the opportunity to change tyres, but also change driver.
But they were still fueling. I don't think they did tyres. 87.
Wow. Heinrich on board? No, he can't be.
It's Leo.
Because he's been too long.
Minute and 6 seconds. I'm sure they didn't do tyres.
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed.
That's it now. So
Car
nobody
25, keep 80. All other cars to catch up behind car 25. We are on the safety car.
So pretty much everybody has zeroed the clock in terms of drive time and in terms of strategy, fuel. I can't believe there are many, if any, cars out there on dry weather tyres now. Algarve Pro Racing lead this race. Tom Dillman at the wheel of the 25 car ahead of the 47 Chetilar Racing car. Yesterday's race winners in a strong position again. Antonio Fuoco aboard the car.
We're just hearing the 87 car is on wet.
We just didn't see it.
No.
Yeah, so this is the lead gap, but it's not 1.7 seconds anymore.
So I know it's tricky out there. Make your best to reach the queue behind the leader.
This doesn't going to matter anyway because the safety car is now on track and the train will be led by the lead 2 cars. And just looking behind, they're going to have a substantial advantage on 3rd place car Nick Cassidy, because unless the cars behind are in a position to be waved by, there are lots of cars between.
I think there's going to be, there's a couple of cars, the 74 and the 87 in GT, that are 1 lap in front of everyone else. So I think there's going to be certain cars that are going to get the wave by here.
Let's see where they are on the queue. So these are 2 lead cars. Then there's the TF Sport 11 car.
So they'll get the wave by.
They will get the wave by. Here comes the Toyota Supra safety car.
So the leaders are in 74. It's just going into turn 15 now.
There's a substantial number of cars that will get away by here. So 74 has got, I'd say, half the pack ahead of him. 17 is back, cycling back to the lead for CLX Motorsport.
So whatever problem they had earlier on in the race, it seems that's cleared.
Car 34, please pick up the pace to reach the queue behind safety car. 34,
Well, let's take
pick
a
up
look
the pace.
back as we've long passed the halfway mark under the safety car. The action so far. Started again in bright sunshine. It was Jens Greno Muller in the high-class racing car that led the race from pole just briefly. Giorgio Roda from the second row, taking immediate advantage, 3 wide into turn 1, but Muller, it was, watching Roda just drift a little wide and regaining the lead into turn 2 with no major issues this time around, although there was a clash between Phil Thayer and Alexander Matchell that turned around Nemo, the number 3 car from DKR. He would rejoin and make his way back up the pack. It was close run stuff in a battle in GT in the early stages. Matchell rejoining after his woes with the QMMF AMG and the JMR Corvette contesting the lead, and it would be the Qatari driver that took the lead of the race. Giorgio Roda soon back ahead of Jens Reiner Muller. Then Bob Yuan in dive bombing mode, making his way up the order. It would be the same for Georgios Kolovos in the 43 into Europol car. Attempt to look up the inside from the number 9 Get Speed car on Yasser Shaheen. Side by side, United Autosports and Georgios Kolovos as he took the position from the other LMP2, and a clash between the 2 GT cars before aquaplaning in heavy rain from nowhere came, catching out Dan Schneider, Phil Thayer there. Yasser Shaheen stranded, battered by a helpless Antara Sau in the number 10 car. That Porsche that's been back in the lead. Spin 2 from the United Autosports McLaren. This is how it looked from on board with Antara Sau. That's how it sounded, and that's his reaction. And Montai have got that Porsche back out and running. No such luck, I'm afraid, for the JMR car, and this is the other reason why, because the next car along was the Racing Team Turkey car. JMR luckless in that regard. Both the other cars involved there, though, back out and running, and Yasser Shaheen is okay. Some cracking battles then, the next phase of the race, in LMP2 in particular. Battle packs of 2, 3 and even 4 cars at times. The Algarve Pro Racing team celebrating progress there. And this was Sharma Lacey making his way up the order. 22 car Proton competition battling away with Algarve Pro Racing in the damp part of the track at turn 3. Next up it was Proton competition and into Europol. Fantastic little battle at that stage. Rain still on the horizon.
Left, T15 bare left, we will have Marshalls.
First car to be caught out this time around was the Breton Racing 26 Ligier. Brief run off track from the high-flying number 9 Get Speed AMG. We'll bring out the virtual safety car, and now the safety car with 1 hour and 42 minutes to go, 56 laps run. Algarve Pro Racing's 25 car in the hands of Tom Dillman leads. Yesterday's race winner Antonio Fuoco in the Chatelaar Racing 47 into Europol right there in their 43 car, with Crown Strike Racing by APR and RD Limited completing the top 5 overall. Next class leader up is the GT class leading Kessel Racing car. Great pit work from them has put Chris Lulham in a position to now take the lead of the race. He's 15th overall ahead of the Origine Porsche and the 37 QMMF by Get Speed AMG. CLX Motorsport, some strategic brilliance from them early on, and cycled them back round to the lead. They're at 16th place overall from the number 8 from Team Virage, and the 23 events number 71 car. So a couple of cars that had poor days yesterday are in better days today. Montai's number 10 car is back on pit lane, I'm afraid, and the JMR 66 car is out of the race.
Yeah, and we're just seeing the wave by here with the those runners that were out of position behind the safety car. So they've been told to pass the safety car, and they're now running around the track trying to catch up to the back of the pack. So that's going to bring a number of the GT runners back onto the lead lap, which is great to hear and great to see. And yeah, I think this is going to be another pretty big shake-up here with this. The weather has calmed somewhat. The track is still wet, but I think that this is going to be another part of the race, another chapter in it, let's say, for all of these teams and how they deal with this wet weather and these tyres that are currently on the car with new drivers on board, quite a few of them, and just to sort of see how they go through this next phase of the race. Hour and 40 minutes to go, so there's an awful lot that's going to happen here.
It's two fundamentally different challenges, isn't it? We saw on the last weather last weather intervention, if you like, what we had there were cars on different tyres with a partially wet track, and it was who was dealing with that best. What we think at the moment is pretty much everybody may well be on wets.
I would say yes.
Yeah. And a pretty much fully wet track. Not quite, but pretty much fully wet track.
It's not quite fully wet there. That was the spot where all the weather was coming from, but it's actually not that wet there on the entry to turn 7.
He's not getting tired.
Yeah, just taking it easy down there. It's been tough. I mean, he's been busy.
He has indeed.
Nearly as busy as David Addison, but not quite.
Not as moist.
No, true.
But yeah, and back into place where offline, standing water again, and at racing speeds, that's going to be a place where you start to see rooster tails as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be, okay, who blinks first here by going through and into the slick, dry tyre?
Go away, he says, politely. I don't know what he's saying in Polish, but I bet it's not polite.
ARC Bratislava.
I thought that was into Europol.
I think it's ARC Bratislava.
It is indeed. I just noticed the bodywork. Good to have them back.
Yeah, brilliant.
They're a good bunch. They're a long-time team manager, by the way, Michaela, now with Breton Racing, has been all season. So a Czech team and a Slovak team, and I'm very aware I described Breton Racing as Slovakian earlier. That's the reason why it was in my head. They are indeed, of course, a Czech Republic team. Close neighbours.
Right.
And not as much offence as I've caused with naming nationalities before.
You have a bit of a track record of it.
Well,
I want to bring it up, but you have now.
The diplomatic incident and the subsequent small war did blow over quite quickly, so that's okay.
Colombian and
Venezuela.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about Venezuela.
99, you need to close this gap, please. The gap is increasing. 99, if you can't keep the pace, move to the side to let the other pass. Car 99, pick up the pace.
That's the 99 JMR Corvette, and that is Ben Green at the wheel of that car. Let's hope Ben's not got a problem. That's the locally based team. A Prince of Peace in each of those cars, and I believe His Majesty was with us briefly yesterday. Came here to watch goings on.
Fantastic. It is looking pretty dry.
Safety car is starting his 3rd lap. Safety car is starting his lap 3.
So the reason for explaining that from Gwen Boursier is that the cessation of this lap, pits will be open.
I can see a few people could possibly come in.
Well, they're all going to take a look and see what they think in terms of drivability. They're all going to be looking hawk-like at the weather radar. And most really sensible race teams, and trust me, most race teams have some really sensible people in them. There's somebody local that knows the way the weather behaves.
Yeah. Maybe this end of this lap is a little bit too soon.
Charlie Samani.
Yeah.
David Arrigon.
But yeah, I could see with
Young in the background. Sorry, excuse me, Ollie.
No problem. As quickly as this racetrack dries, there may well be a few here that are going, can we? And as engineers always are, they're impatient. They're like, yes, how early can we go to the slick tyre? And they're always liking a driver that goes, yeah, I can do it, I can do it. I know I can handle the conditions. And there's a lot more pros in the cars right now, and so they'll be really leaning on that experience that these pros have to go, right, come on, when do you think? Is it this lap? Is it the next lap?
Yeah. Sam Cox. Massive legacy of success for Algarve Pro Racing in this championship.
Yeah.
Well, talking about Algarve Pro Racing, Yeah, they listened to me was very quick, who was already there. David Allison is down in the Argyle
He works so hard.
garage with Enzo Trudy.
Enzo, that was quite a stint. It was a good drive, a good battle, and you had the weather to cope with as well.
Yeah, it was amazing. The car felt amazing, and I'm improving every lap. You know, with traffic is something new for me. So every lap I do is I learn something. So yeah, it was quite a fight. I was really close to Milesi, a bit short. Then the rain came. So yeah, we are still in the lead. So this is good. Yeah, for now it's an amazing race. Yesterday was really good. Let's see if we can close it like this.
How are you enjoying LMP2? A little different from what you've been driving?
Yeah, I mean, the car is amazing, super fast. And, you know, it was the first time I did more than 40 minutes race. So also that, to manage myself, is not easy, but I'm doing quite well, I think.
We read, of course, of your award with Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. Now you're doing something very different. What's the future?
Well, the future is for sure combine both. Next year will be, I think, a good program. And, you know, Porsche is giving me a really good opportunity, and I'm working as hard as possible to become a Porsche driver.
Fantastic. Well done. Good stint.
Yeah,
I have to
great.
say, very impressed.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got such a look of his dad, isn't he? And he talks very similar to him as well, mannerisms and stuff. But we are going to go back to green here very shortly.
Well, move away from the fences if you're here, and strap yourself in if you're at home and you've got your couch so fitted with safety devices.
Green flag, no overtake before the line.
Away we go, and it's going to be under the control of Tom Dillman. He goes and takes the wide line. Away we go now, back to green flag racing on a very wet circuit in parts.
It is, but the dry patches are going to come super quickly here. Settlar's looking to come up the inside, as well as the Nick Cassidy. Not too far back in the interior pocket, and I think that's United car.
That is the 6 car coming back. That's Paul Di Resta now, I think, isn't it, aboard that car?
Yeah, he's looking to unlap himself.
It's Ben Hanley back aboard the car.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not got out the car, my apologies. It's trying to get himself back up to the lead lap because of the delay they had with the off-and-fill flare.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, the Settlar car going up the inside into turn 4. This is for the lead. And as he made that move stick, Fuoco has delivered that car, got past Dillman up the inside. That's impressive.
So he's got confidence in what he's got underneath him here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has.
Ben Hanley is going to be slightly frustrated. He would have been hoping he could have got closer to that lead pair to get back onto the lead lap. There's still a chance here.
Yeah.
But Fuoco's, confidence in that car looks pretty ironclad.
He is in a pretty rich vein of form, isn't he?
By the way, we've also got the issue here that we've got Nick Cassidy and Melty Jakobsen right behind Ben Hanley for position. Is he going to be getting blue flags?
Yeah, Ben Hanley's definitely got his work cut out, trying to make get that lap back.
A mixed bag of LMP2, 3 and GT cars here. So Ben Hanley looking to try to do it. He's got him. I think he's got.
He's certainly gone deep going into 14. Is he going to be able to stop it and make it stick? He kind of has. Well, no, Ben's got pushed off by Tom Dillman there. Just a little bit of side-by-side contact. I wouldn't say Tom pushed him off, but it was a bit of an optimistic move there by Ben, and he's really gone deep on the brakes.
Again, though, it looks like Ben Hanley is looking to take that position. He's going to get a better run here. There has been a switch behind, by the way, because now fellow Peugeot factory drivers, this is where Milt Jakobsen went past Nick Cassidy and is back up, is up now into 3rd place, and that's
turn 11.
As I say, Peugeot teammates in this coming year. So Ben Hanley now unlapping himself in the 2nd place car, but Fuoco's gone.
Yeah, he's just checked out, hasn't he? Absolutely checked out.
Cars 37 and 85 are going to get 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That is the Duquesne, and 37 is the QMF car.
30 car.
Trouble for the 30
Spinning
car.
turn 1. Yeah.
That's from 6th. Nickel Jensen will have taken advantage there, so he's going to have lost a position.
Tom's not liking this wet weather.
He really
He's got Molt going around the outside of him, coming out of turn 4, but can Molt get it up the inside into 5? Yes, he can. And Tom's going to have to breathe there and give him the position. There's something not quite clicking at the moment for Tom Dillman on the wet weather tyre. And it might be just a simple thing, in setup that really works in the dry for Tom and that 25 car, but then in the rain, it's not quite there.
We know Algarve Pro Racing like a split strategy. I'm not saying he's on dry weather tyres, but there could be a difference in pressures.
Yeah, it could be difference in pressures, or there could just be some differences there in car setup that really makes the wet weather tyre work. And where the 25 has had a bit of an advantage in the dry, let's say, in the wet, it's not so strong.
Debris. Quite a bit of debris.
Yeah, that's
actually.
turn 1, isn't it?
So we'll keep an eye out and see whether or not.
So was this the
that was the
30?
contact. That was 30, and that was 5, I think.
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't. Was it?
Was it the 5 or was it the?
I'm not sure on that.
I think Matthias Besch. Sorry, Matthias Besch. What I'm talking about. Michael Jensen was with him, but it's whether or not there was contact that caused it. The fact there's debris there indicates there was.
This is Cem. Is that Cem still on board the 64 Nielsen car?
They've had a really quiet race today, haven't they?
It's not quite clicked for them, has it?
Nowhere near the competitive level they put in yesterday. Antonio Fuoco, meanwhile, pushing on. What's the lap times like? He's quicker at the moment than Malte Jakobsen.
He's put 5 seconds into Malt in, what, 2-3 laps?
But that was the lap that Maltz had to get by the other 2 cars. So now we're in clear air. Now we're going to get a lap that shows a little bit more parity. And what's it going to be like now? I think Fuoco is the quicker at the moment. It's the battle for 4th in GT, on board now with Parker Thompson in the 69 BMW, trying to get onto terms with Anthony Bartone in the number 9 car.
Yeah, WRT will be enjoying this spell of weather here. I think that the BMW is quicker in these conditions. As soon as the track gets cooled, they tend to go quicker. And that's been one of their biggest issues around here this weekend, is that the track temperature is just, and they can't keep the Michelin underneath them. So as soon as they've got this opportunity to run in these wet conditions and everybody's on the rain tyre, I think that they feel that they're in a far more balanced playing field and a better position so that they can really utilise their strengths.
Yeah, it's a battle pack here of LMP3 cars. This is for 3rd position in LMP3 between the 71 and the 23, the 223 events cars. It's the 71 that's ahead at the moment.
Not for long, I don't think.
No, the 85 is laps down here. It's 23
around the outside.
Yeah, 23 is the one that's not got the replacement bodywork at the front and the side.
It's only the 23 is getting on with it, the way they just turned the car into turn 5 there, really moving on the tyre, and he's hanging the rear out and really enjoying driving that car, but it's going to be working that rear tyre. Full course yellow.
Now there's this for 30 car running off course, I think, and getting down to the speed limit there. That's likely before the debris. Now, you may be thinking, that was a tiny bit of debris. It was clipped, by the way, by one of the P2 cars coming through. I was talking to someone earlier in the season about this. So you see it in scale with, it's about as big as his forearm. What is it like to hit something like that in a P car? To which the answer is, imagine your road car rolling over a tree trunk.
Yeah, not nice. Going back to green, I think, quite quickly.
I think so. 22 and 30 positioning themselves here for a bit of a battle of the release of the pit limiter, or the speed limiter.
80k limiter.
Which they're looking for that FCY screen to switch to green.
Yeah.
Full course yellow will end in 15 seconds.
So they'll be given a countdown. All the drivers will have that through their radio. The engineers will be counting down to where it goes back to green, so they know that they can get release that. Oh, it was.
Oh, it wasn't for the P2 car. It's the P3.
Back
the
to
23. Here we go, and indeed the RD Limited car trying to get it done on the.
Oh, the two of them chasing one another, looking at one another driving off the racetrack. Yeah, it was like, you can brake first. No, you're going to brake first.
I'll take that one. And that's allowed the chasing car to get back with both of them.
Yeah, they led each other off the track there. Tristan Vautier on board the 30 now.
Ooh, spirited disagreement there.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation there. Team Virage, 22 car. Who's on board that now? It's Felipe Laza still on board that.
He's doing a fair job, Felipe. He's not had much time in LMP2 cars. And by the way, if watching and listening in from home, Stefan Aust, who should have been in this car, a nasty injury, really horrible shot. Portimao.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing okay, Stefan, and we will see you soon.
Hopefully back for Dubai.
Let's hope so. Don't like to see that in a motor race. I mean, none of us do. It's one of those mix-up accidents. So should have been making his P2 appearance here. Bernardo Souza, the latest of a number of late additions in that car. With a cast list as long as a Hollywood movie at one point. Chetlar Racing, by the way, 6.7 seconds ahead. We've got two more cars that are going to get penalties, 94 and 29. 29 is the Forestier Racing car, isn't it? That's the Lucas Figuri pedal car. 94 is the High Class Racing. Then in 8th in MP3, second place car from yesterday. Virtual safety car infringements.
Fuoco really has got a grip on this race, and he's read these conditions brilliantly. And this car just seems to have come alive in these conditions with him behind the wheel.
I'll tell you what, though, he may be pulling away from Jakobsen. Ben Hanley's still in there to try to get himself unlapped.
Yeah, he is. He's just sort of off 4 or 5 seconds, isn't he? But he needs to get by him and then start driving away.
There he is.
Yep.
There he is. Popping up. He'll be waiting for the leader to be hitting a bit of traffic. There's not a lot of traffic. A couple of 3 laps, though, there will be.
Yeah.
Just looking at the car tracker. Now he's past the 77 Proton car. You'll see Bratislava next up. And after that, a lot of clear air before a huge gaggle of GT traffic. This is it. With LMP3s in the mix.
Yeah, in these conditions, the GTs and the LMP3s are certainly going to be sort of mixing it up and in and around one another for lap after lap after lap, which I think does somewhat frustrate the both classes, let's say. Talking to a few guys, a few different drivers, and they were sort of asking for ways that they could just separate the LMP3 class and the GT class a little bit more, just to make it a little bit easier for the two classes to race and exist on track together.
Yep.
And not trip over one another.
Replay of some action in
EBM 89 going deep, and the 11 car just back up the inside there. I think it's James Rowe on board the 11.
Yet again, it's the EBM car in a battle with a Corvette.
Yes, it does. Two of them are sort of stuck together.
It's not always the same Corvette. That's the weird thing. I think he's looking for them. It's probably some kind of grudge. A little bit like you with Aston Martins. Oh, hang on. This will be the 99 car, the surviving JMR car, with a driver change underway. Then green time will be done. Hour and 23 minutes to go. We're looking for where? This is the 30 car and the 88 car now. So 30 and 88. The 70 car in the mix there is a lapped car.
Yeah, so it's Vautier, and who's on board the 88 now?
88 is Lorenzo Fluxa.
Fluxa, yes. Just getting the spot back there, and just these two are going to keep going at it.
It's not going RD Limited's way today.
No, definitely not.
Charmalesi put Chetlar Racing into a great position earlier in this race. We're now in a different phase with Fuoco aboard. So it's time for Denny Villadsen to talk to the little Frenchman.
Just over an hour and 20 minutes to go. Charmalesi out of number 47. The leading car, it's looking good.
Yeah, I mean, was difficult, with the switch on the slick tires. But yeah, we had to do some management with the tires and also with the fuel, as we stopped 1 lap earlier than the others. So I had to do a lot of fuel saving on my first stint. And yeah, beginning of the second stint, we started to see some drops coming. But here it's quite difficult to know if it's going to rain a lot or not. Like yesterday, you know, and today it was like big rain, so we don't know when it's going to stop. So I think now we just need to see how long it stays and at which moment we have to do the switch with the slick tires, or if we have to stay with the slicks until the end.
What are you hearing from Antonio in the car? Is it really wet, really horrible, really difficult out there?
It's his first time in a car in a wet condition, so he's doing quite well. Because he was at the FIA ceremony, he didn't had the chance to drive the car on wet on Friday. So yeah, I mean, he's doing a pretty good job. So hopefully we can keep this momentum, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Charles, well done. Yeah, good point that, isn't it? Because you get thrown into the car for the first time in the wet, and by the way, you've got to maintain the race lead. Talk about pressure.
Yeah, just a touch, and try doing that after 25 hours of flying around the world.
Understatement, I think, of the year there.
Yeah,
he's doing a pretty good job.
He's
never been in the car before.
Yeah, fair
in the rain, and he's just driving away from Molt Jacobsen, Nick Cassidy, Tom Dillman.
He's a quality driver, and there's something about sports car racing. Again, is a guy coming out of single seaters where he did pretty well. But coming into sports car racing and finding a niche that's just suddenly clicked with him. It is still stair-rodding it down with rain out there, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
This, by the way, battle between two of the AF Corsa cars, the 51 and the 21. 51 has already passed that 56 Aston Martin behind. So this is Sean Galale getting to grips with this. He's put a move on Simon Mann, full season WC driver in the Ferrari, and has passed him. Good stuff from Sean. He's enjoying this little adventure, isn't
Johnny Adam on board the Acuria Cos, Blackthorn, Aston Martin. He's right there in the mix as well.
So yeah, there's full pro driver aboard the Aston and two silvers aboard in these Ferraris. Ferraris look like one or two in this stage of the race in this weather.
Yeah, in these conditions, they're using the tyre nicely, and the 296 is an amazing machine. And yeah, certainly, I think in these conditions on this track surface, I think that the Ferrari will be very, very strong. Is this the Parker Thompson car? 69 up against the 37, gets speed, and this is for third position.
Third. This is third now.
Yeah, third position.
Because the Origin car is in splendid isolation. Or is it? There it is. I think just ahead of this pair.
Yeah.
12 seconds ahead of this pair.
Yeah, and as I was talking about, I think that the BMW does like these conditions. Whenever the track temperature can start sort of cooling off, that's when this M4 comes alive, and they're looking to make the hay while the sun is not shining. The wet weather is out there, and it's a damp track.
Got it.
Deep on the brakes, there goes Parker Thompson, and he's got the job done. Nicely done, nice and clean. And P3 car there, sort of in the mix as well, just sticking its nose in on the QMF 37. And this is going to give Parker a little bit of breathing room there.
Indeed. Nice move, though, to take the position. Say the gap now from the BMW to the next challenge, which is Leo Yehongli, is 14 seconds now, a further slight delay with that challenge in traffic. Chetila Racing lead overall. CLX lead in LMP3. This is the 85 RSGP car trying to make its way back up the order. It's down in 7th place. Hugo Schwarzer finding it easy. This Asian Le Mans Series challenge the RSGP team. Battle between the two Proton cars. This is for 8th position. Lorenzo Flux and Felipe Laza. Coming together on track. A couple of cracking liveries from Proton this season in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Cars.
The iconic Felgenwald family colours and this lovely multi-shades of green livery on the 22. Just behind them, again, I think that is the 70 in the hands of Jacob Abel. It is a lapped car now. Back to Sport RLR. Another team that's their travails today. It's Dan Schneider caught out by that standing water as the rain tumbled down the first time we got into a virtual safety car.
Yeah, it seems very, very wet this end of the track here, so turns 13, 14, and but it's just seeing this overtake again. Parker Thompson coming down at the inside, the QMF Mercedes, nice and clean, got it done. Go on board here, yeah, just a little bit later on the brakes, just got it stopped nicely with the ABS, and watching the 22 just drifted into the corner on the brakes there, and he's drifting it off the corner as well quite nicely. He's having fun in the who's that on board the 22? Is it Fluxer?
It's Fluxer.
Yeah, he's in those rear tyres a little bit warm. He cooled off a bit as they come down here into turn 1. It is heavy rain here, just picking your spots, just trying to use all the grip that you can find. They're driving very different lines now than they would in the dry. The dry lines will have a certain amount of rubber on, and that provides less grip. So all the time you're hunting around trying to find, big snap there from the 88 car as it came through, and the 22 was also on the exit curb of turn 3, which is super unusual. Yeah, not a lot of grip out there on those painted surfaces, and that certainly as a driver something you want to avoid.
It's getting wetter and worse, isn't it? One quick penalty to just report. It's for the last running car in LMP3, 5 seconds for virtual safety car infringement for the 26 Breton Racing crew, another crew that's really not having a good day today. We'll just report we are now at the stage where the leader is in traffic, but then so is Malte Jakobsen. That gap came down to just under 5 seconds briefly and is now up to 8. But look in the background at who is catching the leader.
Yeah, Ben Hanley.
Ben Hanley. So Hanley at the moment is in 13th position and the first lapped car, but he is quicker at the moment than the race leader and looking to see what he can do to get back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, it'd be quite a turnaround if he could get up on terms with Fuoco.
Well, I think if he gets there, Fuoco will be effectively told to let him go.
Yeah, I think so.
And that he'll be aware of that too.
Yeah. But look at the lines that Fuoco's driving here. He's just so clinical with where he's placing the car and the way that he's driving through those particularly wet sections of the racetrack, and how he's coming through here. It does look treacherous down there at turn 3.
We saw that clash at turn 1 a little while ago. Car 5, which is Mikkel Jensen aboard the United Autosports car, is getting a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with car 30, the RD Limited car.
Right.
So that number 5 is in 7th place at the moment.
Yep, when you see how Fuoco's driving around this track, you go, well, that's one of the reasons why he's so much quicker. He's picking the points, he's driving, he's not driving a dry line, he's driving a wet line, very much so. And he's just hunting the whole time for the grip. And that's what the very best drivers in the world do, is they look constantly trying to find where the grip is when it's these sort of conditions.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, isn't it, when you find a driver like Antonio Fuoco who just finds a formula. And by that I mean a form of racing that just suits his style, his attitude, his aptitude.
Yeah, and it's also in these sorts of situations, like the move he's just put on the 2 GT cars there, right round the outside. And he just had the confidence to do it and executed it and just got on with it. Ben's just got caught up behind those GT cars as they came through turns 12 and 13. And it's sometimes stuff just works for you. Just the opportunity opens up, its door just opens, you just walk straight through it.
Yeah. So 13 minutes till we get into the final hour of 4 hours this afternoon, 8 hours here in Sepang. It's been another fabulous weekend of racing for the Asian Le Mans Series. It really has.
Yeah,
it does produce good racing, this track, in multi-class racing. And again, that's another odd part of it. Yellow flag turn 15 entry. We've got no car. 23 is rather staggering through there.
Yeah, going again now.
I think that might have had a run through the gravel. That is Isaac Barashi.
More rain tyres ready for the Proton Banksy car, 77.
Well, they will be reasonably convinced then that this rain has got a while to go.
They've been on slicks. You see that?
Were they?
Yes.
I think that possibly answers the question as to whether or not he's been through the gravel
We
there.
can get a shot here from the cameraman. Can we show us the tyres again?
They have.
They have been on slicks.
Oh, that's not slicks ready as well, though, is it? So 23, I think by the look of it, he was on his way in, and I think he's found the gravel on his way into pit lane.
Yeah, maybe just overcooked the entry a little bit there. And get the old the broom out there. I think the tyre guy or the truckie might be looking for the broom right now to try and sweep that bit of...
He doesn't run back through the same gravel he's just shed.
Yeah, exactly. Spin it up into everybody's faces as he leaves the pit box.
Yeah, 30 and 49 battling for what the moment. This point is the final point scoring position. Comes 9th and 10th as the 5-car runs through pit lane.
RD Limited haven't had that sort of
Bite.
fairy tale run, have
No.
they, like they did last year?
Took a win here in their sports car racing debut.
23 is struggling to fire up, we're hearing from David. I'll tell you what, the turn 3 spot, it looks absolutely treacherous in the P2 car. Seeing that it's sort of like standing water, sort of maybe even running water there. Up 23, just as they were reaching for the dollies.
It's a bit like a toddler, isn't it? As soon as you actually go for the thing they don't want to see, they decide, okay, I'll comply. But yeah, that's turn 3. It's a
sketchy, I would say.
Again, in the years we've been talking about racing here, it's a place you've spotted early where the overtaking position is going to come in 2 or 3 corners time. But to do it, turn 3 is critical.
Yeah.
Turn 3 is, it's kind of, you need absolute confidence and high grip, and if it's not there when you were hoping it was there, disaster awaits.
We can see it away at a number of the P2 cars have had that sort of snap, that body language in the car, and it's sort of like, yeah, that is not good. That is high speed, and if it starts to go wrong there, then it's going to be big.
It's going to go wrong in a big way. Yeah. Yes, it's going to give us something for the highlights reel. Put it that way, and not in a good way, boys and girls.
No, definitely not.
So the gap now, by the way, Antonio Fuoco has suddenly found space, so that traffic has worked for him, and you described it beautifully again, Ollie. Now 16 seconds to the good. That was 6.
He's 3 seconds to 2 seconds a lap faster than everybody else in the class at the moment. It's an absolute masterclass from Fuoco right now. Whatever he's doing, everybody needs to be watching and looking.
Yeah, it's his Besh with Matthias Kaiser battling away. It's Besh that's got the better of that. RD Limited Tristan Vautier on pit lane now. It's for 5th place. DK Engineering have had a better afternoon at this stage of the race with Nemo, the clownfish livered car.
Just hearing the 34 Corvettes just going back into the garage. More repairs. So that's the Racing Team Turkey car that had the incident.
I'd noticed, by the way, I meant to mention it earlier, that the Montaigne number 10 car, having rejoined the race after that repair, has been in the garage now for a long time. I think that is done.
Fortunately, yeah, all of those incidents, that rain that we had, that real sharp shower.
Well, both those cars involved with the impact of the same other car.
Yeah, the 66.
Really, really unlucky. So it's the 30 car, whether rather going back on that car.
I believe the 77 was out there on slicks. It's amazing. 3 car going deep there at turn 14. Yeah, that was a miscalculation.
Harry King aboard the 77 car now, down in 17th place. Be interested to see what Harry can do in these conditions. It's a long way back to get to a point scoring position, but I'm sure we'll have fun trying. 43, it's Europol competition. Rolling down pit lane now from 4th overall, the hands of Nick Cassidy.
Yeah,
should be the end of his time, I think.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of P2 cars just coming in for stops. They're looking to get their final driver in and through. So I see that Nielsen have stopped and switched to Alex Quinn in the car. There we go.
Yeah, indeed. And it is a driver change 2 for 43. Into Europol. And that gets Nick Cassidy.
Norman Seagal's going to be getting in.
Norman Seagal, who knows how to win in the Asian Le Mans Series, as we said last time around. Took his first sports car win and the first sports car win in LMP2 overall for Europol in the Asian Le Mans Series in Dubai some years ago. A race into darkness. And he and Kiffin Simpson giving the likes of Neil Jardy the shock of their lives when they realised how much pace these young kids have got.
Here comes Antonio Fuoco, continues on this amazing charge. 18 seconds in the lead now in the P2 class.
It looks a bit brighter out there. So plenty of just at that point in the circuit, the sunshine was beginning to break through.
Just over an hour to go. Fuoco's gone deep there, and it's we're getting reports. Oh, and that's one of the challenges here, with the windscreen wiper running constantly. And Cassidy's just giving us the messages here. It's super difficult to see when you get the windscreen wiper sort of delaminating and smearing its rubber all over that tear off there that's just come off the windscreen, that really visibility is very, very compromised.
I think his car's in trouble. I think his car is in trouble on its outlap. Double yellows at turn 3, and I'm looking at the tracker, and I think the 43 car has been off the road.
Yeah, it's moving again now.
But it's just been overtaken by the race leader.
Yeah, it's now a lap down.
So, trouble on its, well, that's new tyres. Tricky track conditions. What else has been involved here?
Yeah, the Pit 22 car coming down pit lane. It's getting drier just there on the front straight. The rain has stopped.
Yeah, David Anderson confirming that it is indeed improving, but how quickly will it improve?
Certainly no way as much standing water here at turn 1, and turn 2 starting to get that little bit drier.
This is the thing, I think one of the plus sides with so many cars on track is that you will get a drying line more quickly. We're going to see,
What's going on with the...
Is this the 43 we're going to see? No, it's not. This is a different issue.
29, just running a little bit wide there.
But you are going to get the wet weather tyres effectively squeegeeing the water on the racing line out to the sides.
I think also the heat that's in the track, and also as soon as the sun comes out, it just starts to burn this water off the surface. It just depends on where the humidity is right now.
So we're not a million miles away from the final potential pit stops for any of the GT cars.
Yeah, they're going to be lining those up very, very quickly.
And potential dramas, by the way, at the moment for the leading car in LMP3. It's car 17. Leads Team Virage's car 8 by just 3.5 seconds. Is under investigation for virtual safety car infringement. And could be costly. It was the third place car. Third place car is probably about a minute back.
Almost a dry line there on the way into turn 7.
So
it's not much spray here at all. Little patches there on the road.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, we're seeing it almost a dry spot here coming into turn 9.
We've got a few minutes before these cars get to pit. Are we going to see these switching to slicks?
I mean, it's going to take a bold move. That would be a gamble for sure, with as much standing water as there is. Dolly's
26 car. Well, that's why.
Wow, they've had a really rough.
Those legality panels must be the most hated thing in the world of an LMP3 team owner.
It doesn't look like that's what they're just trying to fix here, to be perfectly honest. There's something else going on here.
There's 2 of the new designs that we've got 23 in the garage as well, so again LMP3 are in a bit of a wretched period here. They do have a couple of solutions to a quick change. The ADES, quick change rear end, but there is a penalty in terms of weight.
sure.
And the Ginetta with a slightly less quick change, slightly less weight-induced solution. But it's certainly not the Galaxy panel. That was the car that took a sideways biff, wasn't it, in the turn 1, leaving the debris.
Yeah. Yeah, with the Ferrari, I believe.
So a minute away from the final hour here at Sepang. Antonio Fuoco leads Melty Jakobsen by 17 seconds. Tom Dillman in the Algarve Pro car is a further 9 seconds back.
So we're going to start seeing this switch up here. The lap times have certainly switched between Molt and Antonio, and they're both running around about 2:11 now. Seems to be the lap time to do. Let's just see if Molt Jakobsen picks up some more time as he comes through on this lap. But they're running roughly about the same in the sector times.
I'd add, by the way, that the United car that was pursuing Fuoco to unlap himself has had to pit. He's changed now to Paul Di Resta. Let's get out of Proton competition. David Addison, who's popped along there for a chat with Felipe Laza.
Felipe, that was a hard stint, a long stint, a hot stint, and coping with the rain as well.
Yeah, I mean, was quite a wild ride, to be honest. It's my first encounter with the LMP2 after 37 years, so it was something really special for me. Missing my co-driver Stefan, who's still recovering from the big accident at Portimao 8 weeks ago. And we started this journey together, and hopefully he's ready for Dubai. And yeah, a lot of things to learn. Now it's a different perspective for me as well. Actually, I'm working as a coach to teach people. Now I have to find all the secrets by my own first, to then give it to my protégé. But yeah, at the end, one lap is fine. It's just like tire management is one thing. And I mean, they're the big boys out there, so good competition, high competition. And I mean, first time here in Malaysia, crazy. Just like, I mean, I'm a bit overwhelmed, to be honest. And yeah, quite exhausting.
What's it like in the car, not only with the heat, but you know, you're quite a tall chap, and when you got out, you looked like you were having to stretch. Is it uncomfortable?
Quite a giant, quite a giant. So, I mean, at the end, for sure, it's not the right size. If I see the young guns with 61 kilograms, I'm 90 kilos above, so there's always an excuse, right? No, I mean, everything is all right. I get used to it, and it's part of the game.
Great job, thanks.
Well, we'll reiterate that before I go back to Felipe Laza. Dramas for the car 17 leads LMP3. That's the result of that investigation into the VSC infringement. It's a 5 seconds penalty added to the next pit stop, and the car that's chasing it is this car, and it's less than 5 seconds behind. So that's going to be costly. And now it's down to what pace can they find on track or on pit lane. But again, I'll reiterate, if Stefan Aust is watching, sir, we hope to see you in the UAE. Slightly emotional interview there, I felt, from Felipe Laza, and coming to grips with this wasn't the journey that we're supposed to have. This was supposed to be something he came with Stefan together, but more than that, it's a massive readjustment for him, Ollie, into a completely different form and level of motorsport.
Oh, absolutely, and I think you saw it there. He was talking very eloquently, actually, about, you know, that challenge of driving a P2 car and everything you really got to wrap your head around, and then you add into the fact that yes, he is over 90 kilos, and the guys that he's racing against, you know, Charles Malaysia, Antonio Fuoco, I think they've got to be around about 60 kilos, so it's 30 kilos of weight that you're sort of giving up there, and that does make a difference. No doubt it does make a difference. So, you know, there's lots and lots of things for him to work on and think about. And you know, I'm sure that he'll be taking a lot of this experience away today here and applying that for the next 2 weekends in Dubai and Abu Dhabi Yas Marina.
Well, in one way, and in only one way, it's a good thing for him in terms of his role in mentoring Stefan Aust. Because when he comes back, he's got more of a baseline to build on to advise his driver.
Of course.
Out, by the way, back into the fray comes the 26 car from Breton Racing. Fuoco now 19 seconds to good. It is definitely palpably brighter now out around the circuit.
And I think all of these GT runners are just looking at this weather going, right, when is the point? Where's the switchover point here to go to the dry tyre? They're well inside the window now to get to the end on this with fuel. I think that's certainly around about that sort of 56 minutes, maybe an hour that they can do on the fuel. And so, yeah, they're all just waiting at the moment just to sort of see, okay, track is going to start to dry. Oh, we've got the AMG guys here, get speed. And they're going to be going on the dry tyre. There we go.
That's the answer. So the number 9 car, Get Speed, sits at the moment in 7th place. The 37 in 4th. They both led this weekend. The 9 on trouble for the 43. So it had been off track already, but come back. But trouble now for Nolan Siegel. And he's sitting stationary at the side of the road. That looks to me like a full Control-Alt-Delete reset, and he's underway again. That's not a good sign. That car, by the way.
So that was maybe explains what happened as he left the pit lane. And maybe that problem was there from the very start of his stint.
Yeah.
You see the United car there just going all the way to the outside of the racetrack, or inside of the racetrack, looking for a little bit of water just to kind of try and keep those rain tyres cool. And yeah, he's searching around looking for it. This is the wetter part of the racetrack here at turn 1, turn 2. But yeah, coming down the front straight there, they are starting to hunt for a little bit of water to keep those rain tyres from overheating.
Yeah, that's that problem for the 43 has dropped them currently out of a point scoring position, down to 11th place as things stand at the moment. Kestrel Racing still leading in GT, by the way.
High class right racing. At the crossover point.
It is. Mikkel Jensen and Gustavo Menezes pushing on. 9 and 21 here. This is Get Speed, the hands of Anthony Bartone and Simon Mann in the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari, and that's the battle at the moment for 7th. TF Sports 11 Corvette is the latest pit stopper.
Yeah, and that's James Rowe bringing it in. I'll be handing it over to Matt Bell, and I'm sure they'll be rolling the dice here. Didn't work yesterday for them. Their strategy just didn't play out. And so they're hoping that this roll of the dice, let's say, and getting Matt in and getting on that slick early is going to pay dividends for them.
Yeah, they just drop out of the top 10 at the moment, but there's pit stop cycling to go ahead of them. There is the driver change and the pit stop underway. Hopefully we get a chance to see what's the race that are going on this car. Yes, it is indeed, some brand new slick tyres.
Yeah, James is out of the way. There we go. The boys changing the tyres.
Potential problems, by the way, for the 37 car in 4th place in GT.
There you go.
Under investigation for track limits. Their silver drive reported car now.
So all of the teams in GT are now going to be looking towards these runners who have just gone to the slick tyre, and maybe just going, okay, how long is it going to take here? 1 or 2 laps? How much? And then pulling the trigger on it.
Team Virage from 2nd place in LMP3 on pit lane. Now this is potentially, there's a drive-through penalty, by the way, for the 37. There you go.
Yeah, it's so tricky. Is the Bartone car going to come back up the inside of Simon Mann? I don't think so. But these two, I think, have been swapping spots quite some time around one another.
Just keeping an eye on this pit stop for Team Virage, the brake car. Ajita Patel going in from 2nd place. Remember, that car is in contention for the win.
I think these two are going to come down pit lane now.
They are. Well, we're into the final hour of this second 4-hour race here at Sepang. Let's take a final look back at the action earlier here in Malaysia. It was Jens Grainer Moller from pole position that led the field away, but under attack immediately from Giorgio Roda to the inside of his United Autosports car, briefly 4, even 5 wide as they come piling down into turn 1. Moller, though, kept his line, kept his head, and eventually would regain and keep his lead. Fewer dramas behind, but one in the LMP2 pack, as there was a clash between Phil Fayer's United Autosports car and Alexander Matchell of the DKR. Mercifully, this time everybody missed the stricken Orica, and and Alexander Matchell, as you can see here, was able to rejoin. All sorts of action and dramas in all of the classes. Battling cars at the lead of GT3. This was Roda taking the lead from Jens-Reiner Müller. And another starring role in GT from Bob Yuan with some dive-bombing efforts that brought that car up into contention. 43 and 49. Giorgio Kolovos getting second and then taking the lead from Giorgio Roda. And then the rain came with no warning. The first to stumble was Dan Schneider, followed immediately by Phil Fayer, both those cars in the barrier. Trouble for Yasser Shaheen in the gravel, and then aquaplaning helplessly into and through the car. And Tarasau, the United Autosports McLaren, would spin but miss everything. This is the onboard from Tarasau. Yeah, big hit. That would eventually, I think, claim that car. And worse still, then the 34 car from Racing Team Turkey. That's what Klaus Bachler thought of it. There's the damage for the Racing Team Turkey car. That car, though, would rejoin. 10 and the 66 would be victims. Battling away, Algarve Pro, also in the mix. Into Europol competition, running wide, allowing Jean Malaysi through on a run to the front. Could it be 2 wins in a row? Proton competition, Algarve Pro side by side in yet another battle. Gripping stuff up and down in LMP2. 43 car though, beginning to have a less good day. This was one of its happier moments, with the weather still hanging around and would return. The first car to be caught out would be the number 26 Breton Racing car, immediately to the Baltone liveried Get Speed car. That would bring out a virtual safety car, and when we got back into green flag running, it was one heck of a battle in LMP2, and a battle 2 here in GT. Kessel Racing had performed phenomenally on pit lane and would take the lead in GT and drive away a little here. The 8 Virage and 17 CLX car in LMP3 battling away, and it would be CLX Racing. So CLX Racing in the lead, Chetala Racing in the lead of LMP2, and overall 79 laps now on the board, 20 seconds to the good, and driving away from the CrowdStrike Racing by APR number 4, with Algarve Pro Racing's 25 car third, Decal Engineering in a strong fourth and moving up the field. LMP3, CLX Motorsports leading, but will have a penalty at the next pit stop. Kessel Racing, the 74 car lead GT, ahead of the Origin Porsche, Team WRT BMW, with the AF Corsa 51 car in the mix. Team Virage second in LMP3, Vic Stevens now aboard that car, and Forestier Racing via BPS third. I'm glad we ended that sequence in that way, Ollie, because the thing I was looking for in that pit stop from Team Virage, that was their 4th pit stop, but they've only just burned the long pit stop. Is that the saviour for CLX? Because they've got 5 seconds, but it's a short pit stop.
Yep. So I think that's going to be one of the things for the CLX, are certainly working into the mix for them.
If they win at this point, it's that call to burn the 2 long stops under the first virtual safety car, effectively on consecutive laps. They burned 106 seconds.
Absolutely.
And it's given them that opportunity, because the field would then, of course, have closed up under the safety car to effectively have a 3-second pit stop.
Yep, it is. It is. And we're now seeing in the GT class a number of runners pitting and looking to come in for that final stop. And I also think that in P2, they're all trying to extend as much as they possibly can, so it's maybe just one more stop before the end, but I'm not sure they're going to quite be able to do it. They've done 25 laps, 26 laps for Dillman right now, and that's going to get pretty close. Pretty close. I know we're running around in the rain, which is always better on fuel economy, but it's Yeah, it's going to be pretty close here shortly, and we've got 47 minutes left in the race. I'm not sure they got that sort of range right now.
Right now, Castle Racing, it was done initially on pit road, but since then it's been done on the track. Chris Lulham is having a cracking stint.
Yeah,
It's
he
20
is.
seconds to good. We are now seeing those P2 cars coming in. Decar Engineering's Matthias Besch, Lorenzo Fluxer is in the 88 Proton car. This is the 15 Kessel car.
They had that power steering issue,
They
didn't
did.
they? They're back
They're
on
way
slicks.
back.
Yeah, they're 10 laps down or so, 7 or 8 maybe.
Rocco, 20 seconds to good. How long before he needs to head for pit lane?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be 2 more stops that these guys are going to have to do.
You think they're going to splash?
I think that they might. I think that they might. If it goes fully dry.
Yeah.
Yep.
And here he comes. Well, this is going to be, well, the key thing then is going to be who can stay out at this point. So it becomes a fuel race at this stage.
Who's going to be the last one to blink?
So Chatelaar Racing pit from the lead. CrowdStrike Racing by APR with 20 seconds back at the last timing beam. Needs to be clean, needs to be error-free.
Tear off, excellent, great work.
There goes the tear off. They'll throw that away, you know, you'd love one of those.
You have to go down there and see if we can find it, hunt it out.
Have a look in the bin.
Yeah.
First time. In comes the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. So identical strategies from those two teams.
They're all going to be coming.
Yep.
And
D. Dillman from third follows down pit road in the 25.
It's also got very busy in the GT ranks. Lots of cars been in and gone back out again.
Class Racing also in there. They were in 10th position, dropping back a little at the moment, of course, with this pit stop cycle.
It's a little slow going up in the air there for Sepang. Not too much time. Interesting with the way that they work their guns. Only got 2 guns allowed out there in the pit lane. 4 guys over the wall to do the tyre stop.
They fire up as fuel still going into the CrowdStrike car. 20 seconds, of course, the gap as they came in. What have Algarve Pro got to throw into this mix? Well, if we keep that shot, you'll see the Chatelaar car going by. There he goes. Now the car goes up on the jacks as Antonio Fuoco gets the power down.
Squirming away. It's this first part of the lap that's tricky. Still pretty wet. Oh, it's hunting around, just trying to find that tyre. It's so physical doing those tyre changes. It's really quite something. They just pick those wheels and tyres up and start throwing them around.
That's Roberto Lacorte in the right-hand screen there. He's the guy behind Chatelaar Racing. He's had his racing FA. Here he is. This is the GT racer leader. Also Origine on pit lane as well from second place. So again, it's a battle on pit lane. And again, to put into context here, took the win yesterday in a strong position for the win here today. This is the only racing currently planned for Chatelaar Racing, and the reason for coming here is to win an automatic entry to Le Mans.
Yeah.
It's everything on the table for this.
Yeah.
There's Origine going to work. New slick tyres going on the 87 car. All Michelins in every class, of course, here in the Asian Le Mans series.
I'd be interested to see the 74 Kessel car up against the Origin with, I think it's Dennis Marchal's going to be on board the Kessel car, and it's going to be Lauren Heinrich in the 87 Origin car. That would be quite the battle to watch.
10 seconds given up by CrowdStrike Racing by APR on the Chatelaar car. It's 30 seconds the gap.
Really?
Now, that's a long pit stop for the CrowdStrike Racing guys.
Yeah, the fuel would have been about the same. They did fumble a little bit on their tyre change.
Not 10 seconds, surely.
No, surely not.
Unless there was a problem with a gun that we did not see.
And also, well, yeah, true.
Meantime, so that's the lead group in LMP2 in and out of the pits, and that has led the Chatelaar car to a very strong position indeed. Cycling through, by the way, but will, I believe, still need to stop, is the 20 car from Algarve Pro Racing. Here comes the Mercury Cross car, Sami Mektunif. So that is all 3 Algarve Pro Racing cars, second, third and fourth right now, but the 20 car, I think, is out of sequence.
56 on pit lane, and that's for its final stop fuel and tyres, but I think Johnny Adam will stay on board.
CLX Motorsport in and out of the pits. They have lost the lead of the race. They are out back on track and are second behind the Team Virage car.
Yeah.
So once again, at the end of this race, it's all come together in LMP3. We'll wait till this all settles down before we get into where the battles are really on track. Here comes the number 20 car, by the way, to complete that lead group pit stop cycle. We'll drop back from that second position. Rocco, Jakobsen, Trulli. Next up will be Matthias Besch and Tristan Vautier, Lorenzo Fluxer. Strong race here from DK Engineering. Fuel going into the 20 car.
Yeah.
It's beginning, keeps tumbling down the order as they are on pit lane.
It's not that clean for them. The 22 and the 43. Yeah, let's see what happens to the 43 here. They've had those gremlins in the car, haven't they?
Yeah, I have.
Problem here on the left front. Can't quite get it off. And
that's going to cost them.
It will.
Couple of 3 seconds burned there. Here comes the Nielsen car as well.
It's not quite clicked for Nielsen today.
It really hasn't. It really hasn't. A completely different run from them from yesterday's race.
Yeah, they're going to go a lap down as well here.
Now we begin to see that light grey line just extend further and further across the track. Through the air, of course, the cars coming through here. That's 51 and 54. Where are they? 4th and 5th now. Davide Rigon and Alessandro Pierguidi. This is a battle for position. 2 Ferrari factory drivers. 2 identical Ferrari 296 GT3s. Evo version of this car will debut beginning of next year. Will not race here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Just slip sliding here through turns 1, 2, and then into 3. Just slightly different lines. Whoa, big wiggle there from the 54. And these two will be giving up nothing. Pierguidi, Rigon, just going at one another here. And
they're going to have to be heads up though. Is that in trouble?
43 again, it's having issues. It looks like it's an electrical problem here. It's just
disastrous period for this car.
Yeah,
was in contention, it's just fallen right out of it. They need to get that battle sorted because they're being caught and reasonably fast by Fabian Schiller. Number 9, Frank.
I won't say so.
No. Known as Frank by all of us here.
John Watson had a particular name for him, didn't he?
He did. It was a mistake in that case, but it was funny, so we'll keep repeating it. 35 seconds the lead over this pairing. This is now the battle for second. Now here's a moment. Malte Jakobsen, who had some of his development and learning years with Algo Pro Racing on his way up to Hypercar, is now under pressure from Enzo Trulli, who sort of replaces him in that role in this squad. Here's a youngster who can bolt in.
Yeah. So he's back on board, Enzo Trulli.
Yes, he is. It shows confidence in the young man, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. He's certainly in the groove. A bit of a snap there as he just dropped the car onto the exit curb off of 11. And that's one of the things you just got to be so careful. Oh, it's up the inside. Look at that.
Whoa.
What a lunge.
That was a minor mistake from Malte Jakobsen, who does seem to have a rather more squirrely oracle underneath him. I think Enzo Trulli's got room to get. He does have the room to get the inside here of the Ligier.
But remember, when it was fully wet, that 25 car tumbled down the order, and the 4 car came to the front when it was just that little bit wetter.
This is great
and
stuff.
It is great stuff. But as it's drying out, the 25 has just then got that advantage back. And but these two side by side going at it.
So you meet Malte Jakobsen. There is no more mild-mannered person on the planet.
Yeah, he's just squeezing him a little bit there. But yeah, Enzo Trulli's like, yeah, okay. I can just, I'm on the inside here. I'll just move you out there onto the wetter part of the racetrack. And these two, the way they're going to go up the hill here into turn 4, It's treacherous there. George does not like the look of that though, and he will be hoping that Molt can put on a better charge and a better attack back and fight back against Enzo here. And it's difficult to watch, but this is the move up the inside, the way that he places the car there, confidence, and he executed it brilliantly. Just didn't allow Molt to run through just underneath him. He managed to just hold him there at the apex enough so that he had the speed up into turn 14. And he's now getting it done past the 22 into turn 9.
That's a lapped car, but nonetheless it's put a car between him and Molt Jakobsen.
Always in these positions you want to be able to do that, put a car in between yourself and the guy you're fighting with. And I think that there is definitely something here between the 25 and the 4 and the way that their cars are set up, just by the way that they operate. Oh, Enzo just took a chance there, but managed to get it done.
Well, the other point there, the move where he got alongside, he was able to make that move. It looked like Jakobsen wasn't.
Yeah.
In just in that phase of the race, and again there, unable to actually get by the 22 before.
Louis Delatraz watching all of this. It's not an easy watch, is it?
No, it's not easy. I mean, it would be great if the car's lap would get out of the way, first of all, but I mean, that we can discuss after the race.
Same team, but there's no team orders between the 25 car and your car.
I mean, no, we're all racing. You know, it's one team, but we're racing. I think we expect to race fairly. But yeah, same chances to everyone.
Now, how come you've lost the place, in a sense? We would have expected Molt to be able to hang on.
I didn't hear anything.
We would have expected Molt to hang on to the place, not to drop back. Is there an issue?
No, there is no issue, but we had a quite slow pit stop, so we lost some time to the sister car, and a little bit unlucky with the traffic, but Malte has been amazing. He's been fast in the wet, so I'm sure he can get it back.
Now, are we on a wet track, a dry track, a little bit in between? Where are we now?
We're in between, I think, but we're on slicks, so it's going to the end on slicks.
Excellent. Thanks, Louis.
Yep.
Louis Delatraz there, summing things up. Car 34, by the way, he's had a torrid time. I'm not sure he's on track now. He's in the garage at the moment. It's going to get a further 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for a virtual safety car infringement. Pretty much game over this afternoon.
They're parked in the pit box, aren't they?
For them.
Yeah.
Antonio Fuoco leads by an increasing margin, 38 seconds now. This battle between these two Ferraris continues, 51 and 54. Davide Rigon and his Ferrari factory teammate, Alessandro Pierguidi, the 54. This is for the first position out of the points at the moment. So we'll get well at LMP3. Team Ferrari's Vic Stevens has just been passed by Lauren Heinrich, by the way, on track in the Origin car in 3rd place. We'll look at that top 3 at the moment. The gap between Stevens and Jacobi has just switched because Virage have pitted. Now, why have they pitted? Because that seems to me, was he still on wets?
That's possible.
Was he still on wets?
Yeah.
Well, it's been nip and tuck for all sorts of reasons. I suspect it's the wrong car. It is. This is Julian Gerby, by the way. Car 8th position, so points to be scored here. This is not the pass for the lead, because it's the sister car that was leading, was in close contention with the 17.
Getting reports that the 20 car APR will not fire up.
Oh dear, that is, there you go. Frantic Hansen was being employed. Going back to the right front, what's going on with that? Something odd going on here at Algarve Pro Racing. The car wouldn't fire up, but now they've changed the tyre again. Still won't fire. Now it does. That has dropped them right back. That, I think, has dropped them.
Stewie's desperate to get out there and understand and do whatever he needs to do to the car. They've seen something on one of the sensors or some of the telemetry here.
Have they put the wrong tyre on the wrong corner? Is that what they've done? They have. They put the front tyre on the rear.
Oh my word!
That's what they've done. They've switched. They've put it's the front tyre. Wow. The rear tyre's on the front, and vice versa. That's what they spotted.
That's
I've seen it before. I have seen that happen before.
Okay.
In one instance, with a practice pit stop back in the days where front and rear tyres were fundamentally different dimensions, with the experienced team manager shaking his head on the stopwatch as the team thought they'd done a great job.
Yeah.
And then leaving the penny to finally drop.
Yes.
This looks well in control here for Antonio Fuoco. Enzo
35
Truni,
seconds up the road.
yeah, Enzo Truni, he saw the pass. Malte Jakobsen.
One more stop for these guys to do, I think.
It's going to be tight, isn't it?
It is going to be tight.
And Dan Harper, meanwhile, second in GT, 12 seconds back.
Yeah, I'm impressed with that 69 car. Engine change has certainly done the trick.
Hasn't it just?
Yeah, and they've really hung on in there through all of the different conditions. It's been smart, kept it clean. Classic WRT race, you know, making all the right calls in all the tricky conditions and kept themselves right in the hunt. And it's just whether now they can hang on in these dry conditions, because I think everybody would admit that the BMW is just not quite as quick as the Porsche is in the dry conditions.
Well, that's the problem they've got.
Yeah, and Lauren Heinrich is only some 7 seconds back from Dan Harper.
Well, it's getting more interesting than that, because the BMW is catching the Kessel car, but is being caught more quickly by the Origin car with Lauren Heinrich.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a blip. I see that the Kessel 74 is managing its situation. Looking after its tyres, waiting to see if there's a final safety car period, and they're making sure that they can use their tyre in that situation rather than burn it up now.
Yeah. 74 Kessel racing car, 16th overall, by the way, and still ahead of the LMP3 leaders, as are the top three in GT. So it's been a sort of topsy-turvy race for those LMP3s. They've had bizarre strategies thrown at them. The Team Virage car, Vic Stevens, that number 8 car, that was a very costly pit stop, because that's dropped them back down to 5th place from contesting the lead. And all of a sudden, CLX Motorsport are in splendid isolation.
They are. See, Rigon and Pueguidi, they're lapping, but they're not lapping as quickly on average as Lauren Heinrich and Dennis Marshall. Marshall and Heinrich are a good half a second up the road from these two, maybe even 3/4 of a second. So these guys aren't quite on the same level as Marshall and the Kessel car.
Yeah, hearing from David down in pit lane that latest pit stop was a
brave bird.
That's just a fan. That pit stop delayed because they needed to reposition the car on the dollies with another car in close contention. That's probably cost them a podium position. Just keep an eye on Dennis Marshall's times. I'm going to be keen to see what this lap time is. The 74 car has not been in traffic the last couple of laps. He's had a 2:11, a 2:12, and where is he? Coming down towards turn 15 now.
His average is good though.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if he's got a problem, because behind him, 2:09.5 from Dan Harper, 2:08.9 from Lauren Heinrich. He's done a 2:11 and a 2:12. The 2:11 might have been in traffic. The 2:12 most certainly was not.
Okay.
And he goes through now, and he's back into the 2:09s.
Yeah.
Well, anybody fancy a chat with a happy Italian?
Why not?
David Addison clearly does, because he's down in the Cettelar Racing pits with Roberto Lacorte. Winners yesterday, leading comfortably now.
Roberto, we're nearly at the end. It's looking good, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, few minutes to go, but very extremely intense, because the weather conditions are very, very tricky. As Sepang. So this is very tough race. from the beginning until the checkered flag because the weather condition is very the point. We hope to stay in this position, but we have to stay calm before see the checkered flag. Yeah.
Really tough for you early on with the rain and everything.
Yeah. Was a very complicated condition, and during my stint, we decided to stay with the slick tires. Was the best decision, and I was forced to manage very tough condition, third, 2, 3, 4, but with the best solution.
And it could be the perfect start to the championship if you can hang on to win 2 races.
Yeah, but the championship is so long, so we have to stay in the pace. Yes, this is the best way to start the championship, but we have to maintain this condition.
Good luck for the last 20 minutes.
As we were just having that interview, we saw on the other screen that incident there with Paul di Resta has now gone through that gravel trap at turn 3. I think we're going to see it played back, and the DKR car just gets on that exit curb over it, comes rejoined and then clips di Resta. And then di Resta's just a passenger. Innocent party there.
Yeah, it was the DKR car in a squeeze with, I think, the Nielsen car to the curb, and it was a recovery from that curb, wasn't it? And then is there a further incident here? Or is that just the Nielsen car passing the 22? It is.
Yes, it is.
But 6 car in trouble, and that might well mean it's a, now here we go.
Car.
It's a safety car.
Wow.
Now that is an absolute drama.
That's going to really, really throw the cat amongst the pigeons here, and we get everything all closed up again.
Now 30 seconds will become very much less than that now. What car have you got left underneath you, and what happens in GT? And what happens in GT?
All of those guys who've been going at it hard, trying to make up time.
I'm sort of surprised at the safety car call here. There may well be some debris that needs to be dealt with as well. There was the clash there. Did see some bits and pieces. Oh,
another one off.
That's why. And
yes,
I think that is. I think that's the number 1. I don't think it's the 8. I think it's the 1. That's why it's 2 incidents, not 1. So I adjust my feelings on this, because that's not a simple place to recover from.
Definitely not. And for as sketchy as it's been down there at turn 3, this is the right call.
Yeah. So pit entry is closed. This will close the entire field up to that 30-second gap built up by Antonio Fuoco. So how far back in the... It's maybe 10 cars, maybe a few less than that between Fuoco and Trulli.
Yeah.
There'll be a big advantage to Trulli on the Fuoco on the restart here, with Trulli unable to attack until we cross the line. It's almost like a moonscape, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I don't think we're done with the weather either. Everybody's still primed and ready to go. You know, all the guys have still got all their kit on. Wet tyres are there, ready to go. Yep, yeah, APR. Yep, and I think they think we're going to have some more rain.
They most certainly do.
I think we might even be getting some down here, actually.
Well,
no wipers on at the moment.
So, be 3 laps under the safety car before the pits open. So it's going to take me 3 laps to recover Paul di Resta. It might be longer for the number 1 car. We could be going back to green just as that pit lane opens.
See, and I think about that time
Which
then get the weather.
Well, here's the point. The point I'm trying to make here is this: 3 laps at safety car speeds will take us, what, 15 minutes left?
Yeah.
And depending on how heavy the rain is, it then becomes a matter of, do you risk it? Do you burn the time to put the wet weather tyres on, or do you stay out on the slick tyres and risk 15 minutes of potentially sketchy weather?
Yeah,
that's a really tough call.
It is a terribly tough call, and but these guys are getting quite well schooled at it, aren't they, and understanding the conditions. Yeah, just hearing of 1 or 2 spots of rain down in pit lane.
But look in the background, it's
been coming from that direction, hasn't it? From over there, turn 6, 7, 8.
Biblical potentially, but we've seen it happen before. So 2 incidents out on track. with contact for Paul Di Resta pitching the number 6 car off almost through the gravel. I think there might be a bit of damage to that car as well. It didn't quite look right at that corner as it headed to the gravel. And then the number 1 Team Virage car already with the telehandler in attendance. It's a matter of whether they bring that car back to the racing surface to a place of safety. So Team Virage from 8th at the moment. Julian Gerby, this is the most popular car here. Looking at the background, nobody with that United car yet.
The 6 car. We're just hearing the 99 car coming down pit lane, and that's going to be emergency service, isn't it?
That's, well, where are they in the order? They're 11th. That pretty much kills any chance of a top 10 finish, because they'll be able to take 8 seconds of fuel. Watch that now. But they'll have to pit again when we go back to green. And that's all the fuel it needed.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
21 minutes remain. But whilst we've got one recovery underway, as I said in the background shot, we could see there was nobody yet with the 6 car.
It's going to be frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, from Paul Di Resta's point of view, I think this might be a Paul Di Resta glass half empty moment.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that winning smile of his, are we?
No positivity on display, I don't suppose, in that number 6 car. It's Sam Cox. They're just absolutely on tenterhooks. What is the right call here? Looking for what's happening with the weather, looking for what's happening with that safety car. How quickly could we go back to green? It's going to be certainly not this lap.
So this is the incident here. Just got on that curb and then tagged Di Resta in the 6 car, and just straight across the gravel. Didn't quite manage to keep it going. And this on board. This is the number 1 car going off. Yeah, he just looped it there. Yeah, gives him 4th gear.
Yeah.
That's it's looking dark out there now, isn't it?
Well,
I think we're going to get some more rain.
Well, there's all sorts of possibilities here, aren't there? Possibility 1 is we go back to green and nothing changes, and it's a race to the finish, but with the pack closer. Number 1. Number 2 is we go back to green and it pours it down, at which point we're ticking down rapidly towards the end of this race, and it becomes a choice between going for wet weather tyres or staying out on slicks and trying to survive. Possibility 3, and we saw it last year, is that it comes so hard this time that they red flag the race.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking
And we have
extremely
seen that
dark. Yeah, we have.
before.
Yeah, we have had it here before, a couple of years back, wasn't it?
It was last year. It was last year, I think, wasn't it?
Race 2 last year. That's what we're hearing. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to call here, and it's, you know, do you just stick someone on a motorbike and send them out to the sort of
turn 6,
the other side of turn 6, outside the track, and just try and get a read on where this weather's coming from and when's it going to start raining?
Interesting little bit of psychology there from Malte Jakobsen coming through turn 15. Just got the overlap a little bit, was letting enter Trinidad's there.
Yeah, because he knows that if this goes wet, and they've got wipers on now, if this does go wet, I've got my money on the 4 car going past back the 25, because that 25 did not like the wet weather.
Yeah. So 34 car, that car has just come
Racing
back
Team
out.
Turkey,
come in again. Sally Yolok support the car, and that's got a penalty serve. So that's another emergency pit call. Maybe Sally's gone out and it's just not right. Now we've got a telehandler with the number 6 car.
Yeah, it's looking rather murky as well, isn't it?
It's nothing like a Merc, it's an Orica.
Yes, right. Got 2 more weekends of this.
I know you're looking forward to it. Merry Christmas, everybody. 17 minutes to go, and actually, the deeper we get into this safety car, potentially the more dramatic it becomes.
Telehandler finally at the 6.
Yeah.
Get that taken care
And
of.
now
Here comes
the rain is coming.
Here we go. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
so
we did say, didn't we, that what you would do would send somebody to look what's going on. And hearing from David Addison, that's exactly what's going on. There's multiple teams sending up, presumably their youngest and least experienced person with binoculars to stand in the rain.
Would stand in the rain and also possible lightning.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. David is saying that there is heavy rain in pit lane now.
Go stand there with this carbon fibre pole. Yes.
Yes. No thanks.
So, yet again, in the unique way in which Sepang is formed, heavy rain at certain parts of this circuit and absolutely nothing elsewhere.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to that decision and that choice.
You know, 10 minutes ago we thought, that's all over. You know, welcome to sports car racing, everybody, where something always happens in the last 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's raining.
And so last corner and straight, bone dry. Here, biblical, absolutely stair-rodding it.
Well, yeah, there's going to be some tricky decisions to be made here on what you do. Amount of time left, just coming up to 15 minutes.
Deep breath there from Sam Cox.
Yeah.
There's real anxiety here.
Yeah.
This is a hugely important programme for all of these teams. This is the basis on which many of these teams are structuring their entire year. This is testing out new combinations of drivers in cars, new cars in some cases, and beyond that, the opportunity that some of them will get just this time in the Asian Le Mans Series to try to qualify for Le Mans. Some will be looking to get a second car to Le Mans.
Yeah.
And that, you know, if this is not part of your regular world, I can't overestimate in business terms, quite apart from sporting terms, how massively important that is.
Yeah, it is very, very big. I think we're preparing here for the pass around. Abort pass around.
Yeah.
That's what we're hearing.
Now, why?
Well, I think because of the weather.
Yeah. We don't want cars at full speed.
I have a feeling
we might be heading towards a red flag here.
Could be finishing the race like this. I don't know. This.
Well, look, I think this is as bad a weather as we've seen. The track conditions aren't yet that bad.
Yeah, and so we're just hearing that it's getting heavier, so...
And look at that. I mean, that's 3 minutes ago was a clear camera view of a clear track. And now you can't see turn 15.
It's got extremely bad, and we're going to start struggling here with aquaplaning and cars being able to keep up with the safety car. Yeah. Fuoco is struggling already with that, and if you go off the track and you crash behind the safety car,
well, look at the water from the wheel wells of the safety car.
Yeah, and I think this is going to start presenting some significant problems here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're hearing it's very, very windy down there as well. And I just hope everybody can make it through turns 3 and up into turn 4 here.
We'll tell you by the way.
And the safety car has dropped. Red flag. There we go.
There you go. And we will hear shortly whether or not there is going to be any restart for this race. Doubt it at this stage.
Yeah, the
session will not resume. That is it. That is.
Yeah,
race
2 wins in a row. Amato there, congratulating everybody from the team. Amato Ferrari, despite all of that technical support.
They can't believe it.
Yes, that's
you know
brilliant.
what, Roberto Lacorte is a joyful guy. I don't know if you've spent much time with him, but he's an absolute enthusiast. He's the man that's put this together.
And he's the man in that car there who's won them the race.
Yeah.
Fuoco in the wet conditions was just standout. 2 seconds a lap faster than anybody else on track. Really impressive. He played his parts, and so did Lacour. But in terms of performance,
Yeah.
Fuoco was just head and shoulders above everyone else.
As we hear, by the way, the thunder starts. They've got a storm passing through now, and that I said it last year. In these conditions, that's the right call.
Yep.
I'm sorry. But if you're anything other than horrified when you watch what happens when weather comes to a circuit like this, we saw it with cars damaged and mercifully drivers not damaged earlier in this race, then you're wrong. This is right. There's not enough grip there. That safety car was beginning to struggle.
Yep. And in GT, Kessel Racing come away with the victory. Number 74, Dennis Marshall behind the wheel. And that's great for those guys down there at Kessel Racing. Wonderful team and very well deserved.
And CLX Motorsport, there he is. There's our GT winner. And, well, great thing about that is everybody played their part. Great running on track from all three of those racers. Mr. Blattner pulling that car up by
Just think about some of the smart moves that he made, keeping out the way, but keeping the car towards the front, really looking after it, understanding what he needed to do as the bronze. Lulham got in, did a brilliant job, really carried the car through very, very quick under the dry conditions. And then Dennis Marshall brought it home.
But the other thing I wanted to say is that the team played their part in their excellent pit work that
Completely.
put that car back
absolutely.
to the front. And CLX Motorsport, after a tough day yesterday, take the win here today. And they did that with a blinding bit of strategy.
Again, at the start of the race there, that first VSC.
Two consecutive
stops.
Burning the long stops gave them the opportunity. Edgar. But Paul Ancher.
Was that his son who's in hospital?
It is indeed. And thank you for reminding me. And if you are listening and watching, Edgar, your dad done good today.
Yeah, brilliant job.
There you go. So look at this. So this is why. I mean, you know what? 30 seconds ago, we'd have had people watching this race going, "What do you mean red flag?" That's why. Let me just explain for those that have never been here to this region. This isn't rain. It's Sepang rain. It is an extraordinary thing to experience here. My very first visit here, well over a decade ago, and my taxi delivered me to the wrong entrance. I had to walk to the paddock entrance, and halfway to the paddock entrance.
No, the taxi driver was told to do that.
Yeah. You booked it, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. It started to rain. I hadn't walked 5 steps before there was no point in trying to keep dry, because literally I was wet through 5 seconds. The skies just opened. What you see here, by the way, that is the safety car train. That is Paul de Resta ahead, having been recovered to the surface, track surface.
Absolutely. So all that water was pouring out there from. That's how much standing water there is on the track. The cars will just almost be like toboggans in this point, or a sledge. Just on the water, you just got to drive around super slowly, just make it back nice and cleanly and safely.
Well, well done everybody for keeping it all safe there. Checkered flag being shown against all these cars now. That is the result. We'll call that as the cars are coming under the podium and back to pit lane. And this time, 47 gets to go under the rough place.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Where's he going?
Don't know. I think he thinks he's been told to go to park firmly.
Oh wow!
Yeah, the despair with the official there. Anyway, it will be Chetlar Racing that have won, even though they think they might not have done. Algarve Pro Racing's 25. Enzo Trulli, what a stint he had. That's some calling card from him. Ahead of Melty Jakobsen, the CrowdStrike racer by ABR car. That's your 1, 2, 3.
It's the same 1, 2, 3 as yesterday, isn't it?
Is that right?
I believe it is.
Buy that for $1. GT, different 1, 2, 3. 74 Kessel Racing car. 69 Team WRT BMW. Excellent race from them. And the Origin Motorsport Porsche sort of robbed us of what I thought could be an absolutely brilliant. They're all going to Parc Fermé. We're not doing that. I wonder if this is because Parc Fermé. Right, that's why. So the Chetlar guy was right. The other thing is, you don't want anybody out in this rain or indeed the thunderstorm that's here. We're slightly robbed of what I think could have been a stunning battle in GT at the end.
Yeah. I think that would have been fantastic just to sort of see how the likes of Dennis Marshall, Dan Harper and Lauren Heinrich and throw just a David Rigon and a Alessandro Perguidi into the mix with Frank Schiller.
Yep.
You know, it would have been quite the finish.
There is the overall classification provisionally at this stage, of course, 92 laps. And the time differences doesn't matter, that's behind the safety car, but it is the 47 Chettilar Racing car that takes the win. Second win in succession this weekend from the Algarve Pro 25 and the 4 CrowdStrike Racing cars. 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari, from 69 Team WRT BMW, from 87 Origine Motorsport Porsche. We've got our winner there in LMP3 in 19th place, and that podium will be completed by the 23 events Racing 71 and the 29 for SDA Racing by VPS at Ligier. So Ligier 1, 2, 3 again. So we work our way through 2 retirements. Montai, number 10 car, after that incident that involved the other car that's retired, the 66 car. Those two made contact. The 10 car briefly rejoined, but was then retired. And lots of others in all sorts of woe, but didn't get in the way of some absolutely fantastic racing, did it, Ollie?
Oh, brilliant. It was top class, world class racing, actually, from brilliant teams and drivers. And this circuit and this multi-class format that we've got here in the Asia Le Mans just always just keeps delivering, doesn't it? And it's amazing how it does. Yes, the weather has been a little bit too aggressive right here at the end, but the previous 4 hours and 3 hours and 45 minutes, it's really been pretty something special.
I'm just going to remind us, we've got Antonio Fuoco with the world's biggest umbrella making his way to the podium, and the drivers for the top 3 cars in each class are being asked to do that, so podium ceremony will follow. So we came into the track this morning. I got a few giggles from Mr. Gavin and from Mr. Addison.
Was that when you're picking yourself up off the floor after another fall? Carrying
my rain jacket, and I'll be massively smug on the way back to the car.
That's not like you.
It's been an excellent event. We've been made to feel very welcome again by everybody here at Sepang. It launches this 2025-2026 Asia Le Mans series with a bit of a bang, in particular for Chettilar Racing.
Yeah, it does set it up really nicely for them, doesn't it? In the next round in Dubai in February.
It's going to be super tight in the other 2 classes, though. CLX Motorsport score the win after seeing their great run just evaporate later in the race. And in GT, we've not. It's going to be 6 different cars on the podiums, isn't it? The top 3 today were not on the podium yesterday.
No, they were not. Great to see Origin up there. They've, Bob, the bronze from Origin. Bob Wan, he's been spectacular.
Hasn't he?
He's so committed on the brakes. I mean, that performance that he had in the first few laps, making his way through the field, was exceptional.
One thing we do need to keep an eye on, by the way, is the an investigation underway into that clash that caused the off for Paul Di Resta, and the number 3 car, that was the other car involved there, at the moment is scored 4th. It was the DKR car, wasn't it?
Yes.
So there might well be something more to come there. Could be costly.
Gotta love Italians. I love it. So much emotion.
Yeah, dear me.
It's brilliant. That's good to see as well down there.
Guys.
Kessel Racing. Yeah, Dennis Marshall just sort of breathing a sigh of relief, like, I got it back round to the finish.
Yeah, well, I'm in awe of, what professional race drivers do, particularly when the conditions get tricky. Keeping the head, keeping it on the grey stuff, and
yeah, it's impressive to see these guys working. This guy was brilliant in the rain, wet weather, fantastic.
One more time, actually, well done to the officials here. That was the right call.
Yeah,
only bad things would have happened had they not made that call.
Yep, definitely.
And that call came quickly. There was a big change, David Rigon. Well, that's part of,
Yeah, big family.
Racing is a family,
yeah.
and you know the feel within a big factory team.
Yeah, it's
And
great
few,
to see.
Few bigger than Ferrari.
Yes.
And,
good to sort of see them all congratulating him and sharing his joy winning this race, and well deserved. Really a fantastic performance. Yeah, is with his teammates and the rest of the team.
I'll tell you something else, at this era with the Ferrari 499P and its World Championship this year, to see Ferrari having their drivers in both GTs and hypercars is great. Well, let's take a look back after this slightly shortened 4 hours of Sepang at the dramas that led us to this checkered flag. Unbelievably, it started in sunshine, and it was the 49 high-class racing car Jens Reiner Muller trying, but failing immediately to fend off Giorgio Roda's United Autosports car. 4 and 5 wide at this stage. Muller, though, wily old fox that he is, kept to his line, watched it open, and at that point went back to the lead and drove away a little. Watch though for Georgios Kolovos in the Yinti Europol car, as we had problems in the middle of the pack with Alexander Matschul taking a hit from Phil Thayer. Neither car would be in much further drama than that. You'll see there the number 3 car rejoining the race. Up at the front, Roda though took less than a lap to find a way up the inside of the high-class racing car. Meantime, Bob Yuan started his heroics back up the field in the Origine car. Kolovos it was that took second place at that stage before the rain came the first time. Phil Thayer in the background hitting the barrier, but not the other Orica. And Terasau hitting the stricken Yasser Shaheen, aquaplaning off there, as would the McLaren, not hitting anything. Unfortunately for the 66 Corvette, it would have been the last time somebody hit it. This is what it looked like and sounded like from the inside of Antaresau's Porsche. But what happened next would be even more bitter gall. That's the Racing Team Turkey car into the 66. Klaus Bachler knew at that point it was pretty much race over for the number 10 car, and that's what it proved to be. Back to green flag racing and dry running. And all sorts of dramas between all sorts of teams. 43 car running wide as Chetalar Racing's Charles Malasey made his way to the front. Proton Competition and Algar Pro Racing either side of the remaining JMR Corvettes in their battle, and so truly getting stuck in. Great battles galore. The weather, though, would play a further part. Second intervention, and the first victim was the 26 Breton Racing Ligier, the number 9 AMG, winner yesterday, and this cost it positions and time, will prove costly eventually. Malte Jakobsen and Enzo truly battling away, as did the 37 AMG and the 69 WRT BMW making its way up the order. Kessel Racing played a blinder in putting the 74 car back into contention, eventually the lead. 43 car would drop down through the order with an intermittent electrical issue that just caused dramas all the way through. This was truly, again, with Malte Jakobsen, 2 young guns battling away in fine fashion, and then an error from Matthias Besch in the number 3 car, pitching off Paul Di Resta into the gravel. Trouble too for Julian Gerby. He was off into the gravel too. That would bring out the safety car that came out just in time for the rain to really arrive this time. And that eventually would lead, quite quickly in fact, as the rain became absolutely torrential, to a decision from race control. But that was it. Something like 20 minutes early, a little less than 20 minutes early. Kessel Racing would take the GT win. CLX Motorsport take the LMP3 win, as we saw a little earlier. Chetalar Racing joyful in their win over all. And about to go to the podium. So, slightly sorry state there. There are the points. It's 14 points to the good. Chetalar Racing from Algar Pro Racing. CrowdStrike Racing by APR. 1, 2, 3 is indeed exactly the same. Then the first of the United cars, the number 5 car, with decent points. Nielsen Racing, not the race they were looking for today, Ollie, but 5th place in the standings going to the UAE. The Drivers' Trophy, predictably, it's those three crews: Rocco, Malaysi, Lacorte, Trulli, Jensen and Dillman. The Michael Jensen, the defending champion, of course, George Kurtz, Louis Delatraz, Malte Jakobsen, with the number 5 United crew sitting there in 4th. Sets it up nicely.
It does, yep.
You know, it's not the same as GT where the car could be completely different, because of course they're all pretty much the same, although they're set up differently.
Yeah, sure.
When we get to the UAE. But you've got crews and drivers that know those two tracks in the UAE slightly better than others.
Yeah, and I think that certain teams will come a little bit more to the fore in Dubai and Yas Marina. But certainly here, Settler have been the class of the field, and they certainly deserve both of their victories. They really have been exceptional in their performances. You know, I've already spoken about Fuoco's performance today behind the wheel in the rain. He was the one that really brought their car well out in front, gave them a significant lead, and didn't really have any other. I don't think there's anybody who's going to touch him.
No, I mean, Malaysia I thought was epic in his stint.
He had to do his job with fuel save. Molt looking absolutely like a drowned rat there.
Sorry,
poor boy.
That's funny.
Poor old Molt.
So Antonio Fuoco took the bring an umbrella strategy. Malte Jakobsen, you know, Nordic. That's
yes,
what it is.
Nordic, just getting on with it. It's just rain.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah.
But yes.
Marte Ferrari will be very happy just going through the picture there.
Marta Ferrari, by the way, there in a very highly unusual for him blue shirt.
Yeah.
For Jatalar. And he'll be very proud of that effort.
No, he will. Extremely proud.
It's, you know, sometimes when you see a team as large and as dominant as they, of course, some people take that as a bit of a negative. Let me tell you, they've got very few unhappy customers.
Yep.
Despite the scale of this thing. Here is the podium, by the way, and it's Malte Jakobsen in the Drowned Rats outfit. Will be up there presently. There he is. It's going to be Malte Jakobsen with Louis Delatraz and George Kurtz. So I think George slightly disappointed with that. I think he'd have liked a bit more, but still, there goes the trademark smile and the selfie. APR and their number 25 car, Michael Jensen with Enzo Trulli and Tom Dillman, second place. But it will be Roberto Lacorte with Antonio Fuoco and Charles Malaysi to the top step of the podium. Is that a Marte? He is a Marte going to the top step of the podium with them.
That's why he's wearing the shirt.
That's why he's wearing the shirt.
For Chetila Racing there.
Great to see it. And by the way, under the umbrella there, closest to us, Andrea Bellicchi. Just beyond that, Giorgio Soliggiotto, the two drivers that started the WC journey with Roberto Lacorte back in the day. So
that's
great to see they're
fantastic.
still part of it. And we talk about family. That's a family. Great to see that. And, yes, it's a rather damp podium, but lots of broad smiles there. 50 points for them, and that will give them a bit of an edge. The luck won't always go their way in the 4 races to come, so Roberto Lacorte knows that very well indeed. Last time I bumped into Roberto before the start of this programme was at Daytona, where things had fundamentally not gone his way. but resilient guy. So, one of the things on his tick boxes is to race with his son at Le Mans. I do wonder whether or not that might be part of the plan here. Because one thing he certainly will not be doing is racing with either of those two pros. Or both can be busy in hypercars if he gets there. But great stuff from Chetelaar Racing. Not quite faultless, but not far off for that team. And all three drivers played their part, as did the Of Course team in support of them. But well done too over the weekend, not just to the two other crews, but Argyle Pro Racing. 4 out of available 6 podium spots, just not the 2 they wanted.
No. But plenty more races to go, and that's a solid performance from Algarve Pro. But yeah, they only won the top step.
They most certainly do. They'll be in hunts for yet another Asian Le Mans Series title. I have to remind myself whether it's 5 or 6 overall titles, 4 or 5 rather overall titles they've had.
Is that David Addison there at the back of? Is he? I think he's wearing your rain jacket.
He's not, is he?
I think he is.
42 points for CLX Motorsport sees them 5 points ahead of Inter-Europol competition. Had a less good day today in LMP2. For SDA Racing by VPS on 25 with High Class Racing on 24. Wanted to say, by the way, when they were playing the Italian national anthem, it thundered in tune.
Sorry?
It thundered in tune and in time with them. So drivers' trophy for LMP3. We're in the Christmas spirit, by the way. Here
so much
at the Asian Le Mans Series. However you celebrate it.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. By the way, this isn't the costume he came wearing this. Better day, much better day for SDA Racing via VPS. And the 29 car, Nick Adcock, Ficuri and Morano. A better day as well for the 71 crew. This was one of the crews who were out of it at turn 1 with the Terence Woodward, Isaac Brodawi and Reba crew, but it is a win for CLX Motorsports, the 17 team. Kevin Rabin, Paul Lancher, Alex Jacobi, and will be treated to the Swiss national anthem. We're going to hear that tune again shortly. Swiss national anthem for CLX Motorsports.
It's not quite as cheery as the Italian national anthem, is it?
It's stirring in a different way.
I think so.
Yeah, more slowly.
Pedro in the distance
there. Yeah, Peter Pedro May. The photographer here with the Asian Le Mans Series. A group of gallant souls, 4 of them here. All terrible human beings.
I told you that.
But, LMP3 again. It's strategy over spectacle often in LMP3, and in that regard, chapeau to CLX Motorsport.
Yeah, they were absolutely. It's sort of like they've got this whole thing figured out.
Well, it's almost like, they probably couldn't even believe their luck the pit lane was still open when they came back round the second time. But somebody was sharp enough to realise what that meant, and that won them that race.
Yeah.
It wasn't fault-free for them. There's a penalty in there somewhere for Select Motorsport, but they were quick enough and they were consistent enough that when it came back round to it, they had enough in the bank, and ultimately their closest contender at that stage, Team Virage, were only close enough because they hadn't burned that all of their stuff. They didn't finish on the podium.
No.
That's the difference it makes. Still cheery, despite the weather.
Merry Christmas.
This is the GT Teams Trophy. Kessel Racing lead by just 2 points from the number 9 car. 10 points ahead of Origin Motorsport, who sort of feel to me like they deserve to be closer after the spectacle they put on, but it wasn't quite time today. Team WRT at Montai, the 69 and the 10 cars on 18 points and very much in the hunt. Montai's 92 also is there as well. This has got all the signs, Ollie Gavin, with the strength and depth we've got here, and a little bit of bad luck for one or two of these teams in one or other races, of being phenomenal in the UAE.
Yeah, I think it was. It's got all the hallmarks of that.
Yeah, Chris Ludham, Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner lead the way from Anthony Bartone, Fab Scheller, Wakasaka-san in the number 9 car. I'm thoroughly looking forward to GT in the UAE, and I'm particularly looking forward to it because, as we said before on the show, we've seen all the way through our time in the Gulf that cars that are super strong at Dubai very often are not so strong at Gas Marina.
There's a big flip-flop there.
And even if there's a points gap between the teams before we get to the final race weekend of the season in Gas Marina, it isn't done. It's something that just does seem to throw drama at it. Here we are with the final podium of the weekend and the first part of the season, first third of the season, and first to the podium is the Origin Motorsport crew, the 87 crew of Hong Leo, Bob Yuan and Laurent Heinrich. Second place will be an utterly delighted Team WRT trio. Much better day for Dan Harper, Parker Thompson and Tony McIntosh. But Kessel Racing, as we said, played that as a blinder, as a full team effort. Chris Ludham, Dustin Blattner, Dennis Marshall and the 74 Kessel Racing team from Switzerland. And it will be, once the congratulations are complete, the Swiss national anthem we hear one more time. Well, well done to all. Everybody's made the podium, everybody's made the finish in this race. It's been a couple of challenging 4-hour races, Ollie Gavin, and I'm sure everybody that's come home with decent points on the board will be going home with a little bit of relief.
Yeah, I think so, but there's plenty of sort of encouraging signs for many, many other runners out there in the GT class, in the LMP3 class and in the P2 class. There's lots there to take away here, analyse, work through, improve on for Dubai. And all of these three teams here, these three crews will be very satisfied with their day's work and sort of navigating their way through the pitfalls here at Sepang and all the weather and whatever else has been thrown at them. The guys in second place, their WRT You know, it's, those guys will be very, very pleased with their day.
Big turnaround for them.
Yeah, huge.
Well, as the guys celebrate on the podium, it's start to wrap this one up for this first weekend of 3. 2 more to come in February, remember, in Dubai and in Yas Marina. We'll be back with you for those. Phenomenal racing weekend here, and a phenomenal effort from everybody involved with the Asian Le Mans Series in putting together a 47-car grid that will be back in the UAE. Massive strength in every single one of these 3 classes. Great effort by everybody on pit lane, great effort by everybody in race control in very challenging conditions indeed.
It's been very challenging in here. What can I say?
Well, time for us to say goodbye. So on behalf of everybody at the Asian Le Mans Series, on behalf of David Anderson on the pit road, where he's been doing really well in challenging conditions
It's been tough
underfoot.
for him. Very.
Everybody on the production team here bringing an excellent broadcast here. On behalf of the Grinch Ollie Gavin, on behalf of me, Graham Goodwin, genuinely, however you celebrate your Christmas, your holiday, do it in peace. The world at times can seem a bit of a bleak place. We hope we've brought a little bit of colour into life this weekend. There'll be more to come in February and with racing around the world. However you celebrate Christmas, a very Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.